Isn't it poetic that we get to host the last major? Soak it all in, because this is the finale.
That player the bigger of a problem it becomes. Things doing a phenomenal job, like you said, the Fletch. A triple kill for Trippy.
Now the collapse can come through. Trippy needs the charge. And the rest will follow.
Catwalk and wall as well as whirlwind roll. Another one here too. Might be able to one shot. Take by got Reed, and he's got a teammate there to back him up.
Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite.
He goes down
Got a lot of damage. Team's able to clean it up. Now it's a little bit more comfortable. 2 dead. Now 3 dead again. 5 back base.
do you go for the kill shot here?
Oh my god, the cross.
Do you go for the kill shot? He's going to be cut him down. Cycle's going to be able to challenge that with a couple of plays. Changing targets and hitting headshots.
Welcome to the Charlotte HCS Major, hosted by yours truly, FaZe Clan.
Good morning, Spartans, and welcome to Charlotte. We are live from North Carolina, bringing you Day 3 of the Halo Championship Series. Day 3 of any major weekend brings so much to the table. The very best of our teams can step it up one more level to meet the expectations of their fans and even foes. Shopify is looking for the two-peat, but can they hold on? In outer space, one team is trying to prove themselves even this late in the season, because with Halo, the stars are ever on their side, and it's never too late to make a run. So, can SSG prove the doubters wrong? We're going to have to find out. There is also one team who have an unconventional way of getting to the trophy, but they have proven that time and time again. The Elim run for Optic feels like home to them, and they know exactly what they need to do to secure the championship once more. And it certainly helps when team members are popping off and going crazy on the main stage. Finally, your hometown team FaZe, they have put it together in time. Effort and dedication is taken for their craft, but will that hard work pay off? Can they get past the top 2 teams that have bested them time and time again? We'll have to find out. The stage belongs to all 4 of our teams today, but the trophy belongs to just one, and the one who can push through the hardest battles and prove that they are capable of being champions. Welcome to Championship Sunday. Live from Charlotte, I am so excited. My name is Lottie. My voice is holding on like a thread, and I'm so happy that I'm able to talk about all the action. But alongside 2 incredible people, slide down, I've got Why Not Be Casting. Fellas, it's day number 3, and it brings out a completely different level out of these teams and out of these pros. Slide down, how excited are you for all the action today and seeing it all unfold?
Yeah, I mean, I'm incredibly pumped. I think, for me, I think at this point it's impossible to count SSG out of these tournaments until they show that they're out of these tournaments. I mean, they're consistently at the top. Online clearly doesn't matter anymore. They've made their way here to Championship Sunday, and I was talking to them a little bit on the way in, and they seem pumped. They're ready to go in, and I think this Optic matchup is going to be phenomenal, and I think it's just going to be an overall amazing day of gameplay.
I cannot wait. You're getting me hype already, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Tony, obviously, all of our teams have taken some beatings to get here. One in particular, of course, Optic as well. But you never know, because FaZe are also in a really good prime position. Are we going to be seeing a different grand finals, do you think? What are you predicting here?
There's a very good chance of it. You know, this is Championship Sunday. This is where we separate the contenders from the champions. And when you look at Shopify Rebellion, they have a nice little road making it to the grand finals, a bit of an easier road than anybody else in the lower bracket. Optic Gaming, how many miracle runs can you go on? SSG, have you hit fire at the right time? And in FaZe, you got to defend your hometown. This is going to be awesome
I don't know. Optic Gaming might have found the fountain of youth, folks, because they stay alive way longer than they should have, especially knocking down into Elim round 1. But it's a miracle run, and it's great to see, and I can't wait to find out what they do here on Sunday. Let's look at the roadmap, though, folks, because we've had quite the season. And as you can see in terms of our victors, Optic Gaming, twice already have been through the elimination bracket and lifted a trophy at the end of it. They actually two-peated at the beginning of the season, one in a major, one in an open, and then Shopify Rebellion, who were also matched in the grand finals with them, they have also finally lifted a trophy because we had high hopes and expectations for them coming into the season based on what they were doing in the off-season, because the off-season, it really was theirs. They really were king, and it was really interesting to see the way that Optic Gaming had just suddenly flourished. They were ahead of the pace somehow, some way, but Shopify Rebellion looking to close things out here in Charlotte, of course our last major of the season, with Worlds right around the corner, and I mean right around the corner, with 1 million on the line. And not only that, I talk about pride, I talk about how much Worlds a ring means to these teams and these players, and the fact that it's the last one. I mean, it's Snipe Down, when you think about that kind of pressure for all of these guys competing in the season, to know it's the final one of Halo Infinite, it means even more.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's the last event of the year is what everyone's going to remember of who the best team in Halo Infinite was. So I think this tournament, I'm really hoping we see a 2-2 final, just to see, you know, the two powerhouses that we've had in Optic and Shopify. If something else happens, wonderful. But I think it really would be an amazing finale to come down to that final event to see really who is the king of this final season of Halo Infinite and the best team overall.
A little ribbon just to tie it all up neatly and nicely. But you know, in Halo Infinite, especially in our season, things go crazy, right, Tony? Things can get a little bit wild out here. I'm expecting some really big things from this Championship Sunday, so we'll see what happens, and of course, it sets things up heading into Worlds as well. Well, should we talk about some of our teams, because we only have 4 left? And I want to talk about every single one of them. Let's start with the hometown team. This is FaZe. I am really excited about what this squad might bring to Sunday, because they have not just been growing, you know, heading into Charlotte, they've been growing here at LAN as well. I have seen so many adjustments for the better, but also adjustments that are sticking. And I think that's the main thing. Is, hey, cool, we've learned from a series, but maybe we go back to the old habits in a couple of others. No, that does not seem to be the case. They seem to be getting better and better as we go along. This FaZe Clan roster, are they the real deal for you, Snipe Down?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the most impressive things so far, is that you don't want to see a team start out strong and then weaken when this FaZe roster has had a little bit of extra time, a little bit of growing pains to get into where they want to be. And now that they have had the time at this tournament, every series has seemed stronger than the last. And their dominant 3-0 in their final series of the day sets up the stage for them to actually finally get into that top 2 and put themselves in the grand finals to potentially lift the trophy at their home event.
100%. They just have humps to get over. Really, the humps are Shopify and Optic. And until we see a series that goes their way finally, after being so close, inches away from victory in so many different situations. I mean, situations where it was in their hands and they let it slip away. Until we see that, I think we'll have more questions than answers. And I want to see FaZe really firing on all cylinders from the get-go on Sunday. Get warmed up, get ready, and show us what you're made of. Tony, when it comes down to actually what they're really good at here, the Slays have been amazing, and their Slayers are clearly looking fantastic. Is there anything else you can pick up from, you know, Slayers end Game 5? I mean, it's great, but we need objective work as well, and it's been something we've questioned on FaZe here.
Yeah, and it's actually really surprising, because when you look at the makeup of this FaZe roster, you have very objective-minded and very objective-efficient players, even unselfish players. So I feel like now here in Championship Sunday, this is where you button it up. I can see FaZe being a fantastic oddball team. I can see FaZe being an incredible King of the Hill team as well. Now it's time to get it right.
It certainly is indeed. I've been very impressed as well with some of the individual skill on FaZe, and Snipe Down, there's been some guys to step up here. Who have you got your eyes on heading into today?
Yeah, I mean, Trippy and Snakebite have been the 2 people that have absolutely stood out on this FaZe roster, especially in the Slayers, coming down to the Game 5s. And I think one of the coolest things about that Slayer record, 7-0 for me, is that you don't look at this team and think main Slayer roster, but these players are so unselfish and teamwork-oriented that they're able to always have each other's angles, each other's trades, and that's why they're able to get these cleanups, and they don't allow teams to start to gain momentum and steamroll them, and that's why they... And it's surprising because you would look at this and be like, oh, they might be an amazing objective team, but in reality, it is completely shifted, and they play Slayers the right way, in the most teamwork-oriented way, I think, compared to any other team.
It's funny how things work out, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always funny. We need to talk about Shopify, though, because, of course, they are the defending champions of the last major. They're looking so good. It's so difficult to pick anything apart from these guys right now. But I'm hoping to find a team that will challenge this. Tony, when you're looking across this roster, they just seem to get better and better every single time we see them, not only at majors, but on our screen as well. Talk about these lads and why they're so special special to watch and play on that main stage.
Yeah, even going towards the preseason, Shopify Rebellion were absolutely running house. And even remember that first invitation, the FaZe Clan Invitational, they actually won that tournament. It was not until after that we went to the major, to the open, where Optic Gaming went on those 2 miracle runs, and people were questioning, well, what happens when the lights are the brightest? Now that they got that first major under their belt, Shopify Rebellion looked just so much more comfortable in any given situation. You know, we had them as the favorites preseason, and honestly, they're the favorites again here in Charlotte.
They certainly are indeed. We talked a lot actually yesterday about Lash on Cycle and how incredible they are, and I probably will continue to do so today. But Slime Down, I want to ask you a little bit about Frosty and Royal 2 and what they really bring to the table, and actually how they've helped Lash on Cycle really adapt to the playstyle and how good they are coming into this entire season.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about Royal 2 as a player himself is that you always know what he's going to be doing. He's probably one of the most like predictable teammates you can have, so you're aware of where you need to be because you always know you have that anchor player that's going to be in the spots that he needs to be to fill his role. And then Frosty, I'm so happy to see his progression just as a player. Just him and Snakebite together, you know, they're very vocal leaders, and then they split, went their own ways. Now they're doing their own thing, and Frosty really is the vocal leader on this team right now. And I've always listened to him. I've loved his comms, his communications, his passion, and he really is all about, you know, energy and the confidence and the ego, and that spreads to his teammates, and you can see it in their faces, in their gameplay.
You certainly can, and if you see him or see him mouth the words dead at the top of his lungs, you know it's over. I'm just letting you know, it's one of my favorite things that Frosty does. So, you know, he's in flow state there. Let's talk about another team that can definitely hit flow state, and is Optic Gaming. And they're going to have to be perfectly honest, and to get through this elimination bracket, to get through this first match of the day, they're going to have to do something special and pull it out the bag once again. Of course, they're going to have their fans here. We know that they love their fans. You can even hear Bound yesterday on the main stage in the interview. He loves Sunday, and I'll tell you why he loves Sunday. Because the fans go just as hard as the players do on that main stage. They meet that energy, and I will say Optic feed off of it. It is so important for them. Tony, this roster is really special. A lot of questions heading into the season. Are they too individual? Are they enemies that have just come together and banded together and somehow made it work? But the teamwork has produced the goods. You are not winning tournaments without some really good teamwork. So how do you feel like that's adapted as we've gone through the season, and where has it landed for you today?
I mean, I've said Shopify are playing the best team that we have left here in the tournament. However, Optic are the most dangerous team. When Optic are in flow state and they're playing their best Halo, they could win championships, and we've seen them win championships from the same predicament, down in lower bracket round number 1. Back-to-back LAN tournaments, and the way they were looking, they might want to do it again.
Very, very true. I think they certainly do want to do it again, and I think this guy is going to be a key part of it. He has been formidable so far this season, but this weekend in particular, he's saved their bacon more times than I can count. The way that he is able to open up a map, literally relieve pressure that you are seeing from every corner of a map and mode here. Renegade is able to completely douse that fire. It's so important. However, with how good he is, I'm loving that for him. I'm loving the Renegade fans that are screaming his name when he's ripping faces off people. But for me, I need to see the step up from the rest of the boys. I need to see the teamwork kind of push through once again. Slime Down, with Renegade on the roster, how confident are you that that will happen, that they will meet that standard that he has here?
Yeah, I mean, Renegade is by far the most explosive player, I think, in the game right now when it comes to watching a screen. You watch it, and sometimes you're just in awe of what he's doing, in the way that it seems like he's just single-handedly carrying the Slays to get them the objective efficiency that they have. And we even saw it on that list right there. He's been doing and putting up better stats in bracket play than he was in pool play, which I don't know if that's, you know, there's something maybe there, who knows. But Renegade himself is by far, I remember watching him in Halo 5 and thinking he's going to be one of the next up, and he was. He started winning tournaments there. He's still out here today with this Optic roster, and for all we know, it could be another dominant performance out of him.
It certainly could be indeed. I would bet on it for sure. Renegade is an incredible player. We also have 4 incredible players who have made it to Championship Sunday, despite the potential doubts that we saw coming into Charlotte. Space Station Gaming, they've actually been doing their thing, and it's been working out so far. Of course, they do still find themselves in the elimination bracket. They're going to be having to face Optic here. And Tony, do they have the gunning? Do they have the teamwork? Do they have what it takes here? Enough time, as we heard from Eco, enough time together to grow, to produce what they want on the maps, to take Optic down? That's my biggest question right now.
Yeah, if you don't remember, not too long ago, literally SSG and FaZe swapped half of their rosters. And if you looked at the body of work so far, you could say maybe FaZe kind of won the trade a bit up until now. But at this tournament right here, right now, SSG found a way to lock it in, take it seriously, and it looks like this SSG are ready to prove the doubters wrong. It's going to be a little tough, but I can definitely see a world where Space Station Gaming make it to a grand finals here. It's going to be tough, though.
I'm going to be straight up. One of my favorite things that's happened this weekend so far with this SSG roster is my call time was 10 a.m. They were here with me getting here, the first team before anyone else, ready to practice warm up, and it was 3 of the teammates, and they were like, we are going to come out blazing today. They're very confident. They know they got to where they needed to get to Championship Sunday, and you can't count these players out. Like I said yesterday, anyone can beat anyone at this level. And for all we know, this could be the day that they turn it up the most.
100%. I think dedication is key to a Championship Sunday for sure. You need to be feeling yourself from the very get-go. This is not a situation where you have one match to play with and you can warm up and kind of relax a little bit and ease into it. Championship Sunday, you're thrown in the deep end immediately. It is now or never. And as you can see, in terms of SSG here, with some of their stats, they're not the absolute very best at certain things. We got a great bomb result from them though as well. King of the Hill's looking pretty good, but everything else is kind of shaping out to be pushing into the kind of the wallpaper with everybody else here. I'm hoping that we're seeing some kind of conversions just based on the way that they've been playing and adjusting as they've gone through this entire weekend. I do think we're seeing a different team, so a couple of those I would throw out the window and base things on how they're actually feeling in terms of the team and how comfortable they are when they get into the main stage action, because they're one to watch out for sure. But I don't know how they're going to handle Optic.
Do they have a CTF?
That is the question.
Yes, they do.
They do have a CTF.
They do have a
Those have been-
CTF, huh?
Yeesh.
That's an interesting one for sure. Should we take a look at the bracket though and see exactly where our teams have ended up? Because of course they've been on some perilous journeys, a few of them to say the least. The one obviously that is jumping on the page right now is obviously Optic Gaming. Falling down to that elimination round 1, they pushed through as per usual, but they now find themselves against Space Station Gaming. I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident about this. They've done this time and time again. I don't think they're going to be taking Space Station Gaming super kind of intensely. They'll show respect, don't get me wrong. However, they're not going to be as worried as if they were facing a Shopify maybe, or a FaZe, who, you know, consistently are getting challenged by. Space Station Gaming though, I think they're out to really kind of push things here and see what they can do against Optic Gaming. They know they can bleed. It's been proven many times here, and has been proven again this weekend. For FaZe, looking really good, coming through the winner side of things, haven't fallen short yet. Tony, when you look at Shopify Rebellion and FaZe Clan, it's tough. You're coming into this with FaZe being the underdog here. They haven't got their number just yet. How confident are you feeling about this upper finals for them?
I mean, it's been a tough road for both of the bosses here. You know, Shopify Blend after going through Optic in round 1, and same for FaZe having to go through Envy in round 1, who've been very good this tournament. It's going to be a tough road here for FaZe, but I will say, if there's any team that could really throw Shopify Rebellion off guard, it is FaZe. FaZe play a very buttoned-up brand of Halo, and one that might test Shopify Rebellion.
Indeed. Well, folks, as we are starting to get things going on the main stage, we wanted to talk to you a little bit about how amazing it has been over the past few years of Halo Infinite, what it has meant to everybody here, across the producers, across the talent, across the players, the orgs. It has been such a beautiful journey, such a beautiful story. We want to get some tape on this and show our respect to what has been one of the best journeys of my life so far. So roll the tape.
When looking back at Halo Infinite HCS, how would it be described in one word? Well, in our humble opinion, we would say community. And how could it not? The passion, the drive, the dedication from each and every one of the players, fans, and even you at home, the viewer, have been unmatched. We are the Halo community. And don't you let them forget it. Yes, we are united as one, but oh, do we love competition. Since the inception of HCS Infinite in 2021, we have been blessed with some of the most iconic matchups in esports history.
Both Cloud9 and Optic Gaming Sentinels, FaZe Clan
Space Station Gaming, Shopify Rebellion.
on our main stage to decide who's going to be the Halo champion.
From the incredible clutches
Ilya and then to start ugly thereafter.
Native Red smells the desperation, reads the desperation like a book, and with it, a triple beyond. Oh my God!
the comebacks,
From the elimination bracket, they went back-to-back best of sevens to become your 2023 Halo World Champion.
and the downright unbelievable showcases of skill.
Just gonna jump out.
Halo Infinite as an esport has given us unforgettable moments that will be looked back on for decades.
Snipe, and he takes over with it.
We at FaZe Clan want to say thank you. We are truly grateful that we got the opportunity to share this journey with you. This may be the final chapter of Halo Infinite HCS, but the community we've built together is forever.
I told you it was beautiful, and what a journey it has been across these years of Halo Infinite. Some of the most incredible moments in Halo history, some insane things happening across the globe. We've seen European powerhouses push through, and now finally as well, ANZ teams pushing through. It has been so amazing, and yeah, it was lovely to look back on that actually, and thank you so much FaZe Clan for making that homage to Halo Infinite, because that hit me in the feels, and so I'm gonna have to shake that off, because of course we have to get hyped for the main stage action that's coming our way today, and turn that frown upside down, because of course this isn't the end, folks. Don't you even worry about it. Boys, the main stage is set, but we do have incredible players as well to talk about, because it has been lights out from individuals all weekend long, and it's so important to make sure that we are really making sure that they feel that love and they feel that support when they are out there giving it their very best. Starting down, as a player yourself, how important is it to be recognized for things that you're doing, not just with your team, because you're part of the big puzzle here, but you have to put in your 110% to this team to make sure it all works?
Yeah, I mean, positive reinforcement throughout the team is always a great thing. I preached on this yesterday. It's really easy to focus on the negatives and the things that your team did wrong, but at the same time, this is the tournament. You want to focus on the things that you're doing right, so you know how to replicate those and talk about those instead of just only focusing on the negatives and maybe getting in your head about the game is so situational. The same situations don't happen all the time, so you can't just focus on one play and all these, you know, nitpicking and what happened here. Focus on what you did well, holding those setups, and then just carry that forward.
Well, we have superstars here in the HCS, so it's time to make sure they know it. Over to Blaze now for our event commendations.
I agree, Lottie. We have so many superstars of part of our league, and we always want to show them that proper love for putting on incredible performances on this stage and entertaining all the fans out there around the world. But before we do that, we got to give some love to Halo legend. Make some noise for Richie Hines as he's going to come out to the stage as we help honor these players. Now, one more even bigger applause, because here comes our 4 commendation finalists. First up, for best support, helping his team get through anything, show some love to Cycle. He had first in KAD with a 2.37. Next up in the line, best objective, give it up for Snakebite. Helping lead his team to the winners finals with first in ball time throughout these 3 days. Next in line, get loud for the best Slayer, it's Renegade. First in bracket play, KD with a 1.41. Renegade is ready to turn up. And last but definitely not least, you need a good coach. And we got the best coach on the stage on the weekend. It's Best Man. leading his team to a 5-0 record with a 15-2 map count, the best in the tourney to Shopify Rebellion. Now, one more time for everybody on our stage. Give them a round of applause one more time, everybody, and blow it up in the chat for our combination finalists.
A massive congratulations to all of those players and, of course, best man, the best coach here. The name is very fitting, by the way. But, of course, that's going to be a wonderful confidence boost heading into some of these matches today, especially ahead of Sunday, where it really is super, super difficult to get by through this bracket. It's going to be tough. So those medals will be a nice little kind of reminder that, hey, you guys are doing your bit, you're doing your part, you're doing what it takes to be a champion, but who will be crowned? That is the biggest conversation of the day. Now, let's talk about this first matchup on the main stage. It is our elimination match, and one of our teams is going home here this morning today without any question. And one team is going to produce the goods and head into our elimination finals to find out who they're going to be meeting, hopefully bouncing back up into that grand final spot. It's going to be Optic versus Space Station Gaming. Now, Optic Gaming, they have been looking so good so far. Can they continue this run? It has been exactly picture perfect of what they've done twice before. This team are the real deal. Do they thrive in the elimination bracket? So many questions, so many answers. Let's meet Optic Gaming, your team.
Space Station stuck on the respawn! And it feels like to come up against Formal and Killtacular in the grand finals!
The green wall has some of the strongest cement we have ever seen here in Halo. It is almost unbreakable. And I say that in the sense of, yes, they might fall down early on, and there is a couple of holes, but somehow, some way, whether it's Lunch back there with the cement in a bucket, picking up the pieces, they somehow manage to hold strong all the way through the bracket and lift the trophy at the end of the day. I mean, snipe down. That is something that is so difficult to do multiple times, let alone 3 times through. These 4 guys, why are they so capable of bouncing back and being so resilient?
I mean, it's experience. I think it's a little bit of ego. I think it's just frustration of even being in that position in the first place. And honestly, this first match determines everything for them. The first match of honestly every tournament, Friday, Saturday has always been kind of shaky, a little bit not to their caliber of team. So for them right now, they need to come out hot, and if they do, I think the rest of the competition is going to be a little worried based on previous results.
I do too. I think history has a funny way of repeating itself, and 3 times a charm. That's what they say. That is the saying. So we'll have to wait and see what Optic Gaming can do on that main stage against Space Station Gaming, and that moves on very nicely to their opposition, who are often out of this world. They've been brought back down to Earth, to reality a couple of times, but can they shoot back up to the stars? That is the big question. Let's meet your Space Station Gaming roster.
The head towards Tommy. He's doing it again. Stellar picks up 2, looking for lethal to make it. It's that season. It's cooking once more.
Tony, it can be really difficult when you're going up against a team like Optic, especially with the caliber of players on that side, to really start to find out what others are made of. The Space Station Gaming, they have some incredible players in their own rights. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, I mean, you have the makeup of a team that can win championships. You have 2 world champions on your roster, and you also have 2 players that have been highly underrated throughout their entire career who want to prove something here today. The Space Station Gaming may have started a bit slow so far, but this is the time to kick it up. This is the time to show the world what you're made of.
They have put something together here this weekend. I can't quite tell you what it is, but it could be victory. I will just say that. Who knows what will happen on this main stage, but I am ready to find out. Let's head on over to our 2 incredible casters. Boys, Onset and Bravo, it is my absolute pleasure for the last time in our last major of the season here at Halo Infinite to pass it on over to you. Championship Sunday, baby. Woo. It brings the very best, and I know it brings the best out of you guys.
It certainly does, and it certainly brings the best out of these teams that we have left in this tournament. And what a way to kick things off here on Championship Sunday. Of course, first of all, a warm welcome to everybody wherever you're tuning in around the world, whether you're at home, whether you're in the venue, or maybe you're looking through your neighbor's window. If you're a bit like that, who knows? We're not getting too deep into that. But let's talk about Optic Gaming. Let's talk about Space Station, because Optic are here. This is the big thing. The elimination bracket run has succeeded again. They have made it to Championship Sunday after falling down early, and we know what can happen if Optic make it to Sunday.
Exactly, and there's 2 completely different stories on these 2 sides of the stage. You just heard the desk talking about Optic Gaming looking to repeat history and make another historic run. On the other side, it's all about how does SSG turn their late game around at the end of the year. And I think you and I were just talking before getting into this series. It feels like for SSG, what they are able to do in this series will be the determining factor in if we're talking about them as potential World Championship contenders or an afterthought outside of the top 3 going into the World Championship.
I completely agree. A lot of the conversation before the previous event, the previous major back in SLC, was who wins the trade between SSG and FaZe. We were saying FaZe won it, they obviously outplaced them. But Space Station, we felt it was a long game for them. The focus was on the World Championships, and if you can beat a team who has won majors this year in this elimination bracket matchup, you have to put them in that conversation ahead of Seattle, ahead of the World Championships, to be a contender.
That's right, and you heard Eco last night. You might have caught it in the post-game interview after their series win. Eco was just very honest, I think, and kind of very authentic about where they are. He says, we're continuing to get better, right? I think he knows the exact state of the union, where everything is in the Big 3 and the Big 4. No one on SSG is fooling themselves about the results since the team change. I think they have a very accurate picture of what needs to happen here if they want to move forward. And I think we're going to learn a lot about this team in this series, but I did catch Lunchbox backstage just before the series, and I looked at the game types with him, and I said, it looks like statistically this series layout might go your way. And he said, I think so. They're pretty confident that this will not go to a Game 5.
Yeah, we'll get you to break it down a little bit. We'll talk you through the game types just to start. We're starting off with King of the Hill Recharge. Then we go over to Slayer's Solitude. Oddball Livefire, game number 3. Certainly, Optic fans will be smiling to see that one in the middle of the series. Then we have CTF Aquarius and Slayer Origin to close out. But you were doing your research. You were diving into the stats. And what do you make of this one?
Man, yeah, the desk talked a little bit about it, but man, what an interesting series layout. This one could be very interesting, even though they do overall skew towards Optic Gaming. We'll just start with this first one. King of the Hill Recharge is a very, very close game type between these 2. Optic Gaming on the year is 4-3. Now, SSG might be 4-4 overall on the year, but most notably, they are undefeated in King of the Hill at Charlotte. So they have turned this game type around. If they could take this game number 1, this will make things very interesting here.
It certainly will indeed. Space Station Gaming will know it. Optic Gaming will know it as well. And I'm sure there's a lot of people, Space Station fans, FaZe fans, Shopify Rebellion fans, who are looking at Optic Gaming yesterday, having made it to Sunday today, and going, they can't keep getting away with this. Yeah. Well, Optic are here. Optic have made Championship Sunday, and their next step that they have to go through is Space Station Gaming.
And one thing we talked about yesterday that you identified so correctly, even starting on Friday, is that when Optic Gaming has to make elimination bracket runs, they get better and better as each game and as each series goes on. And that was certainly the case yesterday. We're underway on Championship Sunday. It's a Space Station versus Optic Gaming in a do-or-die series in the elimination bracket.
The final major of the year before Worlds, the final Championship Sunday before Worlds, and the final opportunity for the likes of Space Station to pick up their first trophy of this season. Optic, of course, looking to add another one to the collection. Speaking of which, this man is looking to add a triple kill to his statistics at the start of the game, Eco last alive.
Staggered 4 dead. Not a lot of hill time there, but certainly slaying dominance coming out of Optic Gaming as they get the first 5. Make it 7 kills in the game.
That's ridiculous. Legend had no right to survive that, let alone get out of it with a kill and be able to scarper away with his life to engage again in a few seconds' time. Optic in full control of the map at the moment. One player already stepped inside of that hill. Legend's job here is to control Glass, control the push that's coming in from gold. His teammates are holding elevator and towards the tower side, trying to provide him with a little bit of crossfire.
Really nice damage in the end. It has translated, by the way, those first set of kills. It's still just 7 kills for Optic Gaming. It has now translated to about 55% of progress. So they are able to convert on quite a lot of the slaying damage.
I will say, really good job though from Space Station. They essentially broke without taking any deaths. 2 players taken down by Optic. The last 2 decided that they've got to just try and stay alive to get 4 up as quickly as possible. And even though half of that first hill has been captured here on the batteries, Space Station are inside of this hill. And Suppressed is already finding a couple of bodies that have had the shield ripped away.
Yeah, as you say, the answer back there being outslayed about 8-2 off the opening, and now it's really quite even, and even almost in the hill progress as well, as SSG is able to get about a quarter of the progress on this first hill down.
Bring up here in the hands of Suppressed is going to make that beat down very, very easy for him to convert into a kill. The second one, though, not going to be able to get the fists up quite quick enough. Bound will come out of that one still alive. 2 dead, however, as Bound will eventually fall. And a little bit of a stalemate, a little bit of a fight for Pipes before anyone dares to step inside of that hill.
Formal thought he got maybe a free move into Pipes, but he gets pinched and pinned. And in the end, he will come away with his life, and they actually get the 2 kills. They will continue scoring here. It's a nice move from Formal to create that space.
He doesn't quite connect here from Suppressed, and Renegade is already chasing him down. So Formal, given the information to his teammates and having seen Renegade try and push those Space Station Gaming members away from the hill, decides to just step in for a second. But good shots from Eco will keep this Optic Gaming team having to wait to convert this first hill.
By the way, look at all the progress on the hill. A lot of this is due to Legend. Guess what? He might be 3 and 4 right now, but he has 6 assists, almost as many assists as the entirety of SSG.
Very impressive stuff from the Frenchman to start this game off. Stella's going to get this camo, though. Second power up of the game goes to SSG.
He's got to go here. He's got to go right now.
And he's got to go quickly. Formal has been taken out inside of the hill. So now Eco can try and get into a position alongside Stella to defend this hill. And Eco does find that first kill. Shock rifle now in their hands. Not a headshot, but good enough to force Optic back. SSG are holding on here.
Let's see if Formal goes for a move here. He tries to sneak into hill, or they just go for Pipes control first.
Bound's going to get singed. He's not going to get cut down. Now he is, though, at the pass. Trade inside of Turbine. Space Station with the numbers at the moment. Suppressed does step inside of that hill.
So they get the first 2 picks, but they have to do it at least once more, maybe twice more to win this hill.
Maybe a little bit early morning. Jitters on those shots coming in from Stella, not being able to connect. And by doing so, it's allowed Optic to step forward. Optic to finish this hill, and SSG are 3 dead. Not only that, they find themselves 1 down.
Yeah, Optic Gaming strikes first. It was always going to be such a tall order if they wanted to try to turn that around. As we said, it was only going to require about a toe into the hill, and that's exactly what Optic Gaming does. Even though the first one doesn't break, the second one is a very clean one. It feels like if you give Optic Gaming 3 total pushes to get it to a hill, they're going to do that at batteries. They now lead 1-0.
3 dead again for SSG. This is a perfect hold. Not only is it a perfect hold, they've won the rotate as well from capping that first hill. And you can see Legend, the fact that he's closest to his hill player at the moment, coming under absolutely no fire whatsoever. That's how comfortable this second hill is looking for Optic.
The timing is really tough for SSG because they felt 3 dead all at once, so now they have to wait for each other and push together. But look at the hill. Once again, just a step is all they need. Optic Gaming to lead by 2.
2 dead though for Optic. Stella will get the 3rd, so Renegade last alive, and he's nowhere near that hill, so it should convert into a little bit of time here for SSG. With how much progress Optic have already made on this hill, 0 mistakes can be made from Space Station.
Now here for Optic Gaming, Stellar, by the way, getting a lot of information about top gold. They also have Falcated here on Glass. We'll see if they can pinch. Watch the kill feed. This will determine if the break happens or if we 3 dead. Stellar last player alive. Here they come. Here they come.
Yep, that answered everything we needed to know. 3 players fall almost instantaneously. Wow. And Stella has to give it up.
That was bizarre to watch from Stellar's POV because you see 3 players top gold, Falcated on Glass. Everything looked good on paper, and then they fall like dominoes. Optic Gaming up 2-0.
Stella probably within his rights to go, guys, after that one. Not going the way of Space Station, and Optic almost flawless on that second hill. Camo now in the hands of Renegade as well, so after SSG picks up the previous, this one will belong to Optic Gaming. Renegade being sneaky, being stealthy, trying to find a little pick onto SSG, but map control, well, that's all Optics.
By the way, how about Renegade 14-4 and Formal 0-8, and Optic Gaming's playing great. Don't know how to make sense exactly of these stat lines, but Optic Gaming won't worry about it because they are firmly in the lead here. They're going to look to do the same thing on the third hill as well.
And Optic now have earned the right to play this slowly. They don't have to step inside of this hill. They can keep an eye on that game clock as well. As Renegade adds another to the collection, 16-4, 3 dead for SSG, and you've just given this man a shock rifle.
16-4. Quadruple positive in this game and dealing damage continually around the map. And now with 121 left on the clock, it feels like if Optic Gaming just even plays half of the game they've been playing, this one should be over pretty quick.
I mean, at the moment, SSG can't get across the map. They can't even get towards tower. They can't get towards gold. They're just getting cut down. They can't even get 50% of the way across the map by the looks of things. And with Renegade just holding these angles, SSG are just being strangled at the moment.
Here's an actual question. With only 60 seconds left on the game clock, does Formal end this game with a great win with 0 kills? It's possible. This is a wild stat line to start off Championship Sunday across the board.
Yeah, I wouldn't have predicted that one. 0 kills with a win. Formal just got taken down as well, so he's 0-9 right now, but let me tell you, he could
also
not
have 0
care less.
concerns.
He, would,
Exactly.
he could not care less if they close this one out. SSG have managed to momentarily break, but yeah, suppressed, unfortunately, with a stick. Kind of gives Renegade an opportunity to turn a single kill into 2.
They're going to likely play time here. 44 seconds, not really a reason to jump in because look at the hill progress for SSG. So with 40 seconds left, Formal gets the trade. Fear not.
He's back.
No longer on Goose Watch. But as we said, more importantly, they got to be really happy with how they played so far. Now they do need to clean this out because SSG is finding a little bit of momentum here, and if they get this first hill, this could all of a sudden be a lot more interesting of a game. Renegade's camo should help them close this one out.
Yeah, just should calm things a little bit here. SSG, even if they do cap this hill, there's only 20 seconds or so left in the game, so they would have to pretty much be perfect on the next hill to stop Optic taking this game number 1.
Enemy team took
Renegade now.
Oh boy.
The pings are frantic, the bullets are connecting, and now the pitch from Optic will start.
Here they come. It's going to be 1 by 1. They take these one out, 10 seconds left.
Valkated, no shields. Stella tries to make a desperation play to get inside of that hill and stop that game clock, but Legend will take them down. Space Station all in the death screen, and Optic Gaming will take game number 1 here in our elimination semi-final. They're up 1-0. Formal's laughing, by the way.
As he should, and Renegade should also be laughing. He is. Smiles across the board, unsurprisingly, for Optic Gaming. 21-5 for Renegade. And if you didn't catch the weekend so far, all the action that we've seen, Renegade's been doing that every single game. So you'll have to forgive us if we continue to equally lose our minds and also not be surprised
And
about...
also reiterate the numbers,
Yes.
because they don't sound real.
They don't. These. Look at that PGCR. Not every day that you see something like this with a, my goodness.
You know what the comms would have been, by the way? I can almost guarantee at the end of that game, Formal pipes up first. And
that's on me. Should have gone.
No.
Should have gone to
it would have
Optic.
been the opposite. He would have said something like, "Good shit, guys. Get carried." Like, that's what Formal would have said.
It's also
you
funny
just know
too because it's not even a real Goose Watch, right? It's almost a novelty pin of pride to win a game like that with 0 kills. I'm almost kind of upset he didn't decide as a flex to end it with 0 kills. But in the end, despite the wild stat line, it's much more about, as you said, the way that Optic Gaming played this. And I'm not going to lie, as we said, they opened the game outslaying about 8-2. And even though we saw SSG get control of the map thereafter, it felt like that was the tone setter for the game that we were about to see.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of views maybe on the, if we are actually fortunate enough to get the listening back from this game, I would love to hear what was said at the end. It would have been so good. It would have been so good. But what was good was the performance from Optic. This second hill in particular, Andy, was just an example of Optic at their best. It was stifling. It was complete control. It was baiting and switching, use of power weapons from Legend. And then when you've got a man like this doing what he's been doing on Saturday and bringing that form into today, Optic looking dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, and the slow-mo trade. This is incredible, by the way. Replay operators know what they're doing in the back. By the way, that's the first time we've seen the slow-mo top elevator 1-for-1 trade, I think, in an HCS highlight package, and for good reason. As we said, Renegade goes more than quadruple positive to start the day.
Some may say More than double positive, don't they?
Some may indeed. By the way, Slayer Solitude is your game number 2. Let's talk about this because this one's interesting. In 2025, Optic Gaming is 7-3 on this game type. SSG just 3-3. But more importantly, in Charlotte, it's a similar story as it was in game number 1. Optic is even at 4-4 in Slayer overall. Wow, perfectly timed. Thank you to the entire team in the back. And SSG is 5-2. So quite a different Slayer story. And we've been highlighting for months now about how Optic Gaming needs to focus on their Slayers. They won a few. They even took a Slayer from Shopify. Harder to say than I expected. But Optic Gaming currently also on a 2-2 win streak. So they're turning that record around. So as has been the case throughout this entire really series layout and will be the case through this entire series, there's arguments for both sides in terms of who could take this game type. The only real exception is going to be that oddball game type, which Optic should take handily. We'll get there though. First, we got to focus on the game 2 Slayer. And as I said, both teams either with winning records or momentum. So there's a case to be made for both teams on this game number 2.
Yeah, such an important one for SSG as well. You're talking about the statistics that back up what we can expect from this game number 2 historically, but if you're looking at the context of a series, knowing that that oddball is coming up on live fire, which is Optic's game type. You ask them what game type they would have to win a series, regardless, grand final, world championship, you're going to pick live fire oddball.
They play that 5 times.
Exactly, and I think you're looking at the game number 2 with that context. You can't SSG go into that game type that's coming up 0-2 down. Otherwise, the series is more than likely going to swing the way of Optic. So for SSG, the pressure that's on this game type, the pressure that's on this game in the context of this series and the season as well, really cannot be understated here.
Well, luckily still close friends, one Optic fan and one SSG fan. Hopefully, regardless of where the series goes, those two guys will still be hanging out. We'll see if that's the case. We'll keep a close eye on the front row. But, as you say, it was all about games 1 and 2 for SSG. They've already dropped game number 1 without really any semblance of control or points on the board. Optic Gaming going to feel really comfortable after that game number 1. Now, as you rightfully say, that puts even more pressure on this pivotal game number 2 because they know how hard the battle will be in game number 3. It feels like their tournament life is riding on this game 2 Slayer, which is a hell of a lot of pressure to come into a game 2 with.
Yeah, but they win it. All of a sudden we got a series on our hands. All of a sudden SSG show us a little bit of life. And we might be talking about the series going a bit longer than initially anticipated with the game types that we do have. And I'm sure you'll talk about the game types now because when we get to game 4 and 5, things start to favor not the green wall, but the boys who like being in space.
Yeah, it feels like the perfect time to talk about it. I talked to Lunchbox about Aqua CTF, which is game number 4, and even though they have the better record over SSG, he described it to me as a potential 50-50 with the way that that's played against SSG. Then that would send us into a Slayer Solitude, I believe, is the game number 5.
Yes.
And he was saying we sometimes 50-30 Shopify, and sometimes we drop that game to teams that we shouldn't. So, as you say, if we can get to the later stage of this series, there might be an opportunity for SSG to pull off some surprises. Let's take here a look at Legend and Stellar.
Yeah, interesting stats, right? You're looking at Legend, fantastic across the board. You can't really ask for much more of a player, a superstar like him. The other side of things, not great for one player who was hailed as the best in the game in that incredible SSG run last year where they won major after major, tournament after tournament, and this guy, well, it's just doing things we hadn't seen before with a sniper rifle in his hands. But if you're looking at 0.88, that's not just negative, that's kind of worryingly on the negative side of a KD, which is, you know, what this player is built upon. You think about comparisons between Royal 2, always going to give you positive, always going to put those kills on the board to keep those deaths down. That was stellar last season. We need to see that return.
I agree, and it feels like what Renegade was doing yesterday, if you think back to that Kali CTF, it started to kind of feel the same way where we can't even get a breath in before he hits the next double kill, right? It just felt like he's now the one putting on the sniping shows. He's the one which you just saw, case in point, going 21-5 on a championship Sunday. And it feels like Renegade and Optic Gaming have stolen that thunder. And of course, even you could say, of course, the current ranking and power ranking away from SSG. And I think that that stat card was such a good representation of what we're talking about for the SSG story this year right now, right? It's numbers you don't expect from them. It's placings you don't expect from them. And they themselves expect higher performances than we've seen. And there's only this single championship Sunday and the World Championship left in Halo Infinite for them to determine how they'll be remembered in this game, which feels honestly disproportionately unfair, right? They've done so much in this game, but recency bias will dictate how they are remembered in Halo Infinite. There is a lot riding on this series as well as the World Championship in just a few weeks.
Yeah, not just for the fans at home to believe that their team can go through and make it to a final and that they can lift a trophy at some point this season. I think for the team itself, you know, they have come up short time after time against the 3 teams who have been placing ahead of them, right? And it's been a consistent theme all season long, regardless of what the SSG lineup has been. You remember the turmoil they went through in the changes, the bad blood that was between them and the now FaZe players. It's been a very difficult season for them. And I think if they come into a series like this and it goes to a game 5, for example, it gives them a little bit of hope, right? Even if they come out on the wrong side of it. But if it's a 3-0, how do you pick yourself up going into Worlds and genuinely believe within yourself, your teammates, and what you're doing preparation-wise, that you're going to be able to go to the biggest event of the year and win when it matters most?
Yeah, I agree. I think it will do so much for even just their scrim prep if they are able to put up a great fight here. Of course, let's not forget, it's only 1-0. There's a lot of Halo to play in this series, but I think at bare minimum for SSG, if they can put up a quality fight here against Optic Gaming, that will bode well. Or maybe they can surprise us even more and put some games on the board. It starts here with this game number 2.
And of course, plenty of awesome games coming up today as well. You've got FaZe and Shopify Rebellion waiting in that winners final. That's going to be quite the game, quite the matchup between those two. What an opportunity for both teams, by the way, in that winners bracket final. We know how huge of a series it is to go into the grand final with an advantage, of course, having that series in the back pocket should the first one not go your way. FaZe with the chance to maybe make a claim towards the end of the year, or Shopify with the chance to look to go back-to-back and certainly be favorites if they can do so, going into the World Champs.
Couldn't agree more. I think on that side of the stage, you've got just, right, it's going to go one of 2 ways, and either team that's able to take that, I mean, what a statement it would be for FaZe to take that series. More importantly, as you say, for the impact of the tournament, how that would change the bracket, but we now refocus back to our main stage. It is not only an ever-important game number 2 Slayer Solitude, it feels like maybe the most important Slayer of SSG's season so far, up against Optic Gaming here in the elimination bracket.
A season-swinging game for SSG. For Optic, a chance to really give themselves a huge step towards an elimination finals here, knowing that their favorite map mode combination is just around the corner. Space Station needs to take this one. Optic been a bit shaky at times in the Slayers. Let's see if they've done that work overnight to change that. We're going into game number 2.
It's got to feel good for Optic Gaming to now have that cushion game, as you say. And now look forward to a game number 2 with game number 3. Oddball just around the corner. They can play with nothing to lose here. Start things off with Formal.
It's going to be Suppress who wins that battle. Renegade, surprise, surprise, gets his first kill of the game, but SSG find themselves 3 dead. And a 4-2 difference between the teams. So Optic winning the opening rush, and Bound is going to be rewarded here with the first camera of the game.
Let's see how Bound plays if they want to extend this lead, and Bound is one to waste no time. Here he comes on the snipe push.
Just baiting her, just turning attention away. It's a really important connection with the shock rifle, just to force Bound to have to back up from this position.
Wow.
But by doing so, he's just invited Renegade in. He's already got a double kill. Renegade with a triple kill!
Oh my goodness.
And Bound steals the over. Renegade is 6-0. Where are these statistics coming from?
Renegade is 6-0, tripling the score so far himself of SSG. And how about the way that Bound plays that camo? He just uses S3 as a jungle gym, puts himself in unnadable positions. They were even pre-nading every corner on the ground at S2. But guess what? He just comes in, and as you said, he's a nuisance. He deals damage, he sneaks around, he's a ghost, and they lead now 10-5, but a few kills do go in favor of SSG.
Yeah, Renegade lasts alive momentarily, but he's got a shock rifle and he's got a thrust, so he's not going to be an easy kill whatsoever. Optic have managed to get back on the map. Falke finds himself in the death screen quicker than he certainly would have liked there. A beautiful connection coming in from Renegade.
Look at the speed. Oh my. Look at the speed. There's only one player alive in Loop. I can't even talk about the kills faster than they happened. I think one player still bottom mid here, but the speed at which they took Stellar off of ledge there and immediately get the kill on Loop as well. Another kill comes in. It's 14-8, as you said. Renegade 8-0 to start the game 2 Slayer. This might be, we're going to have to check the stats, the most consistent a player has ever been game after game in leading their team in the kill category and also the KD as well.
I think we just have to take, I know it's only a couple of minutes into game number 2 here, but this is really special. What we're seeing from Renegade, and if you think things couldn't go better for him, he summons a sticky that finds its target. He finds Eco, and it's gonna be a killing frenzy without dying off the rip for Renegade.
And he doesn't even trade there to make sure the frenzy comes in clean. It will be SSG finding 3 dead. Formal's forced to retreat here on LR, but still, that's unbelievable for Renegade here to start 10-1. Suppress, though, does get away with a camo.
Just indescribable what Renegade is doing for Optic Gaming at the moment. But Suppress does have an opportunity here for SSG. After the whirlwind of Renegade at the start of this game, only 4 kills between the two teams. Shock Rifle's about to come up as well. And Optic are taking maybe a page out of the book of the Roman Empire here. Put the shields up and making sure that the bows ain't gonna hit.
Optic Gaming, the only team I think about every single day as much as the Roman Empire, if I'm honest here. 18-14, and it feels like with Renegade at 10-1, this game should not be a 4-kill game.
Camo's out. Optic do not take a single death during that camo, by the way. And surprise, surprise, who gets a kill? It's gonna be Renegade again. He's 11-1. 2 dead for Space Station. The camo completely just useless in that situation.
It's a staggered 4 dead. Eco's trapped here in Cafe, and now 21-14. What a great job from Optic Gaming, and feels like a perfect time after they shut down that camo to get into a listen-in here with the Optic Gaming roster.
They might push me out, they might push me out.
Get out.
Stay right there, stay right there, my ping. Stay on my ping, I have you. I'm here, you're good. Sit there. Bro, Bound, listen. He's gonna slide in, bro. He's gonna ready to punch him, okay?
No.
He's gonna ready to punch him.
What's your job,
What's about literally right to my left there.
We're not watching top gold.
Yo, listen, I have stickies. Yo, Bound. I'm gonna try to stick him, okay? Watch my push.
Alright.
Watch out, Bound. Back up. Don't overdo it. We're good. We're good.
What's the best rep? Watch
I can't push this, I can't push this.
You're good.
Weak trick.
Nice. Good.
Emo's in 20.
I'm in your
I'm a sports up here.
Yo, control for camo. Alt for
Watch
camo, guys. Don't die. 10 seconds.
your desk.
Quick punch over. Emo's coming out, guys.
Pushing benches.
Closers.
I spawn here. We put back towards loop. Snake fight, weak teller. Watch out. Peek, last guy's my peek. Two yard. I'm here, Shabir. We can spawn on blue. L1 one trap pal.
I'm blockable.
2 yard, go near bear. One's going near bear. My spawn nest.
It's like
I'm
RBR.
hitting.
Come on,
What's
me.
the Somebody loop. Great stairs.
Do that, guys.
That's fine. One bench. One stairs.
We still have camo.
Camo's
out soon, Zabri. Camo's out soon.
Check to hotel. S4 Falcon.
One's in spawn.
Tap me, guys.
Yeah, serious. I can't shoot Zabri.
Watch S4. They push out cellar. They push out express.
3 dead.
Let's get Kevin. Probably Yard on you, John? Yeah, Yard, I think. Or it could be a back strand. I'm
Yeah, go yard. He's blue, Kevin.
They're all blue, though. I'll get your powder. Yo, same thing, Bound. I'll get your powder, okay?
There's certain things that you see, and you really struggle to kind of describe what you're experiencing. And there's 2 things that are happening right now for Optic Gaming at 37-22. One is Renegade. He's 20-2 with 38 kills for Optic Gaming. And the other is Legend is double positive at 6-3 with 13 assists.
This is unbelievable. And what was already a historic run yesterday is now history defining. Legend picks up another one on the killing spree. Renegade is more than 10x positive in this Slayer.
Renegade has Space Station have 2 more kills than Renegade. It's just astronomical, this performance.
You and I were talking during the listen and shaking our heads in disbelief. We can already say this with confidence. we cannot remember a single player taking over a bracket the way that Renegade has done so far.
Oh!
And it's 43-27 here. 4 dead for Optic Gaming. It will give a chance for SSG to maybe avoid the steak dinner, but that really might be it.
Maybe the Slayer woes is starting to become a distant memory here for Optic Gaming. Eco's just trying to, I think, just try to make something happen here for SSG, but he's going to get traded out. It's an insurmountable mountain to climb here for Space Station to get back into this one. Bounce still going to get damage in. Suppress gets the kill. Formal finds another one as well, and it's just 5 to go here for Optic. Stella's got a camo, but even with kills falling here, this will have to be something that, I mean, blows our mind even more that we've already had for SSG to come back here.
Yeah, with 46 coming in, 46 kills on the board. There's the 47th. You just feel like, of course, it's too little, too late. 3 to go for Optic Gaming.
Legend 11, 14, and 5. Renegade slowing down at 21 and 4. There's going to be one more to go here for Optic Gaming. The question is, who is it going to be? The win is almost guaranteed. Bound's going to challenge. Legend's going to get it. He finishes 12, 14, and 5 as Optic Gaming wipe the floor with SSG in Game 2.
This is something else. Just got to go ahead and say it. And by the way, Renegade's dad there loves what he's seeing. It's probably the best Halo he's ever seen his son play, and I think it's the best Halo we've ever seen Renegade play, which I cannot believe we're saying because the man has more unbelievable tournament runs than you can count, yet he's doing this. 22 and 5 on a championship Sunday, game after game. This is not normal. This is spectacular. And as I said, I fear of overusing the word, it is historic. What Renegade has done this weekend and what he continues to do in this series is unlike anything you or I have ever seen in decades of professional Halo. It's one thing to have some pop-off games here and there. This is every single game you and I have seen on the main stage. Renegade is putting up numbers like this. Double-digit kills and single-digit deaths. Unbelievable.
Yeah, to put it into context for people who are watching at home or here as well, we go to listen and usually we'll have a conversation about what we're seeing. You just stood there in stunned silence, like just watching what was happening in front of you. Because it's difficult to describe.
Yeah, thank God we have the visual. Because if you had to describe this to someone without this PGCR, without the gameplay,
they won't believe you.
They would not believe it.
I mean, there's small moments as well, like when things are going well for you, things are going right, take yourself back to that stick, right? Renegade just tosses a stick out to a call out. It connects.
Yeah.
Those kind of things, those kind of moments, you know that you're in a certain kind of place as a player. And you're ascending to a certain kind of place as a player. When those small plays start to add up as well. And I've got to say, even in the listening as well, really impressed with Renegade. Bound playing that corner, they get the first kill, and he says, hey, back it up.
Yes.
Back it up. We don't need to push it here. We don't need to make this a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
We've won here.
You're going to see it. Look at this. By the way, Renegade, don't give him a chance to shoot because he's going to hit the shot. I was so impressed with. They clear Stellar off of ledge before he can even drop dip, and they pick up the next few kills as well. This was the moment. The frenzy to open the game. At that point, he also had as many kills as all of SSG. And I also love, I agree, during the listen, by the way, Legend played that scenario so well. He played this scenario so well as well. It was amazing camo control, and you and I talked about during the listen, and there's 2 favorite moments that I had. How about Renegade also IGLing from Yard, saying, listen, let's hold the corner. I'm going to go for the stick. And the second they get the first pick, he goes, everyone back up. Do not overdo it. When you're winning a game by 20 and you still have the discipline to say don't overdo it, that is pretty special stuff.
Yeah, also, when I'm 10-0, I'm running at you.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
I'm indestructible in my own head. But Renegade knows this is a bigger picture. He still has respect for his opponents and what they can do and how tough it is to win a series here on a championship Sunday. But Optic find themselves now 1 game away from doing exactly that and booking their ticket to our elimination finals, where they will play one of FaZe Clan or Shopify Rebellion. SSG staring down the barrel of elimination once more here. And if you think things couldn't get much worse for SSG after the first 2 games, we're about to go to Optic's best game type.
Yeah, and I'm so impressed also with the comms across the entire team and just the way they played that game type. There's 2 things I want to talk about in power-up control because there have been concerns about Optic Gaming in terms of power-up control this weekend. You and I talked about it yesterday. They were losing quite a few power-ups in scenarios that they shouldn't have. Instead here, because of the damage that was being dealt by the entire team, there was 2 moments where Legend goes, I have camo by the way, which that tells you everything you need to know about the map control. When they're not setting up 15 seconds prior, they're just scooping camo as a freebie. And then about 40 seconds later, Lunch goes, by the way, we still have camo. Power-ups were an afterthought because of how much damage and kills were being recorded across the map.
Let's take a look at some of these stats here for Optic Gaming. We've been talking about how strong their oddball game has been. Well, here's the stats to back it up. The right-hand side of your screen. First record, only lost it once so far this season. Round wins, first. Everything else was first, down to the last one, which I think was KD. They were second.
Yes.
But it doesn't really matter if you win in every single game. Average round margin is insane.
Massive. And a round, by the way. So they're on average
it's a round
winning,
to 100.
Yeah, exactly. They're winning about 100 to 72.5 in that, excuse me, to 68.5 in those scenarios. Unbelievable. Got lucky there. I had to do some quick math. As you saw, Renegade, of course, unsurprisingly, leading the way in that game type as well. And it's, what a record. I would say, aside from the Quadrant Strongholds run, we haven't seen anyone this dominant in a specific game type since then.
I'm gonna say, it's been a fascinating series here, and obviously we're talking about Renegade and kind of lauding what we're seeing because it is just, it's just special, right? But I think that this series and this performance coming off the back of the video that FaZe put together, kind of celebrating what we've had so far in Halo Infinite, celebrating the community, you see some of those big moments. It's amazing that even after all of that VOD has been put together and those moments picked out, you have someone like this doing this.
Yeah.
With Championship Sunday in front of us, with the World Championships in front of us. He's just dropped 21 kills in game number 1, 22 in game number 2. He's plus 16 in game 1, plus 17 in game 2. And that KD is vile. It's the only way I can describe it.
Most players do not end a tournament positive 33, let alone a series, let alone games 1 and 2.
It looks like a it looks incorrect. Like 4.2. And
these are numbers that the kill death column should not be in the 4s.
4.2
should be in the 3s, and we freak out if the KD column is in the 2s, right? A 4.2 and a 4.4 in maps 1 and 2. The team here put it best. There's only one way to say it. This man is going nuclear, and he has unlocked, I mean, I'm not kidding, this is career-defining performance so far, right? There's a lot of Halo to play, and they still need to win this tournament if they want this tournament to be remembered in a special way and set them up for Worlds. But this is already a career-defining run from Renegade. It's taking over the story of what he's already done so far, which is an unbelievable run. This is already one of the best Halo players in the history of the game, and somehow he has picked the perfect time to turn up and put together performances that I'm going to struggle to even find in the statistics in the history books that even come close to what he's doing.
4.2 and 4.4.
Those numbers should not be there.
Picked it up a little bit in game 2 after slow game 1. Just ridiculous.
And what did we talk about yesterday? We talked about how every team going up against Optic in the elimination bracket, you have to try to shut down Renegade. As you could tell, we didn't even make that a key to victory for SSG because it doesn't seem like anyone is up to the task. And this is not a case, by the way, we've talked about players throughout history. Formal's one of them, the man on your screen. Lucid, of course, Renegade at times, where they have a pop-off Slayer that's triple positive, right? That's a big deal in a series. No. Every game that we've seen from him, starting with elimination round 1, until now, Snipe Down maybe put it best on the desk. He says, I don't know why, but it seems like this team needs a kick. And they have to have their backs pinned against the wall with everything being threatened, their entire tournament life, their legacy being threatened. And then they start to put together special runs. And I dare say it, if you're just looking at the numbers compared to Arlington and DreamHack, this one's already more special.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you. We were looking back as, you know, Arlington as the event where Renegade dragged Optic through the elimination bracket. Well, I'm struggling to find the appropriate words to describe what he's done through the elimination bracket here. It has been, he has put Optic on his shoulders at times. He has almost just lit up the room with what he's been doing on the main stage.
It's not even backpacking, it's like juggernauting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's everyone get in.
Blast proof.
Armored, it's an armored suit. This man is playing full heavy right now. And I mean, even, come on, to start the game with a frenzy?
I don't know.
What's going on here? This is crazy. And I'm just excited to watch more.
Yeah, same. I want to get into game number 3. I want to see how this is going to play out. Maybe SSG are going to have something to say about this. So for all of the credit and all of the conversation about what's happening on that green side of the stage, you never know in Halo Infinite. One round can go one way, And Optic all of a sudden maybe starting to shake a little bit, but here we go then. Thank you for staying with us, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Optic Gaming up by 2 at the moment. SSG tournament life on the line as we head into live fire Opal.
And as we said, Optic Gaming 24-1 in oddball, 3-0 here in Charlotte, undefeated in the game type. Unsurprisingly, we're underway with the man everyone is rightfully talking about, mopping the floor on Camo side. Of course, it's 3 of the 4 to start it. Eco's last player alive on Keydor, 4 dead for SSG, and it's another perfect opening for Optic Gaming.
Bound looking for some heads. He's going to get his chance to shine here with his sniper rifle in his hand. Also got a repulse, as Optic immediately have the odd ball in their hands. 12 points already on the board. QT going to be picked up here by Suppress, so he can be aggressive, knowing that he can back out. Look at the help arriving, though, to support Bound in that situation, and Legend's got himself another camo.
Really nicely done from Legend. He's one of the players that when he has camo, he does not wait too long. Well, as soon as he realizes he's in an isolated engagement just like that, he will start to deal damage, and it shows.
No shields for Suppressed. A couple of stickies being tossed out, but again, Legend just making the most of this camo. A lot of players there may not show the experience or maybe the calmness in that situation, would over-challenge thinking that you've got that kill. But he knows he needs to make the most of this power-up, and by doing so, look at the continual damage that he's putting out.
By the way, important note that I want to talk about. You'll notice there's not going to be a lot of play balls in these game types. That's because Optic Gaming, one of their secrets to success on this game type is consistently holding the ball always at A. They do not want anything to do with the tower hold. So this will consistently be where Optic Gaming wants to hold. They want to apply the pressure. They want to make sure no one can play the ball. However, here they fall 3 dead. Renegade, last player alive.
Just a little bit of something to talk about here for SSG. Starting to pick up the slaying just a touch here. Suppressed has the ball in his hand. And off the back of the 4 dead, Stellar is trying to get aggressive onto spawners. And I think this is a good idea for SSG. Wow. Start putting the pressure onto Optic.
2 dead. You saw Stellar flew in there. He repulse jump just to try to also maybe upset some spawns. And in the end, they do get the upper hand. They keep 2 dead. And they get 13 points on the board.
They get that all ball on the map. That's the question. It is going to be sat down at green. It's going to be 3 dead again for Optic Gaming. And Renegade is last alive, and he has his shields broken as well. So Opal will now be picked up by SSG.
They want a tower hold here.
You can see where the spawns are coming in, like you say, so they want to move that ball towards tower.
They want to play the tower hold because it's even, if they know that they are maybe outskilled overall against Optic in this game, they want to have the luxury of the play ball. That's why Optic wants to make sure on the other side that they deny that. You're going to see a constant battle here. I wouldn't be surprised as soon as the green rotates happen and the spawns allow it, expect SSG to continue to look for that play and Optic Gaming to continue trying to shut it down. They play it immediately. Just like we said, they're going to look for those tower holds. They don't really want to play this mixy game here at tower.
Okay, a bit of difficult kill here, but Renegade, probably the only player on the map right now who you can almost think in that situation is still going to secure it. Opal in a bit of a precarious spot here.
Immediately.
Renegade just gets it off the map, like you say, and spots out Suppress. Camo dealt with. SSG can't put that one to use.
This is what Optic's going to say. They're like, hey, you want to hold this ball out here? We don't think so. Every time we get an opportunity, we're going to be tossing this thing off the map. And as a result, even though we just saw SSG with a decent amount of control, of course, Bound hits both. Oh, no. That would have been something. But every time you see that ball pulled, Optic's going to say, you're going to play our game. And guess what? Even though SSG did put up some decent slaying numbers just now and decent rounds of control and a full A-hold into green into an attempted rotate, Optic's still leading.
Very low scoring round, though, between the two teams. I think no one's really been able to get the consistent 2, 3, 4 deads. I think it's just a testament to how close the two teams are when it comes to when they're a 4v4 scenario, 4 guns up. Optic seem to have the advantage, but you know, take gun out of that when you're holding the oddball. It's a very different scenario here, and SSG are being able to just pick away at a few kills here.
SSG maybe going to opt based on the rotation from Suppress. They're going to try to hold the ball at A as well. 3 dead though. Suppress is your last player alive. It's going to be a pull. It's going to be a rat tunnel rotate. Suppress doing well to hold his own.
The hard scope on the Keydor, doesn't connect this time around. Form was going to chase him down to neutralize that sniper rifle and the use of the power weapon. Bound is trying to find the kill onto Stella. And that's going to be 4 dead here for SSG. Ball straight in the hands of Optic again.
By the way, we do have to mention, overall, they have, for the first time, Renegade does not have a 4+ KD. He's only 9 and 7, so Optic Gaming, despite leading, SSG has shut that man down for the first and only time this series so far, but still, even with that, it has not necessarily translated on the scoreboard because Renegade is most kills on the team and now leads the team in objective as well. So even though we might say he has lesser numbers in the KD column, he's still taking over the game, folks.
Saying to the rest of Optic, you guys want to get some kills? I'll hold this thing for a little bit.
I'm done with the kills for now. I got 10. You guys?
60-16 the score. The last time we checked in, a low-scoring round with both teams kind of a few points away from each other, but now Optic have just started to pull it away once again. Bound's going to be sat on that camo, 2 dead for SSG once more, and Bound will get the second camo in a row here for Optic Gaming. And look at this transitional hold.
Exactly.
Legend is holding it between the spawners of Optic and forcing SSG to split their resources where he could just pick them off.
It's a great point, and exactly what I was thinking. 3 dead. That is not about to be a rotate to tower. That's exactly as you described it. That's a transitional hold to be obnoxious and hold the ball right between Keydor and Cuts while they grab the camo. And it's still working for them. They're still scoring here at 80-16. They finally rotated.
Around 15 points left for Optic to go up by 1 hit. Up. There's one for Bound. Another player going to be challenging top middle, but changes his attention to the player that he's got to call out for. Weak over at Nest. Can't find that. Legend trying to hold on for the last few seconds. Renegade is there to support him as well, but Eco at least makes this one a little bit dicey, but Optic formal Matt, as he's known on the top right-hand side of your screen, is going to be there to hold that up ball for the last few moments, and Optic are up by 1.
Man, and like you said, before we could even really finish a sentence about how the game was low scoring, Optic Gaming, they take over. And when we last checked in, Renegade was +2. Guess what? Now he's +5. You give that man a second, and I mean, look at the late game. He goes +5, still leads the game in objective time with around 4x any of the objective time as anyone on SSG. It continues here for Optic Gaming. They are looking so good on Championship Sunday, now 1 round away from closing out the game 3-0.
The routes that Renegade is taking at the moment, it's something that we need to highlight as well. The amount of times that someone's not looking at him when he's getting that first shot, that's just great map movement. That's awareness of spawn, that's awareness of what can be expected and your timing of where players are going to be looking. Finally, he is going to be taken down, and Stella has a chance to maybe give us a glimmer of what we can expect from him with this S7 in his hands, and with the camo to go alongside it as well. Oddball is down. Looks like SSG are trying to move it towards the location of Stella.
Ball dropped.
Bound should be taken, I was going to say down, but the QT away is going to save it for now.
Looks like Stellar has an idea of where Bound has QT too. A little 1v1 here. Now you see him, now you don't.
Yeah, Bound pulling out all sorts of magic tricks just to stay alive here, and he was the last alive for Optic Gaming for a few moments there. SSG finding a little bit of consistency in the kills. Formal not going to enjoy that moment very much as a camoed Stella flew through the air with that sniper rifle and delivered a bullet straight to the cranium.
2v2 for just a second. Notice how Optic loves this. Ball's down at scoreboard, and guess what? SSG has to fight. Optic Gaming gets the spawns they want at Big Door as well as Keydor. Kills being exchanged, but this is what I mean about Optic's strategy. They're going to leave that ball at scoreboard. Now they're going to continue scoring, and they're going to get their spawners at Big. They're going to get their spawners at back A. They don't have to fight across the entire map. There's no risk of play ball. That's why this has worked so well, and even though we just saw SSG with a decent 20-point lead to start, that lead has been reduced now to just 4 points.
Last player alive is going to be Formal here. Throws that Oddball out towards where the support from his spawners is coming in, and now Formal, who was last alive, contributes to 2 different battles.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
The Optic Gaming will essentially trade out in that situation to keep this a little bit dicey. SSG are wrapping that ball away from Bound and the rest of Optic, however, towards the tower. And we'll have a slender lead here, 29-16 the score.
See if SSG can keep this up. So far, it's the best they've looked in this series so far, still doubling their opponent's score just in this round. Falcon doesn't get the play, which means he thinks he has enough support where they're going to fight out this battle.
I mean, statistically for Space Station, there's not a lot between the 2 teams when it comes to slays. Suppressed is +3 with 31 seconds of objective time. Eco, he's +2. Fallon Stella only slightly in the negative at the moment, but going blow for blow when it comes to the slays. Ooh. The Legend with another camo. Just has another opportunity to run around the map, just untamed and just finding kill after kill. There's 2. The triple was always going to land.
Uh-oh.
And now he wants that S7. He was thinking overkill.
He was thinking about sliding into it, but the discipline comes in yet again. He's going to be patient, and he's going to get the snipe, and this is why he's one of the best players in the world. Even when Optic Gaming is leading, we've seen it time and time again. In this series, they are patient, they are not overzealous, and this is the reason they're playing the way they are right now. Finally, the ball will be played. Optic Gaming happy to go with a little bit of tower hold for just a moment. They fall 3 dead, but now they're up 49-33.
She with a momentary lead in the round, and again, you blink, and all of a sudden Optic are back in control. Falcated has found himself a sniper rifle, though. A little bit of ammo to work with, doesn't quite connect with Bound. be such a nuisance in and around the pillars. The movement there just to continually jiggle peek and not give a clear shot to foul. And then to come back out, challenge, having done the damage. Brilliant, brilliant positioning from Bound in that individual fight. Optic find themselves 2 dead, but so do SSG. Ball will be down.
By the way, for the first time in this series, which is crazy to say, Renegade is not leading in the game in kills. Tied with Eco and Suppress, now leading in the entire game. So for the first time, as we're about to maybe see a lead change, we're tied right around the 50-point mark. Yes, indeed, it will be a lead change. SSG will take the lead in the round. And some Slayers on SSG starting to wake up. Is it too late, or can they get a round on the board?
The thing to keep in mind is if you can take a round on Optic's best game time, it gives you an opportunity maybe to think about stealing their best. That gives you so much belief, but as soon as you start to talk about belief,
no play ball.
Optic put you 4 dead. They've got the oddball back in their hands, and they will be going back into a lead here.
Even when you're playing the tower setup, Optic doesn't even let you have the play ball, which is pretty remarkable. That ball can't even slip off mud. And now, just like that, Optic will retake the lead at the 63-point mark. And now it'll be all about SSG needing the push. They do get the first pick. Here they come.
Enemy has the ball.
We're trying to put that ball in a position where SSG are going to have to commit to it. 2 dead though. On the Optic side, a couple of kills going the way of Space Station once more. Stellar is going to try and move towards this camo, knowing that they've got the numbers. Last Alive is going to be Bound here, so he should be able to snag this with the spawners from Optic. Putting pressure on, and Bound does a great job to do everything he needed to do in that situation. Stop Stellar getting away with that power.
Also note what we just saw from these two teams. We'll see if SSG can come away with this. There's still a lot of fighting happening from bottom middle. Going to be a 3v3 for a moment. They're going to have to drop and shoot. Notice how different that was. SSG's holding tower, they don't get the play ball. Optic is pressured, they go mud, immediately they get the play ball, and as a result, they still lead by 12. Really, really different execution that we just saw from these two teams, and now guess what? They're going to take the ball back home. Here they come.
Legend with the ball in his hands is also leading in the Slays department here for Optic Gaming. 20 and 16 with most assists for Optic 2.
Same transitional setup, by the way.
Enemy team nearing.
Stellar won't be able to get away. Damage done and converted here by Optic. It's a 2v2. Legend continues to hold the ball, by the way, just ticking up that time and moving it now 10 points away from Optic 3-0ing.
Going to just play it there. Nice little repulse as well to play that ball right around the camo. And as you said, 8 points away from a 3-0 in the series.
Feels like not even a playboy. It feels like a catch. Throwing that one towards spawning teammates, saying, I can do this damage. You get close to me. And then we grab this oddball. Stellar last alive here. Don't think he's going to be able to do anything. Formal, alongside Renegade, will hold this oddball. We'll close it out as Optic Gaming sweep Space Station and book their spot in the Elimination Finals.
What a performance from them all series long, and even though we saw SSG maybe put up a little bit of a fight in that second round of ball, it was Optic Gaming showing that not only are they controlling the map in the slaying category in terms of overall map control, but strategically, they are running their game. They're going for the A-holds. The transitional setup was devastating time and time again against SSG, and it's a clean 3-0 win for Optic Gaming. They close out that game 200-73 across the 2 rounds. And everyone on Optic Gaming essentially at the 20 kill mark. 20 for Renegade, 20 for Legend, 19 for Formal, and 20 for Bound. These guys were in lockstep with one another throughout the entirety of the game.
And I hate to do this to Formal, by the way, but I just need to... Some of the statistics we've been talking about have just been so absurd throughout this series. Winning game number 1 with 1 kill in King of the Hill, one of the most iconic.
Yes.
One of the most iconic stat lines from the entire series and tournament. 200-73 in total score across the 2 rounds, but 2 rounds to 0 was that oddball live fight, and they just look just different class on that game type and that map mode combination. Absolutely ridiculous stuff from Optic, and looking like, hey, dare we say it, championship form once again. A long way to go, of course, for Optic. They still got to go through the elimination bracket finals to book a spot in that grand final, but I'll tell you what, you'd be a brave man to bet against it at the moment.
You really would. I'm amazed at what I'm seeing. I think everyone was ready for Optic Gaming to show up in a huge way here. This is, as you describe it perfectly, money season for Halo Infinite. It is not just about, and even the cash prize, it's about legacy here, right? How are you remembered in Halo Infinite? A lot on the line, and I think Optic Gaming has showed up in a way that it has even blown away, I think, anyone's highest expectations, right? Questions about them. They get 3-0'd by Mindfreak. Excuse me, they go to Game 5 with Mindfreak, lose that series in an unforgettable match. But as we said, if they put together an elimination run, the story will only be about what they do here. And now they look even better somehow on Championship Sunday than they did in day number 2.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? I mean, that will become a footnote. That will be forgotten about completely if Optic keep this trajectory and keep this momentum going in these iconic stat lines that we're seeing coming out of some of the players, Renegade especially, and it's just unbelievable to see him performing, to see him doing what he's done on that main stage, and we're actually lucky enough to hear from the man himself. Renegade is on our main stage with Blaze. Renegade, what a series.
What a series from Renegade indeed. Get loud, everybody, for Optic Gaming. Getting it done right here. Renegade, my God, yo, you look like you woke up on the right side of the bed today, okay? You know, how you feeling being able to get that win?
Yeah, it was a really good win against a really good team. I think our teamwork is actually like improved somehow as we're just like we get better throughout the tourney. So if we keep playing like that, I'm really confident we're gonna win this.
I'm confident that you guys can win it as well. You keep playing like that, okay? Charlotte, would you guys be confident in them also? You guys are enemy territory, but every event always feels like a home event when it comes down to Optic, just based off that fan base. But you still got a lot to do, okay? And I know you guys are all about your business. You ain't giving up no strats. Y'all gonna be playing your game. But what do you want to just tell these fans at home? Because we got a long day before we get back to that finals. And what you want to tell the fans in the venue as well?
To all of my fans, my family, my girlfriend, everyone, thank you guys for supporting. I hear you guys, and keep it up. And I'm gonna try to win this.
You heard it here. Keep it up, Greenwall. He's going to give it everything he got to win this one. But that's going to do it for us on the stage. Lot, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You heard the man himself, Renegade, on there. We're going to win this. He's going to try his very best. And I will say, so far, the best has been good enough. On their way through that lower bracket, Tony, I'm coming straight to you because we're kind of flabbergasted right now. Just the pattern that is emerging this season, and I feel like a broken record often actually on the desk, and it's mainly because these pros have me saying the same things over and over and over again. This is the third time we're seeing the exact same thing happen with Optic Gaming. Tony, I kind of actually want to ask you a little bit about the difference between a day 1 versus a day 3 Optic right now, and what you've noticed in particular, because this pattern is unbelievable, undeniable. And that was a completely different roster from what we even saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I joked around with it before we went live. Like, they can't keep getting away with this. Like, they just can't. But it's funny. We joke around about it a lot. We say that Optic needs to get dropped to the lower bracket early in order to see that best version of Optic. We continuously joke around about it, but it feels like it's true. Pressure will create diamonds or can burst pipes. And for some reason, when Optic's backs are against the wall, we see the best version of one. It's do or die. They simply do, and that's what makes them so scary. Formal didn't even wake up in that game number 1, and Optic still took over, and Renegade that game too. God bless.
He was in Olive Garden with the breadsticks, and then really just the one of them. But it didn't matter. That, to me, actually speaks volumes, and not necessarily in a negative way, Snipedown, which is funny to say that, because obviously you want to see players turning up when it matters most. But the fact that they got away with that first game so handedly like this, it just looked easy. And obviously it was because of Renegade himself. He was phenomenal, opening every single alleyway in this map for them. Recharge can get awfully scrappy. They thrive there. What did you make of the start of the series and how they really just set a tone immediately?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the most impressive 3-game stretches of games from a single player that I've witnessed in this game so far by Renegade. I mean, what was it? 21-3 and 22-3 or something. It was unbelievable stats there. And honestly, I think regardless of formal stat line, his #1 asset is his communication. And with the way that he communicates, you can tell it's almost like Renegade is playing with the outlines of the players on because of the information that he has. You had Legend with a ton of assists, Formal with the 1 kill, but I promise you the information he was giving was allowing Renegade to be put into the spots, because when you watch him play, even that Game 2 Slayer, no, it reminded me, I was talking to Wesley back, it reminded me of what I was like in Halo 3, where you just kind of move around the map and people aren't looking at you and you get the picks, and it's kind of like, is he invisible? No, it's just because his positioning is that strong and his awareness and map awareness is that strong and that far ahead of other players that it just looks easy.
I just want to put that game 2 in a bit of more perspective for you guys. 22-5 out of Renegade, 22 kills. SSG as a whole only outslayed one person by 11 kills. Like legitimately, like Renegade was going toe-to-toe with the entire SSG roster. And what really stood out to me is also Legend. I feel like we weren't talking enough about Legend afterwards. He had the most damage. He had 14 assists. So Renegade, that ultimate opportunist that he is, he's capitalized. I talk about it all the time. He capitalizes on the damage and the chaos that his teammates create. So want to show some love to Legend with that damage, and look at the stats.
There you go, Tony. It's like you know what you're talking about a little bit here, isn't it?
Once a weekend.
Yeah, exactly. Legend, honestly, just an incredible player. And I think, actually, I wouldn't like the look of this team without Legend on it, to be perfectly honest with you. I think he is actually what makes it very well-rounded for me. He's not only powerful, creating so much damage on a map, but he is so smart and so smooth with it. What an incredible player he is. You're looking at the stats here. This is probably the first time I've seen somebody in this situation in an Elim semi-final on Sunday finish with a 2.33 KD. That is like mind-blowing kind of numbers. Like this is, I don't see 2s on here. I'm sorry, but I don't remember the last time. I don't think I've ever seen a 2 on this graphic, especially not on a Sunday. Unbelievable stuff. And you're looking, it's a bit, you know, kind of topsy-turvy here, right? It's lower half heavy. We're looking at Bound with a 0.8, 0.6 for Formal, which is quite uncharacteristic. However, damage is still there. It's not super out of the realm of like, you know, nothing to talk home about here. But it doesn't matter, because what's happening is objective efficiency is coming through. Everybody's doing their job. They don't really care who's getting the kills, who's getting the slays, as long as someone is getting them. And Renegade, like you said, is getting enough for not only his team, but he's basically outslaying every single person on the other side of the stage. It's unbelievable. If he keeps this up, that is going to be so hard to slow down. I mean, it's like down looking across here, obviously Space Station Gaming, it wasn't their time. It wasn't their series. What could you pick apart from the series from them that you want to see heading into Worlds here, that they can start to put the pieces together again?
I mean, they just need to practice more. I mean, what is it? The hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, and I think all these other teams that are ahead of them are working harder than them, and it's going to be impossible for them to get to that level that they want to be if, you know, in the Eco interview we had yesterday, if they're playing catch-up at live tournaments. So let's hopefully going into the final event, they're able to put on a show and perform the way that we know that team truthfully can.
100%. Tony, would you share the same sentiment here for SSG? I mean, you know, they are obviously kind of untraditional when it comes to practicing, and we know that. We've known that for a long time about a couple of the players on the team. However, you know, you're now in Championship Sunday. There's a different level that needs to be met. Maybe it's important to get reps against teams like this in order to be prepared, be fully prepared with what you're coming up against, because the power imbalance there was significant.
Yeah, I mean, Eric is totally right. You know, like you said, they're still gaining experience. They're still trying to figure things out. On the flip side, I will say, I guess on a positive note is, you lost to Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming. That's it. So at least you didn't lose to a team that you weren't supposed to. At least you didn't lose to a top 8, a top 12 team. You did what you had to do in pool play. You did what you had to do in bracket play to get to Championship Sunday. I would have been more worried if, like, say, for example, they would have lost to Envy in that pool play or something else. So I will say, there's somewhat of a light at the end of the tunnel, I guess.
100%. I couldn't agree more, actually. I think, you know, we talked about it at the beginning on the desk. Space Station Gaming, they have exceeded expectations heading into Charlotte. I'm hoping they can build on that and learn from it. And hopefully by Worlds, we will see more growth from the Space Station roster, but it will be farewell to them. Here is the championship bracket. We are right now sitting at our winners' finals. We've got 2 teams who have been waiting for this moment, one more than the other. We've got Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan, and FaZe, this is the truest test. I couldn't pick a better test right now for them on this day, because it's their 2 kryptonite teams. The teams that just completely exceeded them every single time, no matter how much of a leg up they have had in situations. Optic and Shopify. It is really, really difficult sometimes to get over a hump. You need a ton of confidence, but I will say, with how they've been playing this weekend, I think they have all the confidence they need. They just have to convert. They have to put it together. And we might be seeing that, folks. Hometown team on the main stage, we might be seeing that, although Shopify Rebellion have been looking incredibly clean. And of course, Optic Gaming, they're very comfortable. It seems to be home for them in the elimination bracket, and they are happy to bounce back up into that grand finals position. So we'll have to find out what happens. Folks at home, if you're tuning in all weekend, and you have been, then you probably have got your hands already on our wonderful Twitch drops, But if you haven't, and you're tuning in for the first time, this is what you can get. Make sure you're tuning in, because Championship Sunday is absolutely amazing. And of course, you do get the Twitch drops to boot too. All right, folks, we're gonna head to a quick break. But when we come back, you know what time it is. It's the winner side of things, and we're seeing two powerhouse teams duke it out on that main stage. One is going to be falling short, but they have a safety net. The other into the most prime time position that you can dream of in a major, that grand finals. Both one series away from it. Who will reign supreme? Shopify versus FaZe coming right up after the break.
Everyone loves Corduroy's plush convertible beanbags. When it's time to rest, there's a bed inside, filled with our proprietary blend of hypoallergenic foam. Corduroys are American-made with washable covers and a lifetime guarantee since 1998. And now is the best time to get your corduroys during our limited time sale. Corduroys is where life unfolds. So get up to $100 off by visiting corduroys.com now.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. and score.
The HCS Charlotte Major, hosted by FaZe Clan, is brought to you by Steel Series, Displate, and Corduroys.
As fans funnel into this arena right now, there is a chill in the air that can only be brought about by a championship Sunday, and it's all for that right there, the trophy. The trophy that means so much to all of our teams, all of our players who've been putting it together for weeks now in order to get this done here in Charlotte. There is so much left to play for, and we're on the winners bracket side of things, where really this could be make or break for both of these teams here. On one side of things, we have Shopify Rebellion, who have done this many, many times, but actually have often fallen short, unfortunately, even getting in that prime position in the grand finals. They've fallen short to Optic, who have made the most unbelievable run in the lower bracket right from the very beginning. But FaZe, this is a little bit new for them. Going into the winners finals, especially with this roster in particular, they have a chance, an opportunity here to snatch it away from Shopify Rebellion and get themselves tucked in pretty in that grand final spot, waiting to see who will challenge them. Two sides of the coin here. Where is it going to end up? Where is it going to flip and land? Snipeden, how are you feeling about this series overall?
I'm feeling really good about this series because I like where FaZe has gotten to, but I am kind of concerned just on the paths that both teams have had to take to get to where they're at. Shopify have had SSG and Optic to get to where they're at. FaZe has had Envy and TSM? Envy and TSM. So very different caliber of teams. FaZe looked really good, but they haven't played this level of competition yet, so I'm curious to see if they can be ready for the firepower and the aggression that's going to come out from these teams that are more well coordinated than the ones that they've currently matched against.
Completely right, and I think this is exactly where we're going to see what FaZe are made of, especially as long as they can keep it close, get it over the line, take the dub, whatever it may be. We need to see some life from FaZe in order to stay and remain true in this Championship Sunday for their fans here. But one side of the stage is feeling very comfortable right now. They've been doing this for an awfully long time this season. Shopify Rebellion, your previous champions, can they do it once more? Let's meet your team.
The body, snipe shot connects with Glory's body as well, and he hunts down the kill. Double kill, making it triple for last shot, taking over the round.
It really is a family of four out there on that stage. I'm not going to lie to you. If you take kind of note of social media, these guys are always together. They're vibing. They're creating videos. They really are a team dynamic that I think most will strive for. They have great vibes. Their chemistry is off the charts. But most importantly, it translates into gameplay. I think a dynamic of a team is really difficult to kind of force here. I think you just land in the right place at the right time with people who are level-headed and have the same ideology here. And Snipeden, I'm seeing that consistently from all four of them. It was really like that from the second they all got together in the off-season, which is why I feel like they were so successful. They weren't challenged at all until Optic Gaming, but they've now found their foot. They know how to adjust when it matters most. How are you feeling about Shopify's chances against FaZe here?
I mean, I definitely feel confident with Shopify's chances. They've been the most consistent team, I think, for the last few events in terms of getting to where they're at right now. Honestly, this team in general, I think, is an easy team to root for because you have a couple up-and-comers. You had Renegade and Shotzi in Halo 5, and now you have, you know, like the Legends, and now you have the Cycles and the Last Shots on this team. And this is a team, when it was put together, I think everyone knew they had the skill, but didn't know what to expect when it came to this roster because of the new talent. And I love the fact that they didn't just go to household names and pick up friends and do this. They really decided these are the best people that we think we can put together for this team, the best play styles, and we're seeing it finally come to fruition, and it's doing it at the right time.
They really do have difference makers on that side. Every single one of those players can really step up when it matters most. And it's going to matter an awful lot in this series. On the other side of the stage, and I want you guys to be excited for this because, of course, it is your hometown team, FaZe. They are in a fantastic position. They are feeling really comfortable right now, coming off an incredible series against TSM last night, feeling themselves. This team, can they ride that wave? Can they continue forward? Let's meet the hometown heroes.
Silo just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Wait, listen, you madman! An overkill!
Well, the buzzword for this team has been growth. It's been consistency. It's been how can we get better from here? Because there are just two teams that are in our way, and every single time we feel like we are about to do it, it just falls apart. And it's been very, very unfortunate to watch. And we talked a couple of things about what really might have been missing objectively, certain kind of situations in the series layout. Tony, how has that growth been though in Charlotte? Where are they at now?
Yeah, we often talk about FaZe being one of the best layer teams coming into this event, but we challenge them to improve in their objective efficiency. Well, I'm looking at map number 1 and map number 3, which are first objective game types that we're seeing. Oddball and Recharge, CTF, and Aquarius. These are mapping game modes that FaZe have previously struggled on. Well, so far, CTF and Oddball, undefeated at this tournament are FaZe. We challenged them to get more objective efficient, and they answered that immediately.
Yeah, I mean, if there is ever a time for FaZe to take this and get themselves into the grand finals, this is it. Because if you don't win the game types that you have been so consistently winning, and then you end up in the losers bracket against a red-hot Optic, it's going to be tough and could take a mental toll.
I think my biggest concern right now for FaZe is not about how much they've improved. Obviously, it's pretty clear, right? It's about Shopify Rebellion and how easy it is for them to be so efficient. It's like second nature at this point in time. So my question mark for FaZe really comes into, are you ready for the level of kind of teamwork and strategy and structure that they have? Not just being forced, but it's muscle memory at this point. We're looking at players who are moving around the map. For example, even Cycle and Last Shot, to be perfectly honest with you. The way that they move around the map and position themselves, it's unbelievable. It's years ahead of really their age. And it's truly extraordinary to see. It's what wins in games. Having that level of structure and composure on a map is massive, and it really does bode well for the efficiency of objective work. I mean, what happened yesterday where I blinked and literally a CTF game was over on Collie? I could not believe my eyes. That is going to be really, really difficult for FaZe, but I'm hoping they can step up to the mark. Tony, are you feeling kind of secure in the thoughts with FaZe here, getting on that main stage, knowing like, okay, we're going up against the most buttoned up team? Are we as buttoned up? Because actually, when you look at playstyles, they're quite similar in playstyles. Both these teams want to be efficient. They want to work well together. They're not scrappy teams going head to head. This is going to be who outworks who.
Well, and like I said, I'm really proud of FaZe for making the improvements going into this tournament, but I will say on the flip side of things, Shopify Rebellion already had the widest map pool. They were already great at Oddball and CTF coming into this tournament, and it's the same from them. And I will say, I'm happy you mentioned Cycle. Watch out for Cycle, because specifically when matched up against FaZe, he outslays everybody else in the lobby by 20 kills in the series. He tops out assists. He is always the player to watch specifically when going up against FaZe.
I will say, if there are two players right now on either side that you want to maybe remove from the game in terms of the power that they have on a map, it's got to be Cycle and probably Snakebite as well. Those two are going to be very difficult. They have been making extraordinary plays for their team, and they're going to try to step up the most. So we'll have to see what happens very shortly. And you know, guys, it is time to get onto the main stage. It's time to hand over to our two wonderful casters who are taking the reins. Boys, last major of the season, last winners finals of our major here. This is a big one, Shopify and FaZe. My goodness me. I hope you guys enjoy.
Thank you, Watt. This is the big one, Dave. Charlotte, are you ready for a championship Sunday winners bracket finals match? Your hometown team, they've made it all the way throughout the championship bracket. FaZe Clan proving some of the doubters wrong, getting to this point. But it is at this point that FaZe have normally fallen. They have not beaten Optic Gaming this year. They have not beaten Shopify Rebellion, Dave. And when these two teams match up, it always feels like Shopify Rebellion bring their A game. What are you expecting to see from FaZe to maybe, in their hometown event, to change something up?
I mean, on paper, when this FaZe roster was formed, we start to say, I'm a believer. On paper, this team is going to click. It's all going to work out. But we saw the early struggles. We saw them not getting over those humps. We saw the objective inefficiency, the missed slays, the missed callouts. But that's gotten slowly and steadily better, event by event. And this one, undoubtedly, is the best I've seen FaZe play yet this year.
Yeah, the great news for FaZe so far throughout this event, battle tested. They've showed their ice. They have won multiple Game 5s. The close games have gone in their favor. They're going to need that to push this series further in the distance. Usually when these two teams match up, Shopify, it's a beatdown. It's big bro versus little bro right now. And if you're FaZe, you're finding ways to consistently push this series a little bit further because they're undefeated in Slayers, Dave, coming into this series. If they can get it to a Game 5, they can have some confidence that they can actually take this series. On the side of Shopify, however, how impressive have they looked all weekend long?
This team is just so insanely consistent. You can't really ever count them out. It's just wild. These guys aren't missing shots. They have what feels like infinite patience.
Yeah.
Whether it gets down to the wire at the end of the game, they're still taking the smart, calculated route. You don't see these panic charges across the map. And that just shows that each of those players are so confident on their roster that they need to do their part, chip away a little damage, stay alive a little bit longer, and they know their team will take care of the rest.
Is there anyone on Shopify you're looking to really kick this series off? Championship Sunday, all 4 of those players have showed us that they are capable of being the best player in any server. But right now, Recharge Oddball is the name of the game for Game 1. FaZe Clan have had a lot of success in Oddball, objective-wise, Snakebite being your objective leader so far throughout this event. But this is a completely different beast. Who on Shopify are you looking at to really set the tone for them to repeat championships?
When I gave my prediction going into this event, who was going to be the MVP, I didn't base this on stats. I based this on who I think was giving the most value to this roster on a consistent basis. I said that's Last Shot. I said that this kid is insane. He's hitting all shots. He's doing everything right. And just this immensely positive attitude that he brings to this roster, you always feel like they're winning, even if something just went wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. You watch Last Shot screen, it's perfect. Halo, we're on board with the Last Shot screen. Can he play perfect? Able to get an assist with the help of Frosty. The battle for Camo is always the start of Recharge, and it does look like FaZe have been able to pick up a few kills, but in the same moments, Frosty finds 3. It's a one-on-one with Lucid on the map.
That's going to be Cycle. Last one alive there for a short period of time over Control. Look at all that worked off the rip. Frosty, 4 kills, 1 death. He took out all of FaZe and says, you should be able to get camo now, Cycle.
And a great job by Aries in the back, finding the player going for that camo. I thought Frosty might have burned that camo, but he actually done punching into his chest. That's actually a good thing for Shopify, as Cycle now with the camouflage, able to get towards top red. The ball set up is going to be a strong one if they're able to get a couple kills. Cycle finds the kill on the Snakebite, also finds the shock rifle, but a beautiful nade will remove that camo and shock rifle control from Shopify.
Yeah, that was a wild nade by Lucid to predict, because he didn't jump up to bat ledge. He was hiding under there. He took the one corner that nobody from FaZe was able to find him out. And Lucid has a nade waiting for him.
Yeah, and look at this. Lucid, the ball carrier, he gets it from Glass. Because they take down Cycle, they're able to get the ball. They rotate it all the way to blue. They're going to be able to play this ball if things go poorly. Here comes Last Shot through the tunnel. Are they going to be able to play that ball? Yes, he tries to catch it. Almost does it. That would have been a highlight to kick this series off. But FaZe will play that ball with a 17-5 lead here early on.
I mean, I kind of disagree with that play ball. I'm going to be honest with you there, Wes. Felt like they still had so many players there from the FaZe roster alive in the back hydro. When you have 3 in that back corner, they need to bring at least 3 to match that firepower.
Yeah, you almost need to make those special plays and take those risks if you're going to beat a team like Shopify Rebellion here in the Winners Bracket Finals.
Boom!
Penguin still starting to heat up. Penguin 4-4-3, and he is one of my X factors for this FaZe team, because when Penguin starts shooting, Penguin, things get done. Objective work gets done. He is such an efficient player. Lucid once again with the off-ball. Traditionally not your objective player for FaZe, but look at this. They're playing scrappy, they're playing together. He's gonna throw it to Trippy in the corner, and FaZe will extend the lead here with a setup in pipes.
Yeah, I like this play in pipes. However, Trippy also falling. It feels like there's a couple, I don't want to say forced rotations there from FaZe, but that last one where they brought over towards pipe kind of walked right into Shopify Rebellion's plan.
Hey, Penguin gets 2 as last player alive. That's all you can ask of PC in here. Lucid trying to push the bottom middle before that ball can get rotated into blue from Shopify. It's Cycle and Roll 2, the last player's alive. Roll 2 knocked down to no shield. Camo's coming up, and Trippy wins a big fight to get control of the map for FaZe Clan.
Look at this last shot, trying to do as much damage across the map, but he knows he and its brother Frosty are the only ones alive. So he's gonna buy time and somehow wins the 1v1 against Snakebite.
Yeah, but in the meantime, ball in the hands of FaZe, 33 and climbing. It's a 20-plus point lead right now for FaZe Clan. They are bringing it to Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they knew they had to start off hot here on the Sunday, and they're playing well. It hasn't been as much of a problem getting to Sunday here for FaZe Clan. It's been more of, are they gonna win on Sunday?
It's a story of they can't beat Shopify and Optic, and how much of that noise have they been hearing for the past year? Can they figure it out away in the moments in the last major of the year, right before Worlds? Can they break that barrier is the question. Lucid able to get that shock rifle trade with Roll 2, and you'll take that. Trippy, the last player alive for FaZe, trying to deny ball time, going to Shopify comfortably in the lead at 28 points.
I like this play by Trippy. Just takes up a little bit more ground, trying to be patient here. He knows the shock rifle's here towards top pipes, but Frosty's still uncomfortable. Even though he is being pinched over there from gold, his fight sense is going off and saying, this person's gonna push me just one-on-one without purpose. There's gotta be somebody else coming from the Needler.
Big moment in this game right now. 2 minutes on the clock. Frosty with the shock rifle. First power weapon for him, but look at the kill feed. Snakebite, Trippy both find kills. Frosty trying to line this up, but Penguin has been juking him. These jiggles are a problem, and Ford go down for Shopify. Penguin, you are a maniac for being able to make Frosty miss those shots, because so often we see Frosty take over in that situation.
Yeah, I don't know the species of penguin that's best at strafing. Maybe it's a rockhopper penguin right there from Penguin.
I don't know.
But that is all the dodging and dipping and diving that he's doing right there.
I don't know any types of penguins, but this one is my favorite right now. Snakebite now on screen, 9, 6, and 7, no ball time. But look at that, Trippy playing the objective as well, showing you he can do it all. 5, 2, and 7 the stat line, but the most important stat line is the 42 seconds he's been able to contribute to this lead right now. The lead's up over 50, Dave.
I love this. Look at how much time he's drawing there from Shopify. They had 3 down. He ends up killing Frosty and still stays alive in the pipes.
And that's a few different times we've seen one player alive for FaZe Clan get a kill in a situation they have no business doing. Less than 1 minute and 30 on the clock. The ball neutralized. That clock starting to tick. FaZe Clan continuing to get kills. Roll 2 and last shot go down. That ball going to be back in FaZe's hands and back into pipes.
I like this play. Not afraid to keep racking up that ball time when they have the advantage. So Penguin scooping up a few more seconds. But as you said, Wes, time, now, and objective. They can just start to trade slaves with Shopify to win this round 1.
It's a killing spree for Trippy. That combo doing God's work out there as he gets another kill before getting taken down. And that is going to be 84 points, I'm sorry, for FaZe Clan. Here comes the pressure from Shopify. But if Shopify want to get back into this round, it's going to be so difficult. Not only are they down about 75 points, but the clock's starting to become a win condition for FaZe here in round 1 as well.
Baits and switches, and just look at that. Shopify, in order to even clear out pipes, they had to send 3 players there over into the pipes, and they're all eventually cleared out by Lucid.
This is the first time I've watched FaZe Clan play Shopify, and the game actually looks easy for FaZe Clan. Everybody working together. Look at the kills. 12, 12, 10, 11. The ball time spread out as well. And the Snakebite has your least ball time. That's probably a bad sign if you're FaZe, but this time around, it's beautiful.
Yeah, Snakebite going to this event, the #1 objective player. He got the commendation for his consistent ball time.
I'm done with it.
Yeah, he's like, all right, I did my part, got the award. I'm going to go for Slays now.
That's good stuff. They give the award out Sunday mornings, so Snakebite done with the objective. But really, it's FaZe Clan just efficiently being in the right position. Everybody doing their part so far, but what can Shopify do to turn this around? The battle for Camo once again ensues at the start of the round. It is going to be trades across the board. Camo's still up. Cycle gets knocked down to no shield. He's actually going to be able to pick up the ball, and when Penguin's the last player alive, bottom middle, Cycle's going to be able to get out with that ball. And look, Roll 2, the duo with Frosty, able to get that camo, and now this is where Shopify get to play for the lead for the first time this series.
It's now Frosty and Shopify's turn to say, all right, we got ball, we got setup, we got camo. Let's see how you break out of this. FaZe were showing during the neutral game, and when they had the advantage, they were doing just fine. But now they have to play off their back foot.
If you thought Shopify was going quietly in the night in game 1, you thought wrong. Here comes Frosty, able to trade. Unfortunately, last shot couldn't hit that shock rifle shot to maybe keep Frosty alive right there, but what else can last shot give us now that he's on board? Shock rifle still in hand. They get a couple of kills, and already, Dave, round 2 heavily in Shopify's favor. 36 and climbing with last shot still with the shock rifle.
Completely different round, day and night as we go here from round to round. Just goes to show how different these teams can play when things start to go their way. There's no doubt that they can inflict damage when they have control, but it's like they're having the extended step. They now have 50 points just off the rip.
Yeah, and FaZe forced to push into the elevator and take down Roll 2 before they're able to get into pipes, but all the while, the ball is still in control, 61-0. It is a perfect round so far for Shopify Rebellion.
Just like that, while last shot is recovering a shield, decides to grab a little bit more time. Just see if he drops it back. I do like this play. Gives it back towards his teammate as he is going to make some more use of that shock rifle.
This time around, Cycle with the combo. He's able to knock that shield down, trade with the player 3, go down for FaZe. It's Royal 2 and Frosty still on the map for Shopify. And Royal 2 able to get that ball in hand and continue to extend what is the perfect round for Shopify. The answer is perfect, as always, for Shopify.
Just like that, Snakebite taking out his former teammate Royal 2 over in the pipes. Seeing if he can get his first seconds on the board. I mean, even Royal 2 has more ball time than Snakebite.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that, and I used to team with those guys back in 2011. Snakebite eventually will get on the board, you know that, but look at this. Finally, FaZe get a numbers advantage for what feels like the first time here in round 2. But so much work still to do. Down 22 points. It's starting to manifest some sort of a comeback in the deficit that's already existing, but is it too little too late? With Camo coming up, it's going to force FaZe to drop that ball and compete. Lucid can't quite win that piv in long haul, and as I say that, Trippy's still coming off respawn. This is surely a Shopify Rebellion camo.
Yeah, Shopify are going to be grabbing this camo any moment now. Actually looks like it goes in the hands of Trippy, but gets denied, so gets burned by Trippy. Last shot just being on the outskirts, punishing anyone going in the pit.
Yeah, and as FaZe Clan tried to compete for that camouflage, look at it, it's Roll 2 once again with the ball. He's got the lead up. 91-13. Now the ball neutralized back in the Mangler pit right now, so in a very difficult spot for even if FaZe Clan get these kills, it's going to be so difficult for them to get it back into elevator free.
Yeah, the rounds start to look a bit dire here, if it wasn't already. FaZe at this point, they have the time on the board, but they're going to have to answer with some perfect Halo. They're going to have to get all these kills. They're going to have to hold a full step. And in fact, to play it safe, they're going to have to rotate that ball over to Hydro in order to put in a play ball situation, because you can't really expect to do an 86-second hold.
Not against Shopify, not when you're dropping like flies over towards the elevator, and that's going to do it. Shopify will take round 2. They took FaZe's best punch, and they respond immediately with a round of their own in dominant fashion.
I don't watch slap fight battles, but kind of felt like that between round 1 and round 2. Let's see if FaZe Clan can answer here in round number 3. And we could see how much of a difference it makes when they get this good start. I want to see who's being aggressive or who's getting these first initial picks. Last time, you consider round 1, Shopify Rebellion. They had Frosty getting all 4 kills, but FaZe Clan still somehow able to answer back.
Initial kills will go to FaZe Clan. Roll 2 and Frosty drop. Last player's alive. Spotted over towards the elevator. That's Penguin's sign to get that camo, but unfortunately, as soon as he can get back up top, he gets taken down, and that camo does get removed from the map. So we'll continue to compete for map control here as Lucid and multiple players are stuck in bottom white, and I favor Shopify's positioning here as they have the pipes control closest to the ball.
One thing you need to really admire when you're watching last shot and you go to his POV next is every single battle he's getting in, it's not exactly he's just straight in that one-to-one fight. It's almost like he's still navigating around the map. You saw during that time, he's dipping around the wall over at elevator, making his way towards Needler, doing a G-slide off that. It's almost like the battles are a nuisance on his way as he's doing a speed run around the map.
Yeah, he's moving with a purpose. His last shot has been doing for so long, it feels like this year. Really one of those special players to watch, and he's leading the Shopify Rebellion stat line with a 27, 9, and 17 performance. Lucid trying to break this setup. It is going to be a play ball from Frosty. Lucid able to take down Frosty. They know Royal 2 is going to be over towards the glass area, but they got to relocate over towards pipes. Trippy and Lucid working together to try and sandwich Royal 2. The combo on a no-shield player doesn't do much, but Trippy able to get that kill. But Royal 2 buys enough time and distracts FaZe enough for the rest of Shopify to respawn and get into pipes, and now it's so difficult for FaZe to try and compete from this position to get any ball time.
Yeah, Snakebite breaking in through pipes. I believe he gets a pick across the map onto Frosty over at double stacks or at white, but still not tracked down just yet, being a nuisance over in the batteries.
Roll 2, last shot in the kill feed. Cycle with a good job anchoring, holding some crosses, and gets great damage down. Penguin, the last player alive, actually able to deny Cycle from getting that ball safely over towards the elevator. But fortunately for Shopify fans, there's another player there to pick up that ball. Cycle's able to stay alive, and now Cycle is on the flank.
Again, every single time you're noticing when Shopify or FaZe are moving this ball across the map, it's not like you're just killing that one ball carrier and then the ball stops. That ball is going towards another teammate. They're always rallying towards someone else. So even in a worst case scenario, their team is still able to grab that ball and rotate it in the direction they want.
The battle for Trippy and Cycle, that 1v1 was about 20 seconds long, playing cat and mouse, and it ends up in a trade. Who's that going to benefit, however? Snakebite with ball in hand, Lucid with camo in hand, but there's a player in the elevator denying entrance into the elevator like a bouncer right now. Makes it so difficult for FaZe to get any ball time. Lucid gets knocked down to no shield. He's being hunted. Can they spot him, though? No, Cycle loses him. Lucid with another kill. 4 go down for Shopify, and Lucid could just as very well made a difference in this game 1 with that play. It is now a FaZe Clan hold at the elevator.
Breaking the ankles of Cycle and breaking the hearts of Shopify Rebellion fans. Lucid escaping with that camo, and you're gonna see this punishment follow for the next 30 seconds or so, since he now has shock rifle, since he's now 7 gold, but he still sees this person next to him. He does not.
Does get a trade, however, so he gets damage and information on players over towards White and gets the kill at Glass. That's a lot of work done there by Lucid. The ball actually rotates into pipes. Beautifully done by FaZe. You're going to need to be able to play this, however. You're losing numbers and losing it quickly. The map starting to shrink. A nice stick there as Cycle and Trippy, or Snakebite, I'm sorry, will trade, and that delays what was going to be Shopify control. Now there's 3 dead for Shopify. Trippy actually able to get that ball back into pipes, and that stick does so much for FaZe Clan to take the lead.
And they also have their near perfect setup. They have them all spawning over at Hydro/C Plat. They have people at elevators. And this allows Trippy 2 different options. Basically, his team is going to fight them over at Long Haul, and they're going to fight him over at Control. And whichever way his team either wins or loses the fight, he's going to push towards his advantageous side.
What a veteran play by Penguin right there. Frosty wanted the chow. Frosty jumps back out in the open, trying to see if Penguin will give him the opportunity to have that gunfight there. Both no shield. Penguin cuts off the sight line. Frosty gets taken down, but in the meantime, it's all Shopify on the other side of the map. The ball in the hands of Shopify. So although Penguin plays that situation like a veteran, the rest of FaZe go down, and right now it's once again a Shopify hold. There are 2 down, so this hold will go down. Look at the members of FaZe collapsing on pipes. They need to get in there before the ball gets played, and unfortunately, that ball gets played top middle. So these 2 players do their job of buying time for respawn for Shopify Rebellion.
Buy some time, but now those 2 kills are staggered. In fact, Cycle's also down. This is going to be disastrous here for Shopify Rebellion. Now that they have all their players on staggered spawns. Frosty goes down. Cycle's also down. They could actually go push and hunt down Royal 2 and Last Shot if they want to continue this lead, or they can sit back and just scoop up the free time.
Round 3 for game 1 in the winners finals. FaZe up by 21 right now. Camo is up. Snakebite with the Shroud able to maybe hide, dip, dodge, dodge. Can he get out of here with the camo though? Cycle spots him as he jumps up, peeks his head over that Shroud. That gives Cycle the opportunity to hunt him down, and Snakebite burns that camouflage, so it will not be a factor. Great shots from Cycle there as well to get 2 kills onto FaZe.
Literally textbook bait and switch. Right there, Cycle noticing he's one shot. He's not going to hide until he sees his teammate being shot. The moment his teammate's being shot, he re-chows. Forces a difficult decision for Snakebite, knowing who to shoot.
As we say that though, Cycle ends up going down on the battery. It's a beautiful nade from Trippy. 3 go down. Last shot, the last player alive. He had the ball, but he's forced to drop it and try and get a trade. He does just that. But here come the reinforcements from FaZe Clan. Cycle comes off respawn, immediately gets taken down. A great job by FaZe to understand where Cycle was going to spawn there and shut him off. That should have the reinforcements staggered once again for Shopify.
Penguin just trying to delay some of this time at the moment. Time is starting to become a win condition, but now with 2 members down from FaZe Clan, they have to be worried about this new ball grab and setup here from Shopify.
Ball resets, Snakebite backs up from Frosty. Frosty once again with the shock rifle, and if Frosty gets an opportunity, what she doesn't, he can make a play. A great job by FaZe Clan to not give Frosty anything with that shot.
Yeah, you notice how they're just taking these different angles. One quick peek shot, someone else banking a nade from the other side. They're sending 2 players to take out the shock rifles. They know those one-on-ones are not going in their favor.
39 seconds. It's a 11-point lead for FaZe Clan right now. They do lose 2 players, however, so Shopify going to be able to get that ball. But these last few slays are what's going to matter. It's going to decide game 1. The combo is great. It trades. Roll 2 goes down. 2-on-2 on the map. Frosty, Cycle, Penguin, the last player alive now that Frosty got a kill.
And that's actually the perfect play from FaZe. Even though they didn't execute it correctly, they're pushing to go get pipes. They realize the only safe spot that Shopify can get this to is towards pipes. Shopify securing the kills, Shopify getting the ball, and Shopify getting the lead here in 2 points.
Yeah, Frosty wants to get the lead, and it looks like he wants to play it as well, but no, the kills are coming through. 3 go down for FaZe, and now all of a sudden, FaZe may have one more push. Frosty drops the ball, understanding time is on your side. It's a win condition in your favor. 10 seconds, and FaZe are down by 4. They have to get to the ball, but Frosty is going to once again be the bouncer to keep anyone out of pipes. He sees no one, and Shopify Rebellion will clutch up at the end of game 1 to take a series lead in the winners bracket finals.
Frosty being icy, who knew that was a combination? He just played that so well at the end. You saw the predicted nades towards Bat Ledge. You saw him fearlessly holding with the combo towards the entrance at pipes. Anyone that was coming in, he was going to get that trade with. He also didn't want to just play the ball out there. He didn't want to create a random scenario where somebody from FaZe could grab the ball, hide under Bat Ledge or hide in batteries, and scoop up a couple points.
And that's the beautiful thing about a player like Frosty, right? Statistically, maybe not his best individual performance, but still made a play that changed the outcome of the game. He's capable of it every single time. He spawns up on the server. It's actually last shot dropping 40 on FaZe's forehead in game 1 of this series. 40-25 with 16 assists. Last shot, we can't say enough things, good things about this kid. He impresses me every single time he steps up here. But Dave, as we take a look at the highlights, FaZe dominate round 1. Shopify come back, dominate round 2. Round 3 is as close as it can get. And we were talking about before the series kicked off, FaZe have been winning these close games throughout this tournament, and has really given them a lot of opportunity to continue on throughout the winners bracket. Is that the first domino that falls that wavers the confidence of a team like FaZe Clan?
Nah, I think they realize how evenly matched they are at this moment. In fact, they're going to take a look at these stats and say, all right, this guy last shot had one heck of a game. I don't think he can do that for 3 games in a row, 5 games in a row.
Sure hope not.
Yeah, you sure hope not. Sure hope he's not dropping 40 every single game.
40 in the Slayer would be the most impressive thing I've seen. We almost saw Renegade get there. Snakebite almost did it in the game 5, actually. And I guess if you're a FaZe fan and you're at your home event, you find yourself down 1-0 in this series, but what you can rely on, Dave, is the undefeated Slayer stats that FaZe have so far throughout this tournament, and game 2 is always a Slayer in the series. Origin Slayer is the name of the game, and this is exactly what you need to get back into this series.
Yeah, they need a Slayer, they need it bad. They also need to win this, because just because their stats say they're undefeated so far, guess what team hasn't played Shopify so far this event? FaZe.
Yeah.
And they're up against them here in the winners bracket finals. Nothing can be taken for granted. Those stats don't guarantee nothing here in this finals.
Not at all, especially when you think about a map like Origin, Coliseum remake from Halo 5. And you know, 2 of those players on the side of Shopify did a lot of dirty things back in the day on that Collie map. Frosty and Rule 2, if they find themselves with an S7, this game could get ugly quick. I am looking at FaZe Clan to really dictate some of the pressure around these power weapons when they're respawning, and Trippy specifically is the player to watch for me to have a big game.
Also, look at the stats here at the very bottom here from FaZe, where it was showing that they are 16th in kills per minute, but also first in deaths. So obviously just showing that they take these games slow.
Yeah.
They are getting 50 kills every single time, but they are taking it at a slower pace than all the other teams in the league.
And when you talk about a matchup and you look at that stat, usually Shopify aren't going to let you play slow. You play at Shopify's pace most of the time when you play against Shopify. What are things FaZe can do as this game kicks off in order to force Shopify to play out of their comfort zone and more into FaZe's play style and what their wants and needs?
Well, as we all know in Infinite, yes, you have some teams that tend to be a little more aggressive, a little more passive, End of the day, this game is won by teams that are aggressive when you have the advantage. I think the thing that FaZe needs to do is, as they start to lose that advantage, as things start to not go their way, start setting up a couple of those traps. As they have a 2-on-4, they need to hunker down, hide away, not let themselves get spotted out by the likes of Cycle and Royal too.
Well, it's a little late for that. Cycle finds himself a double. Snakebite, Trippy, Lucid, all four going down as Penguin also goes down. Everybody on FaZe Clan in the respawn screen. It's going to be all of the power going to Shopify. When it rains, it pours, and when rockets are coming, you get killed. Cycle finds himself a nice, easy assist and a kill with those rockets, and look at the lead, Dave, 8-0.
Oh, this is not a great start. Back in the day when I used to play West, if we got to 15-0, I would literally end the game in a scrim. People would not be happy about that online or at LAN, but that was my personal home rule.
That's ridiculous. Start the game. Last shot. With snipe in hand, already proven that he's one of the best players, if not the best player in this server right now, and trying to make it up close and personal, no scope. Actually pays for it with his life. A big kill removes that S7 from their hands. Finally, FaZe starting to get some footing on this game, but at 11-2 scoreline to kick it off, Dave, is it already just such a massive deficit? How can FaZe get back into this?
I mean, FaZe, there's still that sniper available, but it's in the hands of Frosty, only 3 bullets. You know he's not gonna give up any of those bullets. So at this point, you need to be prepping for that next set of snipe and rockets. But you do have to wonder, one of those swings at this high level of play where you get that 10-kill lead is kind of enough to win the game at this point. At this point, FaZe just playing their normal playstyle isn't going to cut it. They're going to have to take a few risks that they normally wouldn't take. They're going to have to push a few extra times than they normally wouldn't. And I think they have to do it with the power weapons, because right now, doing it in this neutral scenario, or doing a scenario where Frosty still has some snipe ammo, is not working out.
Dave, you said Frosty had 3 shots left. He's put 2 into the dome of FaZe Clan members. He did such a beautiful job there of relocating every single time he got a kill to make it so difficult for FaZe to keep tabs on him. They finally take him down, but the score still reads 18-6. Roll 2 now on a killing spree. Everybody so far from Shopify showing you a glimpse of the brilliance that makes this team a championship roster.
Just not letting up here. I like this play though. Shopify not saying, all right, we got our lead, let's hunker back, let's wait for only the next weapon or anything. They realize they have him up against the wall. They're gonna continue to put this pressure on FaZe because they are just distracted now. They're confused, they don't know where it's coming from. Even right there, Lucid, focused on different call out over at Snipe, not on the player in bottom center.
23-10, it's a beat down still for Shopify. The new set of rockets has come up. Sniper coming up in 15 seconds as well. And if you're FaZe Clan, you got to figure out a way to get a quick round of slays, and these power weapons need to go into your hands.
Coming up soon, and they now have their half of the map locked down. For the first time in this game, first time it's kind of slowed down where they're all 4 alive for more than 5 or 10 seconds at a time. And there's the first pick. Snakebite gets the first pick onto Frosty. That's going to be the next one on Royal 2. It's going to be a 3-on-2. And FaZe get to make their push, and they get to set up for the snipe.
Oh, Cycle gets the melee, the thrust to the side, makes it so difficult for Lucid to track, and with that, he gets a free kill. Snakebite does find those rockets, but, I mean, you're surrounded at this point. You've lost all of your reassurance there over towards the snipe. The snipe is up, and it's in Last Shot's hand once again.
I like that they were able to take out Last Shot, though. That's going to be 3 down. They knew that Royal 2 was over at the cave. He's also eliminated, so they still have eyes on all these players from Shopify. Now the question is, can they still pick off these kills and grab that snipe? It does look like Penguin was able to grab that bomb center and slip away. They have their first full snipe, a 10-kill deficit. Let's see how much they can chip away at this over the next minute.
Yeah, are FaZe able to slow this game down into a stalemate? Maybe allow Penguin some opportunity to get some picks across the map without trading anything. That's going to be so important for their comeback right now. Frosty trying to push under the elbow, but it's 2 players from FaZe holding that elbow that remove him.
That's tough because we talked about how slow FaZe can play this. FaZe are not going to let somebody slip by during a non-chaotic time. Now, Frosty made that very first good push when focus was all over on the snipe catwalk side. The mistake he made was not waiting for a second fight to make that push-up elbow.
Yeah, he did not need to lead and be the distraction there. He wanted to slip through the cracks, like you said, and look at how Penguin's anchoring. He's going to reposition towards the cave. Roll 2 is going to be top pyramid, but his teammate's calling out Last Shot on his elbow. Now all of a sudden, members of FaZe are following, and Penguin starting to lose a lot of space on the map. He's going to end up getting trapped if he doesn't hit a shot quickly.
And we kept talking about how are FaZe going to close this gap over the next minute with this power up, and there's been no gap closed. They chipped away a couple for a little bit, but it's once again a 10-kill lead for Shopify, and they aren't playing like they have the sniper. They're cowered in the back of the cave. Shopify just all over the base. 2 fall, make that 3. Sniper back in the hands of Royal 2.
Never a good sign when you look over to your right and you see your other teammate stuck in the cave with you, grenades coming through, and they get collapsed upon, and that was obviously Shopify taking all of the space on the map, suffocating FaZe into the cave, and then finding success from there. 36-22, the lead back up to 14.
Yeah, and this one's just looking dire here for FaZe Clan in game number 2. Right off the rip, as they got that 10-kill lead, they have not let up. And every single time, I don't know exactly what to attribute it to. I don't think it's just the superior positioning. I do think that this aggression from Shopify and just better shots being hit. Because as you get those shots across the map and people that are being aggressive to take advantage of it, they're just taking up more and more ground, and they're being constricted in small parts of the map.
I think you talked about it in Oddball Day, but the start of each round mattered so much for the success of the teams, and the start of this game was all Shopify. It was a perfect 8-0. The power weapons doing so much for Shopify. The positioning has been perfect. They want these rockets, but they're not going to get these rockets for free. Snakebite goes down. Lucid still playing his life. Last shot able to spot him, but the teammate in Cycle throws a nade across the map. It's going to take down Lucid, and when it rains, it pours grenades apparently, as rockets will go into the hands of Last Shot as well.
Last Shot snagging those, and just like that, put a little pressure towards the blue flag, but does get taken down by Trippy's carbine.
Yeah, nice shots by Trippy. Somehow dodges that rocket as well. I thought the splash damage might do a little bit more. Lucid and Trippy both find kills in the kill feed, but is it too little too late? 43-29. FaZe 6 kills away from losing their first Slayer here in Charlotte.
Yeah, dinner might be early. I don't think they're going to be getting a steak, but there was a chance at it for a moment. And there were both the weapons, I believe, on that elbow. I think they're going off.
Yep. There goes both the weapons.
Yeah, and that was really FaZe's only chance, I would say, to get back in this. It feels counterintuitive, but there are actually instances where if FaZe has a sniper rifle at the end of the game like this, you don't want to hop it off, even if Shopify are about to pick it up, because you need that sniper to somehow pull a 15-kill lead.
Yeah, it's all situational, and now the win condition's shrinking. As 1 kill is all Shopify need. 49-33, a dominant performance here in game 2. Who's going to get the last kill? You're running for your life, but you can't run very far as Shopify, once again, find a way to dominate the end of the game as well. And I mean, Dave, that was the most impressive thing I think we've seen, because we've been talking and hyping up all of FaZe's Slayer stats throughout this weekend. They've been so consistent in those Slayers, but that was not the FaZe that we have seen, and that was everything we've seen from Shopify to make us believe they are destined for the grand finals.
Like we said, a lot of those stats are anecdotal. We're going in there saying, hey, they're 7-0, but that doesn't mean anything. Yes, they are having the least amount of deaths per minute or kills per minute. Doesn't mean anything. Those stats change real quick on that game.
Yeah, crunch those numbers again, and I guarantee they're a little bit off of what they just were, because, I mean, from the start to the finish, it was all Shopify Rebellion, and we talked about it a little bit. Like, the start of these rounds and oddballs really dictated who gets to play from the lead, who kind of gets to dictate the pace, who gets the power weapons. A lot of that goes hand in hand. For Shopify to come out and dominate the start of that game, I asked you if game 1 deflated FaZe. Slayers have been your strengths. It doesn't even feel like you really got a chance to play this Slayer from the start to the finish. Going into game 3, what can FaZe do to muster up some confidence, some reassurance that they can actually do this? Because right now, I feel like it's got to be the lowest they've felt throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, they need a better game plan when things aren't going their way. Because what's happening is they'll have all 4 go down, which is going to happen. It's bound to happen against a team like Shopify. But what can't happen is you can't have that happen 2 to 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
You need to have a focused plan to break out of that scenario. It can't just be, all right, somebody sprint out and somehow win a 1v1 against one of these stellar players on this other side. No, it has to be, all right, maybe his first person that spawns waits for 3 seconds, buys time, crouches in the corner, hides until the next spawner comes out, and then you both focus on the same area together so that you have at least some sort of advantage as you're trying to push out.
It's much more difficult once you lose those first 4, that the next time you get a 4-on-4 situation, they got rockets and snipe, a lot of things in their favor. But as I take a look at the stats off the screen, Dave, Last Shot having that 40 bomb in the first game was fantastic, but this is what makes this Shopify team the champions they are. It's World 2 leading the way, 15-6-9, but last shot actually only going 8-9-8. Like, everybody on Shopify has the potential to dominate anyone in this league. If they catch fire, which they have been throughout this tournament, this team's unbeatable.
They're looking absolutely dangerous so far. And yeah, to be able to pull off that sort of results in the winners bracket finals, like a 50-33 score, those are looking like pool play scores or like some, you know, a open bracket score.
Yeah.
Like those are sort of numbers that are unheard of here in Infinite.
Right, and game one was close as it can really be, right? Down to the last 10 seconds, separated by 4. But game one's a long way away, Dave. Aquarius, CTF's the name of the game for game 3. And you love FaZe and CTFs typically. You get to play a map that doesn't have the same level of punishment that a map like Origin has, as far as if you do go 4 down, they're not gonna have a snipe, they're not gonna have rockets, at most they're gonna have a camouflage. But the pace that Shopify play at is going to be difficult to try and figure out from FaZe. And when these two teams, honestly, when they scrim, when they played in the past, it has kind of had a pool play matchup results. It has been all Shopify Rebellion. Looking at the elite defense stats here from both of these teams, FaZe are good at CTS, but it feels like Shopify are just unstoppable right now.
Yeah, what's the quote? Defense wins games right there, and looking like Shopify not allowing anyone to cap the flag. Also, I think we just got to highlight, now that I'm getting a flashback to Shopify versus SSG, that Origin flag as well was an insane game. So maybe just Origin and Shopify, or a combo that can't be messed with.
Yeah, forgive me, I have a criminal justice degree, but did that say 100% of the returns? If I'm thinking about how that stat translates, you mean to tell me Shopify hasn't had a cap against them? That's incredible. Shopify apparently perfect at CTF. Surprise, Shopify being the best at something.
Well, Wes, as the kids these days say, yes, there's not been a capture against Shopify. No cap.
Leave it to the kids, Dave. Game 3.
Hey, I gotta try to stay relevant. I gotta try.
Papa Walsh, ladies and gentlemen, teaching you the slang that you can use to maybe pick up some chicks. CTF Aquarius is the name of the game as we refocus. Let's get back into it. It's winners bracket finals. FaZe do not want to go quietly in the night, especially knowing that Optic Gaming are waiting in the looms, waiting in the elimination bracket finals. Optic Gaming have come all the way back from round 1, and they want FaZe Clan, especially how they look. Right now, Frosty makes his way through bottom middle already. That's an incredible push.
It wasn't just Frosty going low. It felt like all 4 of them went low. They just give up high, and right here, all of a sudden, this upper advantage of being top center, top car, top pink, turns into disadvantage. It's all these people come up from below, like they're from Arrakis or something like that. Every single player just all of a sudden climbed up high, and they didn't know which way to look and which way to coordinate.
Yeah, look at this FaZe of Overix and Pink, but they're not going to get there in time. Last shot puts a flag in the first minute of the game. That first round displays the efficiency of Shopify once again, showing itself here in the first minute. They're able to take the lead, and now once again, Roll 2 with a double cap opportunity. Penguin, the last player alive to throw up. It's like watching Final Boss back in 2007.
That is insane. We're not seeing teams really afforded the luxury of tossing a flag up in from the base for the sake of efficiency, because the other team has to have some sort of control across the map. But they aren't done yet. That's going to be a 3rd flag grabbed by Royal 2. What is happening, Wes?
They're speed running this game. They're saying, let's get back behind the main stage and let's get to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. It's 3-0, and what feels like FaZe blink. They don't see anybody at the start, and now all of a sudden, the game is 3-0, heavily controlled by Shopify.
I've really never seen anything like this on Aquarius flag. For them just to make such efficient work of those kills, of those flag grabs, and even just toss it up, just working out perfectly. Now they are gonna pump the brakes a little bit. They need to get those slays on the board. The reason they were able to do that last time is because FaZe collectively had 4 to 6 kills over the first minute and a half. Now they've stepped up a little bit. You see Trippy and Lucid waking up, putting up a few more on the board.
It's such a difficult spot for FaZe to be in right now, though. I mean, Shopify, in the first 2 minutes of the game, have a 3-0 lead. You know how comfortable they probably feel being able to play for map control? Are you really that surprised, though? For what they did to SSG in the CTF, it's basically the same story. Different map, same team, same dream, same perfection from Shopify here early on.
Look at this. Trippy able to at least pick up that kill on Frosty. He's going to help his teammate Royal 2 against Royal 2.
All right.
Now we have the first flag run here from FaZe. It should be pretty good. Even though Last Shot gets that first kill, he's in a tough spot. That's going to be finished, and flag continued to be rallied across the map. But it doesn't stop. Cycle makes his way towards bottom car. Lucid is not assisting on the flag. I'm curious as to this position. He wants to get some more kills across the map or something, but I thought that he should be there escorting the flag. Instead, Lucid going for a new flank.
Did you not see the stat before the game, Dave? It's 100% return. It's guaranteed. No matter what the situation, Shopify denied that flag run. It was promising for FaZe, and when they look back, that is going to be one that maybe gives you some momentum to get back into this game, but still, Lucid with this camo.
He's out of the fight. He's completely out of the fight right now. All these members of Shopify, they were all across the map against FaZe, and then when he least expects it, Cycle pushes on back, gets the first shot on the camo guy, now is a one-on-one against Lucid. Lucid gets his shields back, decides to do a reversal perfect to save his life.
Incredible play by Lucid to win that 1v1, but Frosty comes back to take down Lucid to make sure that this flag does not leave the base. It is still front of the base as Frosty was the last player alive. We hop on board with him. He gets taken down. Flag still in front of the base, but Shopify have respawned. It's going to have to be another round of slaves, but they want to touch on this.
He's going to rally this.
So perfect in order to get back into this game. Last shot does get taken down. A touch does come through. The flag going to be in front of FaZe's base, but 3 go down for FaZe. The return is inevitable. 100% means it's guaranteed, Dave.
It's a locked-in one right there. That's going to be Frosty still trying to recover it, and it happens one more time there for Shopify. FaZe, cover. They're showing life. They're getting the flag far across, but it seems like Shopify are relentless. In times where I'd consider a team just staggering deaths and sending people one by one, seems to be working for Shopify.
7 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Sounds like a ton of time, everybody, but a couple more returns are so deflating for FaZe because this 3-0 lead feels so heavy, and it's only going to get heavier as the game goes on.
Cycle eventually dropping there, bottom pink, but look at these bait and switches here from the members of Shopify. It looks like Royal 2 actually gets the melee and stays alive against Trippy. So these players are doing so well, just buying just those precious extra seconds. Those seconds add up every single time Shopify get an engagement. You see the extra little jiggle beat. You see them buy the extra half a second, 2 seconds. And then they also have the skill and ability to just G-slide out and win their individual fight if they need to.
Multiple-time world champions that duo is, and showcasing it here on a championship Sunday. It's no surprise, Frosty and Roll 2 dominating over towards the pink, and Frosty's been knocked down to no shield probably 4 or 5 times this one life, but nobody can find the last shot on the Frosty. He's gonna throw that flag out and make it so difficult for FaZe coming off respawn to deal with all the equations.
Frosty's awareness is off the charts. He was absolutely one shot in the util. Once he peeked out towards level 2 flag, realizes somebody's not there yet. Otherwise, they would be looking here to try to finish this off. He wraps around towards Shroom stairs, gets the kill, gets the toss out, and staying alive.
He's still doing it. He just got another kill on the Lucid. Meanwhile, Last Shot finds that kill top middle. Last Shot tries to get that flag a little bit further, but eventually gets taken down. Finally, Frosty gets taken down. 14, 4, and 8. Frosty, his reign of terror in FaZe's base is over, but his damage being done too far for Shopify Rebellion. 6 minutes now on the clock, and Shopify still continue to dominate what is the map control here on Aquarius.
And Shopify, when they're dominating the map control, you know that they can get a pull and start to go for a cap, but even if they're not, they're draining this clock. You said before, oh, 7 minutes and 40 seconds. All of a sudden, that's now 6 minutes. Before we know it, might be 4.5 minutes.
To go down, there is a flag out right now. This could be the first flag scored on Shopify this tournament, if I am correct. Snakebite with a kill is almost going to guarantee this flag, I would say. Shopify should let this one go, especially knowing that there's 2 down. Roll 2 Frosty coming off respawn. Snakebite in the window is able to make this a 2-cap game. So as bad as it's looked, this is still a winnable game for FaZe Clan if they can get one more flag in a reasonable time.
They need to get that first one to believe. Yeah. They needed to get that through because it was frustrating and frustrating over and over again when that flag would be halfway and it just feels like Shopify would have their last straggler come on through, get the kill, and get the recup. This was the first one where you saw FaZe come ahead in the kill and get the rally. Now, FaZe though, 3 down for a moment, That was Penguin as the last one alive. What can Penguin do to buy some time? And I like this. You see Penguin over on the other side of the screen, over at bottom car, buying some time, doing some damage. Even though he gets taken down, that was precious periods of time where his team is now able to take over the util.
Yeah, but look how Roll 2 plays his life so perfectly. Doesn't allow Penguin to take him down. He cuts off the sight line. He actually just hugs the corner tight. FaZe can't get a nade on him, and because of it, he's still alive. He's still a problem. Plasma pistol in hand, jumping back to FaZe, in your face one more time. Can't hit the shot, but I mean, still the constant pressure, the ability to stay alive is what's separating these two right now. Shopify are doing such a good job to make FaZe work for every single kill.
Just trying to get as much info across the map. Frosty does spot him, finds him hiding in the corner, gets that very first kill, and that's going to be 4 dead. This flag's moved across the map, but if we saw something begin this game, I wouldn't be worried about just the 1 cap. You got to be careful about this double cap here if you're FaZe.
Double cap ends the series. We'll see if Shopify can punch this 4th flag in before even speaking about the 2nd one that's about to be run. And no, actually, Carrot gets taken down, but look at Roll 2, where he always is in his own window, able to get the credit for the objective, and Roll 2's flag caps just went up a hell of a lot statistically, but more importantly, Shopify go up 4-1.
FaZe gonna possibly be able to counter cap this. There were 3 down again for a short period of time against Shopify, but they have to be careful because not only do they need these caps, they need to keep some map control. Shopify have shown how objectively consistent and efficient that they are. There goes 2 down for FaZe. Lucid, if he dies for this cap, this could be the end of the game and series.
There's no way when you lose 2 players like that, Shopify all over top middle, you have no chance of running that into the window. And look at this, the return, maybe not 100% anymore, but still pretty damn close. As last shot gets the return, hits some beautiful shots on the snake bite, and the last and final flag now on the move.
Last shot, moving this through car. 2 members down for FaZe. What can Penguin and Lucid do to stop this? Is there anyone in position? He's bringing it straight through. This is a faster route. They thought they had a couple more seconds, so nobody's watching there immediately. And that flag is up on the catwalk for the taking. 2 down apiece.
Yeah, but Frosty does such a good job to stay alive. He's not necessarily concerned with this flag as much as he is making sure FaZe don't get a counter cap opportunity here. He lost a couple players, but look at that. Last shot actually has time to respawn as the original flag runner punch it in, and Shopify punched their ticket to the grand finals. FaZe Clan have a date with the green wall in the elimination finals here shortly.
And that just looks so clean from them. Just that level of domination we saw from Shopify Rebellion when they had control, when they're just charging and keeping them staggered spawns, I haven't really seen anything like it.
I mean, they look like flat out the best team. There's a reason Optic Gaming were knocked into the elimination bracket so early this tournament, and it is because they ran into this Shopify Rebellion team. And at Salt Lake, they looked like the best team so far throughout this tournament. They look untouchable. And on the side of FaZe, Sunday morning didn't go the way you wanted it to, of course, and it really goes back to that off-ball day. We talked about how important it is to win the close games for a team. An underdog trying to beat a team that consistently feels like they have your number, and losing that game 1 really was the last time I can say FaZe felt like they were in this series in a competitive manner.
Yeah, that was just domination outside of that game 1. I mean, the score, it does 5-1. Feels like a strong scoreline, but I don't think that really stamps how that first 2 minutes felt of that game. It just felt like they were completely outclassed, completely outmaneuvered. You're not seeing people do flag tosses in the front of the base unless they have absolute map domination.
Yeah, I remember you throwing it up to Ogre too once upon a time, but that's about the last time I saw that. Maniac was not going to catch that flag. He made me run it all the way around back in the day, but I mean, Dave, when you look at that series as a whole, FaZe did some things that can give you some hope that maybe they can get back to a shot against Shopify, but where this series was really determined was in the first 30 seconds of a lot of these games and rounds. Dominance from Shopify in games 2 and 3 at the start. What can FaZe do to kind of change things up and have a little bit more success? Because they're going to need it knowing that Optic are waiting in the looms.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, it's not Optic, or sorry, it's not Shopify in this next one. The fact that that team feels like they're kind of on this different level. You know, you start to, we talk about the #1 teams being Optic and Shopify.
Of course.
Kind of like 1A and 1B. But I'm starting to feel, after seeing the results from this event so far and the consistency out of Shopify, I'm starting to think we're seeing a 1.
Yeah, it looks like a 1 to me, at least so far throughout this event. But we've seen this already this season where Optic
rock, paper, scissors a
lose
lot.
on Saturday, somehow get 3-0 by Monfreak. I don't mean to remind the Green Wall, but it's looked good since, I feel like. Optic on a tear in the elimination bracket. We've seen them use that momentum to traject them right onto the podium, holding up that trophy at the end of the weekend. We'll see if that's the case this time around, but Shopify comfortably confident going into the grand finals for sure.
Absolutely, they're looking so strong, but FaZe are gonna need to bounce back. But however, on the stage, we have one of our former teammates out there. We got Best Man with our guy Blaze. Take it away.
Yes, indeed. One of your former teammates here on the main stage. Everybody get loud for Best Man in Shopify Rebellion. You guys moved that record up to, what is that, 18-2 here towards the weekend, man. How do you guys get that good, man? I know you guys felt awesome taking down these guys at their home event. What was the game plan for you guys to play that flawless?
You know, we had a good scrim with FaZe a couple weeks ago where they kind of, I think we tied to scrim, so you know we weren't taking them lightly. They've improved a lot since the last couple months. So you know, just watching a little bit of film, watching their tendencies, they play a little bit different than Optic. So come out with a strong game plan, and I think the game types are in our favor, so that helped as well.
Definitely does help, man. You know, you guys are so good on the fly, adjusting at multiple different play styles, okay? It doesn't matter, you know, who's coming your way, because at the end of the day, they got to win a gunfight against you guys. And you got the best slayers on your squad. I honored one of your teammates today on the stage for best support, okay? And I honored you as well. But, you know, Psycho, he's really like the main slayer of your team and how he's performing, man. You know, how proud are you of him and even last shot of their performance and their level up here to reach greatness?
Yeah, I'm super proud. You know, we picked up Cycle a couple years ago, back when we were like a top 6, borderline top 4 team. I saw the vision back then. I'm glad it's coming to fruition. Same with Last Shot. When we made the change in the offseason, it was to build around them. And, you know, yeah, Cycle got best support, but I think he had highest KD at the time as well. So, I mean, he's doing it all. Like, he's always going to do his damage, get his jiggle peeks in. So if he's getting his kills to go with it, it makes the game super easy for us.
It definitely makes it super easy. Does the game look easy to you guys when you're watching them play? Even though we all wish we could play like you all. Now, lastly, what do you want to say to these Rebellion fans as they get ready to cheer for you guys in yet another grand finals?
Yeah, you know, try to get as loud as possible. There's a lot of Optic fans out there, so we got to counter them a little bit, but best we can. You know, it's an uphill battle. But, you know, FaZe still has to play them, so, you know, we'll see what happens. And, yeah, you know, we appreciate the support. A lot of family members here and new fans, so it's great.
It's absolutely great, you guys. Okay, one more time for Shopify Rebellion here on the main stage. We got we got a few more series to go. Lot, break it down.
Happily, Blaze. I will absolutely break that one down. Shopify Rebellion. My goodness me, well, I'll tell you something. They're definitely rebelling against the elimination bracket. They don't want to touch that thing at all, and they won't have to. Into the grand final spot they go, take down FaZe, and I will say handedly at the later part of that series, because it was pure domination as we got onto map 2 and 3. That was unbelievable stuff. To kick things off, let's talk about some of the strong points here from Shopify Rebellion. Snipe down. What is going on with CTF? What have they figured out that everyone else hasn't? Because it is like a system, doesn't matter what map it is on, it is happening, and it's going to happen to the opponents, and it is unstoppable.
Yeah, I think some of these teams might be lucky that not every one of these CTF games are at 3, or else they might be getting all beat under 2 minutes, because their race to 3 caps is pretty impressive. Honestly, I think after that first game, they kind of got it together. Frosty was struggling a little bit, but made some phenomenal plays at the end of the game to secure the ball time, get the win, and I think that gave them a lot of breathing room in this series. I think FaZe was definitely coming out strong, but once Shopify got that win, they felt comfortable and honestly never slowed down from there. And I don't think anyone has even looked remotely close to their caliber this weekend.
No, they really haven't. I think, Tony, some of the big things to take away, I think, from maps 2 and 3 for Rebellion is how good they are at prioritizing the power-ups and power weapons. And we say this a lot. However, the way that they do it in their system is it's almost like they actually time, but muscle memory-wise, pushes to allow room to get them so easily. It's like they are fighting corners of the map that are so difficult for any opposition to get back in terms of spawns and splitting them up. So it's impossible to get your hands on the toys. And we're seeing that pretty much everywhere consistently with them. They are always able to take the toys out of their opponent's hands and use them so nicely. It's amazing. Their efficient work not only on objectives, but on timing those is imperative to their wins. How are you feeling about the opposite side with FaZe? They have been working on that. They haven't managed to grab that many, and when they did in the oddball, they were burned.
Yeah, I think it's really tough on the side of FaZe because with with Shopify Rebellion's positioning, timing, and even confidence, it felt like FaZe were always on their back foot. They were always on the defensive, having to react to Shopify Rebellion, putting pressure on them. FaZe needs to do a better job of dictating the pace when it comes to a team like a Shopify Rebellion and a team like Optic. And obviously it's easier said than done. That's why I'm on the desk right now. But you can't be constantly reacting to your opponent. You have to sometimes set the tone. You have to make them play your game.
It's really interesting as well. When you're looking at that Slayer, of course, we had FaZe with a 7-0 Slayer record heading into that one, now 7-1. Of course, they are very, very good at Slayer. However, they've never been super dominant at it. When you actually look at their Slayers and watch them, they have slow starts. They struggle. It gets down to the wire. They're often winning 50-49. So they are a difficult kind of Slayer team still, although they are icing up. Unfortunately, Rebellion are very, very icy and very, very structured, so it didn't even get close to it. I often see FaZe turn it on halfway through a Slayer, and they often manage to push that lead into their favor, whether it's one kill right at the 40 mark. What can they do? I heard Wes actually ask Walter earlier on, and I'm going to ask another former pro. What can they do to turn that on a bit earlier? Because these deficits right at the start is kind of killing the momentum, and it's difficult to come back from.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me from watching just every series from them this weekend is the lack of competition that they did play in terms of the Optics and the Shopifys. And when they match the team in the Slayers with the firepower, they don't really get the time to reset and maybe like break a setup and everything. So the Shopifys are just going to constantly apply pressure and pressure and pressure, especially on the map that they got against them. So I think for FaZe, they really just need to not allow that cycle of bad spawns to happen against these top teams, especially one like Optic, that they're going to have another tough series. You know, we saw their record of versus everyone else and then versus the top two before, and I think that's really is what we're going to have to be questioning again here is when they play those top teams, can they have the control in their favor?
I kind of want to ask you guys real quick before we head to break. One question about FaZe, considering we are seeing them again very, very soon. That oddball, that was the first time I think I've seen them really meet, if not exceed, the level of Shopify at times. It was so back and forth. We saw a dominant round at the beginning from FaZe. We saw a dominant round from Rebellion at the end, which it really did kind of have a massive emphasis on how they started those rounds out, and it often was the victor by the end of it. And that round number 3, we saw FaZe with a lead, and it was handedly. They were back in pipes. There was a big fight that happened. We had a 1v1 that was seemingly potentially going in the way of FaZe, and then a cycle Godnade comes in.
Yeah.
And we have Frosty with grapple. He's at that ledge, and it's perfect. It's absolutely picture perfect, but it is an inch away from victory. Do you think that kind of lessened the momentum for FaZe here, Snipedown? Can we hopefully rely on that one map that we saw at the beginning for maybe what can continue with FaZe fans in this building? Because it was great, but it did just fall apart after that one map loss.
Yeah, I mean, that first game was, I mean, it was 182 to 182 in overall time. I mean, it was about as close as it gets. We talked about how they need to come out and match that energy because Shopify's not going to give you room to catch up. They're just going to pour it on you. And I think FaZe definitely came out strong, especially in probably the most teamwork-oriented game type in Oddball. So I think there is some positives to take from that. It was a 3-0, but like, you know, you just got to get rid of that. And Optic is, you know, Shopify has been a tier above everybody else. So right now, this is, you know, the question again: can they break it in and get a rematch?
It's one of the reasons why we compliment Shopify Rebellion to having such a wide map pool, because when it comes to game types like an Oddball and a King of the Hill, where FaZe are able to get into their half-court offense, we're going to see them succeed at times. We're going to see them look great. But when I look at the capture the flags and the assaults and even strongholds, where it's about that constant pressure, that's where we need to see FaZe really start to get that sense of urgency and again set that pace that we were talking about. So again, one of the reasons why we compliment Shopify Rebellion and having a wide map pool, because they look good on every map and game mode combination.
I think that's a great note. Put the foot down on the metal when it matters most and at the right time. And hopefully with scrappy teams and really powerful teams and fast-paced teams, you can try and actually take advantage of that and catch them off guard, which hopefully FaZe can now do against Optic Gaming. But Optic, they're going to be standing tall. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, because these two are now finally going to meet. And FaZe will have actually played both of their Kryptonite teams to see if they can actually battle through this one. Unfortunately, fell short in Shopify Rebellion here. They will take that grand final spot. And now a big old battle, FaZe versus Optic, and actually a tale as old as time. These two constantly find themselves in big situations on main stage with cameras, lights, action, you name it, and often sticks in their hands as well, because FaZe and Optic have been always duking it out in esports, and it's no different here in Charlotte. I am very interested to see how FaZe bounce back from this one. Snipe Down, do you think this team have the mentality to be able to do that? Can they now face Optic Gaming knowing that, hey, Optic have done this before, why don't we cut their story short here where they've done it twice and not make it a third?
Yeah, I think the question is, can they stop Renegade? I mean,
Right.
what we've seen so far, no one has been able to necessarily do that besides the Shopify roster. So if he's able to continue with the consistency that we saw in that first series, I think that is going to be the biggest question mark here because no one is slowing him down.
Biggest question mark, so many answers. Hopefully we will find those out very soon. Folks, if you're tuning in, you get your hands on amazing goodies for doing so. Make sure you're watching all day long. It is the final day here at Charlotte, and we know you want the Twitch drops as well as the epic Halo that is going on the main stage. Make sure you're watching your favorite team, support them. Hey, scream from your living room. I don't care where you're at. We want to hear you all the way over here in Charlotte, so make sure you are tuning in with us. We are going to head to a break. When we come back, it is the next matchup on the main stage, and it's going to take the form of FaZe versus Optic. This one is going to be epic. It's a bloodbath. We've seen it so many different times, so many different versions of rosters. Can this one also be one we talk about many years to come? We'll have to find out, and all of that coming your way after the break.
For the first time ever, your game gets 100+ audio presets. Pick a pro-tuned audio profile for each game and vibe to the soundtrack of you.
Invasion. Objective incoming. Zone contested. Zone capture. New sites incoming. Objective nearly complete. Capture the flag. Flag capture.
Oh my God, Lucid. Where do we start?
There is no doubt about it. Lucid is the star of Halo Infinite. Every single time his POV is on the screen, in an arena, in a home, people go wild.
He is what most players would aspire to be. When people think of Halo pros, I'm sure he's one of the first people that comes to your mind.
He is incredible at his craft.
The level that he plays at is so high.
it's MVP form, but he does it every single time.
You know, if you think about some of the sickest plays in which you've seen in Halo Infinite, it's probably came from the thumbs of Lucy.
Oh my goodness, Lucy.
Way to victory. All rock.
The HCS Charlotte Major, hosted by FaZe Clan, is brought to you by Steel Series, Displate, and Corduroys.
Welcome back to Championship Sunday, and there are a few more champions we've already crowned in the room, because we've actually had some winners on the claw machine, by the way, because you can see that thing is practically empty. And I will also just let you know that's because I walked over with my claw machine notebook that I have made notes on when I'm scrimming, and also producing chips in the claw machine, because that's where I really excel. And I told them how to do it, and the thing's basically gone. So you're very welcome. And welcome back to the desk. My name is Lottie. I'm with Snipe Down and Why Not Be Casting Tony. Oof, okay, we're into our elimination final. This is a really big match. Two sides of things here. FaZe, you didn't get over the hump that we were hoping you'd get over here for especially the hometown team. And you're still kryptonite with Shopify Rebellion, but is that the same case against Optic? Can you pull through? Can you push through this series? Because it's going to be tough. And Optic, we've been here so many times before. Not only have you pushed through the elimination bracket twice, but you picked up a trophy and you faced Shopify. This is incredibly similar to what we have seen the past 2 times that they have won. They know what to do. They know how they need to act. They know how they need to play. I think a big part of that is going to be on some of the superstars on the roster. And speaking of, I think it's time that we meet Optic Gaming. Tony, the 4 boys, they can get it done when it matters most, but I think also we need to look at the series layout for you. Talk to me about what they can lean on here in this best of 5 that's going to get them this dub.
Yeah, the one thing I'm looking at right off the rip is that FaZe want to get this over to a Game 5 in order to get that win, in order for that to be their win condition of taking the series. The problem is right in the middle of that. Stronghold's Recharge and King of the Hill Livefire are heavy favorites with Optic Gaming, so FaZe, you have an uphill battle. you need those first 2 games.
They certainly do indeed. Well, Optic Gaming, they have so much to give out there, and I know Renegade certainly does. My eyes are going straight to this powerhouse. He's unbelievable. I think the key is going to be to shut him down if you're on the other side, because he has been unstoppable so far. And I don't know what happens when you do take Renegade out of the picture, but it can only be good things for the opposition. Speaking of, let's talk about the hometown team. They're dressed in red. They're in their Sunday kit. We'll have to find out if they can dig deep for their fans and do it here in Charlotte. Let's meet FaZe.
Silo just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Wait, Lucid, you madman, an overkill.
All right, FaZe fans, you better get loud because it's now or never. They need a bounce back, and they need it badly right now on this stage. Snipe Down, when you're looking across them, what do you see? Especially with that series layout, we're looking at some of the things that they can really try to push through here, but there's a couple bumps in that one. Can they get over the humps of this series layout and hopefully pull out the win?
Yeah, one of those first 2 games is crucial for this FaZe roster, absolutely, because game 3s have been just a kryptonite for them throughout their entire history together. They have a negative win ratio in those game 3s, and it has caused a lot of those turnarounds. So I do think I'm with Tony on this, that this likely will need to be a game 5 Slayer win where they can win on the game types that they're the most confident in. And honestly, I think that is just one game at a time. They got to get one of those games 3 or game 4, which are very heavily favored in Optic's direction, to kind of swing the pendulum.
I would love to see every single member of FaZe step up to the mark right now. We saw what happens when it does occur, and that Shopify Rebellion map number 1 on Oddball, you saw every single person doing what they needed to do, and it was incredibly competitive. Can they actually push forward with their heads are a little bit low, lift them back up again, and do this in front of the home crowd? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to head on over to our casters for our elimination finals. Schurz, Gaskin, big stuff on the main stage, and our last major of the season is now or never.
Yeah, it's go big or go home. Thank you so much for setting the table. FaZe Clan up against Optic Gaming. It's a tale as old as time. The issue is FaZe have typically struggled in this series, Dan.
Typically, and it's always going to be a worry after you've just got a bit of a beat down from Shopify Rebellion. I think that Clutch was saying it backstage. Had this been reversed, if they got the chance to play Optic first, coming off the momentum of yesterday, could this be a little bit different? But now you have to pick your heads up, just as the desk was saying, and it is not an easy task to do against an Optic Gaming roster that is on fire, having another one of their incredible elimination bracket runs.
Mentality is so important, and maybe not touched upon enough in esports. When you get beaten down like that, what is your response? Game 1 in that previous series, it was close, it was tight, but they lost it, and the wind almost looked like it was taken from their sails. Now you drop down to Optic Gaming, who have been frying today. FaZe Clan, time to respond right now, or the next time you'll be checking in, it'll be at the airport.
I think what's important for FaZe is just to remember that Optic are beatable. We saw them lose already this tournament. They got knocked into that elimination bracket by Shopify, but also lost in pool play to Mindfreak as well, and no one would have expected that. And FaZe maybe need to take a page out of the Aussies book and say, hey, anything can be done here. Let's not pretend like we're the 3rd best team. I think FaZe have a really good chance in this series. I think the series layout is probably one of the better ones they could have had. It's a bit of a topsy-turvy one. It goes back and forth in terms of statistics. I'm hoping that we get a long best of 5 here.
You're taking pages from the Aussie book. Just remember, it's going to be upside down. It was supposed to be awfully down under. And I think, Dan, I think you touched upon it. Optic Gaming's frailties in these tournaments. They don't come through it flawless. And maybe there's an opening there to take something for FaZe Clan.
So this is their series layout I was speaking of. We start with CTF Fortress before we go to Slayer Street, Strongholds Recharge, King of the Hill Livefire, and Slayer Aquarius. The desk was saying that they feel like 3 and 4 goes in favor of Optic Gaming. I feel like I disagree. I think this is pretty even for Strongholds Recharge. King of the Livefire maybe going in favor of FaZe Clan as well, but Optic are the informed team, which is definitely something I think they are taking into account. We have to focus on the fact that Optic have momentum behind them.
On paper, one team favors this, the other team favors that. Halo is not played on paper. These 8 players have won world championships before. The shields are up, Weapons are hot. We're underway on Fortress.
Keep an eye on both Trippy and Renegade in this game. They have been the standout factors on CTF Fortress for both their teams respectively. And that's why we're starting off with Renegade here. Can he still continue to find the kind of KD he's been going for all season long on this map?
Penguin already behind enemy lines. Good damage being put down by his teammates. Legend, though, gets a pretty big kill on defense. Lucid, he remains behind enemy lines. Sends that nade back from whence it came. A bound had already fallen at the hands of Trippy. Lucid has ambitions, trying to get his hands on this flag. A lovely sniper shot will help his cause. Flag is pulled. Flag is now on the move.
Now, in terms of defensive rates as well, we have seen a far better one from FaZe. They usually have about an 80% return rate when flags go out of the base. On the flip side, for Optic, it's about a 60% return rate. Now, Legend looking to try and maybe turn that 60% a little bit more as he's in the base trying to send it home.
Legend trying to be a thorn in the side of FaZe Clan here. Penguin down to no shields. Lucid's not looking too strong either. And Legend, the French free phenom, might just get the return here. Formal. Off the back of Legend's good work. Flag's still live though. All the good work he put in. Penguin goes down. Just delayed enough for Bound to get close now. Lucid down to no shield, but Bound a little blunder here. Wasn't able to get the kill. Renegade's forced off top middle. Flag gets sent home. Penguin slams us home. And FaZe Clan take the lead.
Someone got a very important touch there off screen just to keep that one alive after Legend and be able to hold so strong for so long. And FaZe will take the first blow here. Now Overshield's going to be spawning, and Bound was positioning himself, but he has to retrain his focus elsewhere instead. Hands over towards Renegade. Now, Renegade had an unbelievable series earlier on against SSG. I have not seen anything quite like it from this man for quite some time, and it's about time, it has to be said, because we know what Renegade is capable of. And if he plays anywhere near what he did against SSG, FaZe will be in trouble.
FaZe not looking in trouble right now as it stands. Snakebite goes top tower. Puts one tick of damage to the Formal, but he's forced to back away as he's starting to receive fire from elsewhere. Jumps up and gets absolutely obliterated out of the air. There's enough pressure, enough presence on the map here for FaZe Clan to still hold the midline.
So as I was touching on earlier, FaZe Clan have the best record in the league when it comes to sending flags home on this map. Now, it would have been improved slightly just because of the touch from Legend earlier, but it's because they are very good at always keeping one person alive. They very rarely will go 4 down and find themselves struggling off spawn. There's always going to be someone there just to try and be a nuisance, just to try and overextend and make sure they can get that flag return.
Zeus had taken an unorthodox route, it must be said, but 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Renegade last man alive. Snakebite takes care of business. An unofficial 4 dead as Legends just popped up. This flag is well and truly still alive. A touch and a sniper rifle for his troubles now. Snakebite has a few toys to play with. Tosses the flag over towards his courtyard and will now look to be a threat on the opposition.
That was smart from Snakebite as well. You don't want to be running with that flag and the sniper rifle, but he says, you know what, screw it, I'll do it all. You guys were a little bit late. It looks like FaZe now heading in to potentially go 2-0 up here, which is an incredible start and the perfect way to try and slow down the momentum we've seen from the Green Wall so far this tournament.
Things looking good if you're fans of the players wearing red. Maybe you're starting to bite your nails. You're a member of the Green Wall. Overshield is down bottom middle. That can help swing this game back in Optic Gaming's favor. Lucid's managed to pop it into his chest though. Legend gets one, Snakebite already in the respawn screen, so numbers advantage favoring Optic Gaming, if only for a moment.
They've got tabs on Legend. At the moment, he just needs to try and focus on getting his shields back, which he does. Sadly, that touch isn't going to really do much for the team. I think he thought maybe everyone had pushed out and forgotten about him for a second. They had not. FaZe very good at constantly being aware of who is in and around their base, and now it's 3 dead again for Optic Gaming, and FaZe still marching forward, but Formal holding strong.
Formal holds the line. Here's footsteps underneath him. Maybe second guessed himself as it wasn't Legend, it wasn't an opposition, and it was Penguin. Legend took care of business, and Formal hits the YY possibly the worst time, as you had a headshot lined up for a Snakebite, but have to now reposition. Trippy will just descope Formal. That means sniper rifle now is completely out of ammunition.
Now, will FaZe have to rely on that flag return rate for this game? There's still quite a lot of time here to try and defend a 2-0 lead. And if Optic do start to get going, start firing on all cylinders, we've seen what they can achieve alongside one another. So many kills will start flowing their way, and then naturally, map control will be in their favor as well. FaZe just have to be careful of that.
FaZe still laying siege to the base. Lucid, Shield's not looking too healthy. Prioritizing trying to stay alive here. Formal gets that kill. Well, Legend does, but Formal was there as well. Sniper rifle up in 15 seconds. That will have an influence for both teams. Lower Shield not too far away either. This game can well and truly open up over this next couple round of slays.
Trippy has been the 6th best player in the league on this map and mode throughout this season. You can see why with his positioning, how he kind of manipulates the map in his favor. At the moment, 12 and 5 and +7 is certainly going to help FaZe Clan get this victory, but an overshield might just help Optic get back into the game.
Here is Formal then. Body shot connects from Lucid, Snakebite's there. Just a little bit of poke damage from both players just to ensure this overshield cannot push forward, but Renegade elsewhere in the feed is popping off the sniper rifle. Formal gets another one, Flag is now on the move. Renegade soars off top middle, was 4 dead for FaZe Clan. Trippy the first man to spawn up. He is not going to have any effect on this flag. 2-1 should be the score, and is.
Yeah, that was a flawless flag capture for Optic Gaming. Worrying signs for FaZe Clan, I'm sure, because now they are under the cosh. There's a lot of control here for the green wall. Trippy tries to escape, needs to hit the no scope, doesn't connect with either though. And now FaZe Clan just need to try and wrestle back some form of control here on this map.
Cannot rest on their laurels. You just feel FaZe Clan are going to need another one, because holding Optic Gaming for another 4 minutes and change is going to be a very difficult task. Formal killed Snakebite. Lucid answers back. 3v3 on the map then. Legend in his own base. Penguin does some damage. Renegade top tower. And they're just applying a little bit more pressure. Just starting to turn the screw now, our Optic Gaming.
Those kind of plays that you saw from Formal, by the way, where he's just being patient, kind of ratting out a little bit, being sneaky, waiting for someone to walk past him. So important on this map as well. Usually it's easier to do if you are ahead, but sometimes you can catch the opponent off guard because they start to push up, they think no one's going to be there, and then suddenly you have the extra player for the push.
Both flags pulled out now. Numbers favor Optic Gaming. Lucid is top tower, and that's just going to delay Renegade from pushing forward. They've got to try and clear him out, or the flag carrier will take just too much damage. Lucid soars out, just about gets over the halfway point of the map. Snakebite doubles back to try and clear his lines, but Renegade hits 5 shots. He's not missing right now.
It's another overshield. Still plenty of time, flag moving as well. 3 dead on the side of FaZe. Last remaining player is Lucid. A lot of responsibility on his shoulders to try and stay alive, but Bound's hunting him down. Bound will take him down. Flag gets pounded in, and it's just like that. It's 2-2. Optic right back into the game.
All tied up then. Momentum starting to shift. Optic Gaming finding their feet. After a slow start and a pretty dominant one for FaZe. It is now Optic Gaming in the ascendancy, and they look to be the ones most threatening of this next flag cap.
If the game does slow down a little bit, if we get another overshield, it's going to be so vital. I think that FaZe have maybe allowed Optic to get a couple too many too easily so far this game. Snipers are also about to spawn, so a lot of responsibility for those players. It looks like it's going to be Trippy who grabs it for FaZe. Can he connect with a few shots to maybe just send a couple of these Optic Gaming players back to their base? There's one.
Snakebite then. He's managed to break the lines. Made it to the opposition tower. Spiral staircase, he pushes out. Legend puts down good damage. That's going to force Snakebite to put it in reverse. Formal applying even more pressure from the front base. 2 eyes trained on Snakebite. He doesn't look long for this world. Desperately trying to stay alive, and even Renegade's back there now. Down to no shield, Snakebite will fall, and that means the pressure that FaZe Clan had on the base, it's gone now. Well, haven't I said that? Too soon. Losing the sniper rifle, body shot connects, but that's for all it's good for.
And whilst every map in this series is obviously important, this one was the biggest question mark on the series layout for me. Both teams pretty much 50-50 across the season when it comes to those stats. Overshield has been picked up. This time, it goes in favor of FaZe. And Penguin trying to speed things up a little bit, utilizing that Overshield for a flag run instead of trying to get kills here.
You talk about being one of the fastest in the league at winning flags. A slight fumble for a second, but he hasn't delayed too much time. FaZe Clan almost have this flag over the line with 2 members in the respawn screen. Make it 3 as Penguin gets yet another. And he's looking to drive this one home. FaZe Clan win game 1.
Open us up. And what a way to do it as well, especially after the fight back we just saw from Optic Gaming. How many times have we seen FaZe be in that position, 2-0 up, then throw a couple of flags away and the other team goes on to win it? We're starting to see FaZe really start to gel at this event. They look a little bit like a different beast here in Charlotte. And it's a bloody good time to start gelling together as a unit as well this late in the season. It was a slow one for Formal. He did have a pretty slow series as well earlier against SSG, but didn't really need to do anything because Renegade was running around getting every kill possible, so I didn't really take too much away from it. That being said, on the other side, I said at the start of the game, Trippy has been a CTF Fortress player this season, and he continues to improve those stats. What an opening victory that is for FaZe Clan.
We question the mentality. How would they respond to the beatdown the Shopify Rebellion put on them? But now they look battle-hardened. They've dusted themselves off. They've applied some ice to their eyes. And they're ready to go 5 rounds if it needs to with Optic Gaming, one of the best teams in the world.
Well, one of the question marks on the series layout goes in favor of FaZe Clan then. And heading into a Slayer, I mean, before the series we just witnessed, FaZe Clan were unbeaten in Slayers at this event, and they have looked absolutely flawless, but I guess you can forgive them for losing to Shopify Rebellion, who do look a different class, it has to be said, with how they're playing at the moment. So there is a real opportunity here for FaZe Clan to suddenly find themselves 2-0 up in this series when we do head into that Slayer. That being said, if we see any sort of form like Renegade had against SSG, we could see FaZe also struggle and kind of question what Renegade are we going to see in this game too.
And you're worried for FaZe. With how that last series went, would the fire just die out? It appears as though they've started to feed the flame. They've been resurrected and they're ready to go again. Optic Gaming though, the slow start, and maybe there's some warning signs there for FaZe. If you let your foot off the gas, Optic Gaming are more than capable of punishing you for it. We know how good Slayers are for FaZe Clan, Dan. Talk to me about it.
Well, Slayer Streets is going to be the particular Slayer, and they are 7-2 across the season. And those 2 losses came pretty early on of this FaZe Clan's career as well. So I do remember actually they lost to Optic Gaming 50-35, but again, that was way back. I'm thinking that was like Dallas time, so not much of a concern for me. I will be thinking about the likes of Trippy again, who has been a vital part of their success when it comes to Slayer Streets, but Renegade is the one to watch on the side of Optic Gaming for obvious reasons, but he's probably one of the best players on Slayer Streets with how he moves around the map. He has a 1.53 KD on Slayer Streets throughout the season. So if he does start to get going, maybe FaZe will be in trouble. But Slayers have been unbelievable for FaZe. They haven't looked comfortable. There is something very different to be said there, but they have constantly got over the line, whether it's a 50-48, 50-47, doesn't matter too much. Can they continue that fine form here in Charlotte?
You got a brief look at the Slayer Streets records as well for both teams. Optic Gaming 7-3, FaZe Clan 7-2. Very little separating them in the records, very little separating them in the game. And these streets aren't for everybody. We're about to find out who's going to come out on top.
So eyes on Renegade to begin with, as the battle for bottom middle starts. Who's going to get first tabs on the power up? Renegade does get caught out by Renegade, and Penguin gets caught out by Renegade, and now the camouflage is going to be sent on by Optic Gaming. They're going to get the first chance to make a play here.
Here comes Formal. Many may fear it. Here comes the pain. He starts throwing haymakers. FaZe Clan will be in trouble. Game slows down though. You can see Formal's just clearing his corners, making sure nobody being sneaky. Penguin tries to get over towards Cafe, takes 1 tick of damage, manages to get a trade with the help of Trippy. So 2-kill lead still. As I say, that quickly like that lead disappeared and has now been restored. While it's not been waffled. I keep waffling, kills keep happening. 3 dead for FaZe. Penguin trying to stay alive. Lucid spawns back up over towards PD.
How many times do we see those sticks just proving to be absolutely vital in these games? Just having a sticky in your back pocket for those scenarios, absolutely everything. Just can turn the game in your favor or keep you in a game depending on where that sticky grenade goes and how many players you can connect with.
Those grenades can be a fail-safe. When things aren't going well, when you're down a couple more shots in a fight, you get close, you throw it, you take the trade. 2 players, FaZe Clan over towards Arcade here. Trippy gets taken care of. Here comes the collapse as well. Lucid's in trouble. Lucid's gone. Penguin with the red gun. Trying to use that stock rifle. Fortunately for him, he's also going to fall. Optic Gaming then starting to pull away here with a 4-kill lead.
Now remember, FaZe Clan have been down quite a lot so far this tournament in Slayers, but do consistently find their way back into the game. So it's not an immediate concern for the team in red, but Optic Gaming are also a team that have been able to find themselves ahead quite often and hold on to that lead, and not just hold on to it, but dominate teams, pummel them into the floor. So FaZe need to be aware that they can't go too far behind to try and make some sort of comeback.
They don't want to leave themselves with just too much to do. Found adjusted his crosshair off the information that the repulsor was used. Snakebite's got the camouflage, he's just gotten away as well. Heading over towards Cafe. He just oversteps and overstays his welcome. And he pays the ultimate price for it. But at the moment, Snakebite's just not looking comfortable, and you can see why. He gets taken care of. Camouflage is no longer a part of the equation.
Trippy trying to take on the world, but when you try and take on one member of Optic Gaming, there's quite often a second to follow, as Renegade also trying to assert a little bit of dominance down in bottom middle. This fight doesn't go his way, but again, it's a 9-kill lead now for Optic. It's rare they throw a situation like this away. Even in these early stages, that is a very commanding lead to hold, and you can see the game slowing down already. FaZe reluctant to push out because the amount of control Optic currently have, and Optic more than happy to wait, bide their time, and say, FaZe, it's your turn. Let's see what you got.
Optic Gaming do wait. Lovely grenade from Penguin. Opens this up. Now, I mean, they can start to push forward now. Numbers advantage on the map, and you can see Optic immediately respond. They retreat. They give up the territory. This map control, as nice as it is, sometimes you don't really need it in Slayer. You can take the fights wherever you want. You can dictate the pace. Legends isolate over towards PD. Snakebite takes care of business in there, and Penguin does not get traded out by Renegade. This is better, but still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it starts to speed up a little bit, but they have to try and find Bound, who eventually does go down. So that was the last straggling player surviving. And now it's going to be Optic Gaming forced back into Tram. Formal is in Red Room at the moment. 5 kills down are Optic Gaming. They've got to try and escape this. Let's actually jump into a listen-in with Optic and see how they break out of this.
Ready right now, one?
Okay, heard you. I'm taking.
They're all down.
Yo, 2 man, man. Yo, wait for B. Yo, B says 1 B says 1 Yo, 2 man, You guys inside box.
Yeah, listen, 3 C. Weak driver.
Ammo next, guys.
Drop right now.
I've one shot.
Yo, 1 red. Take away. You stuck me, come on.
Watch out.
Yeah, you lost guy. Camo 10, guys.
Don't take damage.
PD.
Yeah, watch out.
Alright,
Camo, guys.
But MC. Yo, 18 now. 18
They have camo, guys. They have camo. Just go ahead. He's IV looking at me stuck. IV, watch out. Nice. They have camo somewhere. Try to eagle eye this.
We should go cafe. We should cafe, John.
Give me a sec. No, they have camo there. The soccer's almost up too.
You're in a bad spot, I'm not gonna lie. One can save you.
Hey, you should.
Yo, one's trying to nade Ivy. They're trying to push him in.
One's on shot. Only wait.
I play for bound here. Watch over bound. Yeah, they're playing for you, bound.
ATM, one shot Lucid. He
might jump above you. He might jump above you. Shoot that,
I'm pushing the guy. Vaping agent. Come on. Watch out, taper, launch bien. Guys, I need up. I can't.
Tire, John.
Tires not backing us. Yeah, fuck you. Bottom C, one tire.
Two tires.
Main up, walk it up, Agent now. In the smoke trap, Agent, back in. Back in.
Got one.
Nice trade.
Back here again. Back it, I got it. Yo, B on me. He might kill me, bro. B. B back, kill me, Zane. He's weak, B back. I'm trying to no one's on you,
In market.
All started off with a very important flank from Renegade just to keep Optic Gaming ahead here, but FaZe Clan did fantastically at bringing this game now within 4, was within 3. And again, it's just going to slow down once more. Optic Gaming cannot afford to give away a couple of silly deaths here to allow FaZe Clan to gain more control, but as I say that, Renegade gets another opener. It's him again.
Renegade trying to be the point of difference. Settles for a trade. Bound pushes the arcade. Finds a dangerous snake. They trade. Trades are good. Trades are exactly what the doctor ordered here for Optic Gaming. They can trade all the way to the finish line to tie up this series.
20 seconds until that camo spawns. Lucid trying to get aggressive, but Formal continues to be a nuisance, staying alive and always has a sticky grenade by the looks of it, but has fallen. Renegade also goes down, and suddenly FaZe Clan right back into it again. Just when you think maybe Optic are going to get just far enough away from FaZe Clan, they crawl their way back in.
Every single time they seem to get close, Optic Gaming have almost been like their big brother, placing their hands on their head and saying, go on, hit me. They haven't been able to land the blow in this Slayer. Getting within 3, then it becomes 4 again. This next round of Slays, FaZe Clan have got to try and get the better of it. Apply more pressure. Because right now, Optic Gaming, whilst they have the lead, they can play the pace game. They can slow it down, they can wait.
All I'll say is if you try and do that to your little brother, eventually he's going to connect with you. Whether it's your belly, your bollocks, doesn't matter, it's going to hurt, and you've got to be careful. You don't want to allow FaZe to get into that position. 3 kills now they find themselves in, and Lucid does have the camouflage. FaZe have been doing this a lot this tournament. When they look like they're dead, they look like they're out, they find a way back into the game. Optic have to hold strong.
How strong is that hold going to be? Oh. Lucid, huge double kill. And now within 1. Numbers advantage, the collapse comes. And they're spawning down towards Tram. These next few nades are going to be big. Lucid's got a backstab here on the Formal, gets 1. Legend closes the distance. Snakebite is there, gets another. It's still a 1-kill game, make it 2.
Optic do well to hold on and get some trades though. Still have a very slender lead, but Penguin fires one back in their favor. And like every Slayer we've seen so far, bar the Shopify Rebellion series, FaZe are crawling their way back into it. But now, Optic shining when they needed to. 3 more kills required here.
Winning their 1s. 2 kills. Make it 3 again. Drippy's back tower. Bound sits bottom middle and waits for his teammates to do damage. Renegade gets open though. The backstabs. Bound's in a bit of a precarious position now. Grenades come out of the tram and they take him down. Snakebite and Lucid push forward. The final kill comes though. And it's Lucid's friends who find themselves now 1-1 in the series. Optic Gaming have taken that one.
So Optic Gaming will hold off the FaZe comeback. And what was an unbeaten Slayer record at the start of today for FaZe has just slowly fallen away from them. It was only sometimes you could come back from near death, it would seem. And Optic Gaming get a must-win on the board, otherwise this series might have just started to look a little bit unreachable. Lucid with 15 kills certainly gave his best go at it on the FaZe side. As I said, Formal had a quiet game 1, well he certainly woke up game 2.
Now for FaZe with the Slayer record, it was good. But they're always by 1 kill, 2 kills. And you started to worry, at what point, when you start to play with fire, you've got Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming on the horizon, does that fire start to burn? Rebellion beat them in a Slayer, and now Optic Gaming have 2.
And the worry for me when I looked at those stats is they were the best slaying team in the tournament, but the average margin of which they were winning those games, they were like 6th or 7th best in the tournament. And there is a clear difference in how those should really work. You are just barely getting over that finish line, and as soon as you come up against some teams who have that extra little bit of experience as well as you do, or just as much experience to be honest, you can be punished that little bit more. And even though FaZe tried their hardest to come back into that game, because remember, they were down by about 9 in the early stages, Optic do show their experience, they show how much veteranship they have on that stage. And now they tie us up 1-1 before we head into Stronghold's Recharge for map 3.
So although FaZe Clan have made Optic bleed, the perfect response from the green wall. This series now, with it being all tied up, Tony spoke about how important games 3 and 4 were going to be, and he thought they favored Optic Gaming. Dan, you had a slightly different opinion.
Again, I would say that I think Stronghold's Recharge is pretty even for both of them when you look at the baseline statistics, but I know Tony likes to deep dive, and perhaps he's seen something a little bit different when it comes to who they've been facing. Maybe Optic have been able to get one over FaZe Clan on Stronghold's Recharge a couple more times than he would like. So we will have to see whether that happens here. But 2 players I want to look out for. Snakebite on the side of FaZe, a 1.24 KD across the season when it comes to Stronghold's Recharge. And then for Optic Gaming, Formal has been their main man when it comes to getting those kills. But it's not just about kills when it comes to Strongholds. Sometimes you need someone who's getting in those Strongholds and getting the time done. That's going to be Lucid and that's going to be Legend on their respective teams. So 2 very important players, not just for their kills, but for their objective work here.
Legend, key to his team, typically likes to be either the entry player or he likes to go in with Bound, headbutting anybody that's in his way. I call Glasgow kisses sometimes, but maybe the Paris kiss can work as well.
I don't know, I've seen Zinedine Zidane do something similar at the World Cup, and the French maybe are known for it. And that's why he's going to be the one that's going to be in those strongholds, scoring the stronghold points as well, because he is head first into it, happy to take any gunfight, such a confident player, and does not look out of place on the main stage. It doesn't feel too long ago when he was just playing alongside the Europeans, and we were so happy to see them push into the top 6, then the top 3, and then suddenly he's lifting trophies, and he certainly doesn't look like he's unfamiliar up there on the main stage.
I mean, it's funny you say that. It wasn't that long ago he was on the European team. It wasn't that long ago I was watching him play Halo 5 2v2 tournaments with 100 viewers, and how quickly things change.
So this is why Tony's saying he feels like it's a mismatch, because at this tournament, Strongholds has not gone in favor of FaZe Clan. But of course, Strongholds is over several maps, and Stronghold's Recharge in particular is a little bit better for FaZe Clan. That being said, with the 4-4 record that I was talking about for Optic Gaming, their 3 losses have come not on Stronghold's Recharge as well. So there is something to be said that Optic Gaming are in form when it comes to this tournament, but FaZe Clan, if they think back to actually their stronger game types, I think Recharge might just be a little bit better than those stats suggest.
And we've seen it a little bit there, you didn't touch on it, but the average margin in which teams are winning and losing. For Optic, it was in and around 60 points, but for FaZe Clan, they were losing by 120 points, which is a significant margin, Dan.
It is, and it is something that we've seen from several different teams here at this tournament, where they'll get absolutely obliterated on Strongholds, but then they'll go into a King of the Hill or they go into an Oddball and they look like a completely different roster, and that is just purely down to play styles. Are you a team who struggles a little bit with the pace of play when someone is just, like you said, going head first, taking fights constantly, you never really get that chance to reset, that chance to think about it? Or are you a team who prefers a little bit more of a methodical setup in King of the Hill, in Oddball, in Capture the Flag? Well, we're going to find out where both of these teams lie in terms of that playstyle right here, right now on Stronghold's Recharge. It is probably the slowest Strongholds that we have in the HCS, which maybe bodes well for them.
We had a brief pause, maybe a brief ceasefire between FaZe Clan and Optic Gaming whilst we took a little break. Both teams now back in their seats, locked in, dialed in, ready to win a map. Stronghold's Recharge is on the horizon, and although bullets aren't firing, you might still be able to smell the gunpowder. This thing's not over. We'll be going straight back to war any second.
Does feel like this series is already feeling like one of those that's going to go the distance, just how tight it's been already in this series. Early starts though, everything on Stronghold's Recharge, allowing you to set up, allowing you to gain control, allowing you to dictate the pace, and it's going to be Optic Gaming who bite first here.
Renegade, shock rifle, camouflage. A truly powerful combination. Just getting information. Looked at the fire right now, but he has been spotted out. Snakebite making himself a very difficult kill, and the camouflage falls, as does the shock rifle, and is now in the hands of a FaZe Clan member in Trippy. We've seen him go to work with this thing on quite a number of occasions.
This is already worrying signs for FaZe. You don't want to allow this to slow down. Or sorry, you have to make this slow down. Optic aren't going to want it to slow down. They're going to want to keep this trip cap, and they're going to want to dominate the scoreline. Finally, FaZe stop that bleeding. Trippy in an important position as well with this shock rifle.
They've stopped the bleeding for the triple cap, but Optic Gaming are still scoring points here. Luce has gotten a kill, but Penguin's also fallen. So the reset comes. Nobody was able to step inside B. Trippy looking to rotate here, but he's given up A. Teammates should be spawning in and around there, so shouldn't be no harm, no foul. That makes that one a difficult kill, but his blushes are spared as he does get one on the Legend before ultimately falling. Renegade's got control of pipes here. He's got an enemy combatant inside B. Goes to engage. Plasma pistol hits him right in the mush, and he's forced to back away.
It's taken a long time, but finally FaZe have gained some control of this map, but Renegade right there to rip it away from them here. And he's more than happy to take this fight at B. Penguin, try as you might, but what can you do against Renegade when he's playing like this? Picks up the double, takes B, and Optic Gaming scoring again, forcing FaZe Clan back into the death screen.
A is now being contested as well. Snakebite and Trippy have gotten a couple of kills though. That will ease the concerns and ease the cause. But the issue is 91.6, pretty healthy lead right now for Optic Gaming. And they still have A and C, well at least they did until A now getting ripped away from them. Penguins down bottom middle with no shields. Bounce slides forward, Lucen's there to provide some support. He's also being backed up. These teams continue to trade damage left and right. They're squabbling over the camouflage right now. Luce is getting tagged up from behind from the long haul position. He's forced to back away into pit. Renegade slides past them and straight into his demise.
The shroud screen usage has changed quite a lot ever since its introduction to the HCS. The meta, as it were, of where you put it, how you position it. Is it going to be an offensive tool, a defensive tool? Something we did see there is sometimes it does just allow a player to zip on past you without seeing you. The coverage it provides can be excellent. Now, this is better for FaZe Clan. The trip cap, and they force Optic Gaming to make a decision here. Do you go A or B? Sorry, C or B. I think A is going to be pretty safe for FaZe, just the position they currently hold. It looks like Optic are going to go for somewhat of a split here of both.
They get B. You can see FaZe Clan were reluctant to push forward. Luce got picked, and that meant that the setup was broken wide open. As a result of that, Penguin has to settle for a trade. Legend's able to get inside C, and that means B. Whilst Optic Gaming have got a hold of it, Legend was forced to back away. FaZe Clan can tiptoe right back over there and retake control of it. But Optic Gaming are now inside elevator, and they're taking A. We're trading point for point, but it's Optic Gaming now who should manage to keep on scoring.
There's a little bit of ring around the rosies there for FaZe Clan, saying, all right, if you're going to go C, we'll just transition over towards B. But then it was the damage output from Legend from that C stronghold that really helped Optic Gaming just lock down a couple of positions here as Renegade tries to push in. Does go down to Trippy though. That means C is going to be back in their control, and A is currently being focused on as well because 3 members were currently down from Optic. And suddenly, this game is right back into FaZe Clan's control. And remember, they were down 50, 60 points. And just like that, they're in the lead.
Allen was the last man alive for his team at the time, and he was over towards pipes, and he just waited for his teammates to spawn back up. Gave them a pretty decent spawn and a platform to build on. Shock rifle will not find a home with that player over towards top tower. Formal's forced now to reposition. Moves it over towards blue, just ducks under the headshot. Great game awareness, knowing that Formal was more than likely going to aim for that face because that's the instant kill. So he maneuvers his hitbox just out of the line of sight, just out of that crosshair. And it was that pixel was just enough to keep him in the fight and to get the kill. The Slays are going the way of FaZe. Lucid dives out of gold, along with the shock rifle. Snakebite's got the camouflage, Trippy keeps him alive as well. So FaZe are working really well together now.
I mean, it was another trip cap that just scored them 50 bloody points. I mean, Optic Gaming can't allow FaZe to continue to get these trip caps so comfortably. But at the same time, we've seen how back and forth that has been. All it takes is Optic to get 3 or 4 down, and then they'll find themselves with a chance at a trip cap as well. So if you are FaZe here, you maybe just need to be thinking about, all right, if I see a couple of members of my team go down, I have to suddenly be a far harder kill.
Renegade will get A for Optic. B already in their control, as is C for the moment. 3 members of FaZe Clan over towards blue, and a lot of damage being done, but kills starting to follow it as well, as Formal gets a pretty easy double kill. He is eventually traded out though. Penguins over towards B, trying to contest it. He's down to no shields, and now he's no longer a problem, no longer an issue, no longer a concern.
A will be taken, but that was a brilliant hold from Optic Gaming, using Renegade as a little bit of bait before Formal came in to clean up the pieces. FaZe did send almost everything towards A, but Optic were kind of happy to let it happen because they were still scoring, and Bound is still heading into these kills and more than happy to take them.
Triple kill comes right in the nick of time for Bound. Optic Gaming just starting to pull away now. A and C in their control. That's not what they will want, but it's what they have to settle for. This game has been so scrappy, it's been so back and forth. 2 members down for Optic, 3 members up for FaZe Clan. They'll start to score now. A and B flip over towards FaZe Clan.
It's an important position for Trippy with his shock rifle. If you can connect with a couple of heads here, he'll be back into the game, might be back on top, but he does whiff the first. And now he's going to be pushed by Renegade. Have to win this engagement, can't afford to go down, does win it. And that is a solid hold from Trippy, but now Legend here to maybe clean things up.
Trippy just avoids the Frenchman. He gets his shields back. The shields weren't even all the way back, and the shock rifle does the damage. Huge kills from Trippy. And off the back of that, good work. They had a triple cap for just a brief moment, and they're back into the lead.
I mean, just when you think this game is going to go in one team's favor, the other team fights their way back in. We are seeing 2 teams desperate to get into that grand final once more and have a stab at Shopify Rebellion. Both teams being knocked here into this position by that Shopify roster. And now once again, Optic find themselves controlling A and B. Trippy misses though. It was a big shot.
How important will that whiff be? He's not able to convert on either one of those kills. Now Snakebite's between a rock and a hard place. 2 members of Optic Gaming faced up. He's done as much damage as he could. He got one, but that wasn't good enough. That's now A and B, firmly in Optic Gaming's control. And we've tied up the game now, with Optic Gaming just taking the lead.
I mean, this one is a nail-biter for both sets of fans here. You would struggle to bet which way this one's going to go. But Optic looking the more likely at the moment. Now they have A and B in their control, and they know the spawns of FaZe. Trippy again in a position to make a difference, though, and he will make said difference. Gets the opener onto Formal. Player advantage now for FaZe Clan to start to push it.
Snakebite and Trippy combined, pick up a couple of kills. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. FaZe Clan back inside the hills. Triple cap should and will get locked back in now. What response do the green wall have?
I mean, in a game that's been topsy-turvy, back and forth, this might be the perfect time to get that trip cap in your hands once more. Optic, one chance to break here. As Bound goes down, it's a trade though.
It's a good trade. They hold. They hold the line. Legend has to go. Formal goes bottom middle. Renegade pushes top elevator. Trippy's all alone inside A. They have not sent the resources to support him. 3 go down for FaZe Clan. And Optic Gaming break the setup.
Make it 4. B's being taken as well. And now off spawn FaZe. I don't even know if they've got time.
They've had the game completely ripped from them. And the green wall goes straight back into the lead.
And choice words sent across the stage as well. Optic know how important that game was, as do the green wall. They were mere moments from being 2-1 down in that series. But they clutched up, they iced up. And that is going to be a difficult one to come back from now for FaZe Clan. It was right there for them. They had the position, they had the hold of the strongholds, but sadly, they just couldn't stop the aggression that we just saw from Optic.
Snakebite inside blue, he gets the trade. He ensures that there's no man advantage. It was a straight 3v3. Trippy isolated top elevator. Damage was done from glass. It kept him weak. Renegade slides in. It was a picture-perfect break from Optic Gaming.
Well, we knew this series was going to be a close one, and it is not disappointing here. A chance for all these players to take a breath let that adrenaline settle down a little bit because you've got to go again, and it's not job done just yet for the Green Wall. And whilst they already won away, things can change very quickly as we head into map 4. King of the Hill Live Fire is slightly better, in my opinion, for the Optic Gaming side.
And it's so difficult when you're in that situation as FaZe. You almost have to gamble. You have that one player A, you've got one player over towards gold, and you're hoping that player in blue can provide cover for whichever hill they decide they want to push. But the issue is, if 3 players go, and damage is already done on the map, you can be overwhelmed so easily. They played it so well. You feel sorry for FaZe to throw it away, but we have seen them make those errors, throw games away like that. You don't want to harp on maybe FaZe not playing it well. As a matter of fact, let's talk about how well Optic Gaming did to clutch up, to show some ice.
I mean, that's why Optic Gaming are one of the best to ever do it. That's what this team was built for, remember, for those exact moments when you can lean on your best players to make a difference, to clutch up. One thing that FaZe will at least still be relying on is that Game 5 possibility of Slayer Aquarius, which does heavily favor FaZe when it comes to stats, when it comes to history, but now it's about getting there. If they'd won that game, they would at least have guaranteed whatever happened, they could have got to Game 5, and if they lose Game 4. But now they're gonna have to dig deep in King of the Hill Live Fire if they want to see that Slayer Aquarius that maybe, just maybe, could be enough to get them over the finish line here.
FaZe Clan now, all out of lifelines. Backs are well and truly to the wall. They're on the ropes. They've allowed Optic Gaming to throw one too many punches, it would seem. Seems almost dumb to say this next map is so important, but it's absolutely huge. Because for FaZe Clan, coming so close, let's not forget, Game 1 was so close. But they've lost the Slayer 50-47. They've lost the Strongholds 250 to 247. So there's barest the margins between these teams, Dan, across the 3 maps.
I mean, yeah, 3 kills, 3 points. But it won't matter if at the end there is 3 maps going in favor of Optic Gaming. But King of the Hill Live Fire, again, I do think this series layout has been the perfect one for these 2 teams to go at it because it is so back and forth and they've both been so incredible. Or they lacked somewhat in some of the maps as well, which is what has provided such entertainment for us. King of the Hill Live Fire, we've got FaZe who are 4-1 across the season. We've got Optic who are 5-2 across the season. So pretty even. In terms of the series stats though, these are 2 players I've mentioned a couple of times as being key performers going into each map and mode. And again, they are going to be players that we have to watch out for. That could just be the difference maker. Trippy is 1.22 as his KD in King of the Hill Live Fire throughout this season. But even though Renegade is on your screen, don't forget about Legend as well. He's actually been the main man when it comes to King of the Hill Live Fire with a 1.27 KD this season.
It's almost the issue you run into when you start highlighting players to watch in the next game or in the series. Is that you can point your finger towards any 8 in the lobby, and they're just as likely as the last or the next to perform or to outperform. And Optic Gaming up against FaZe Clan, and for the Green Wall, they just need one more, and their ticket to the Grand Finals is punched.
Well, it's do or die for FaZe Clan, and if you're here for FaZe or if you're here for Optic, this is the time now to get behind your boys. Because without you, they might be finding themselves eliminated from the competition. Renegade gets taken down early, but Lucid is also traded out, but it is Trippy who gets hold of that sniper rifle to kick us off.
Eyes over towards Green. The damage from Legend just means that Trippy can't get comfortable, he can't plant his feet, and he keeps him out of the scope. So if Trippy was going to hit his shot, it would have had to been a little bit of magic. Not that he's not capable of it. Lucid with the camouflage now. He's lost a couple of teammates in the dance. It's all about just getting information now. Sniper rifle has been passed over. Trippy drops it for his duo.
Enemy about to score.
Lucid clearing out all the angles. He's well aware of what Optic Gaming can do and where they can be hiding. He gets one, gets a second! Ripping faces. 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
A lot of time being gathered already though from Optic. It did take FaZe quite a while to get over towards this hill, but it won't matter if they can just hold strong here for another 20 seconds or so as another face is found. And if we start to see the likes of Season 1 Lucid, well, Optic Gaming might be running with their tails between their legs.
All that progress Optic Gaming made.
Enemy about to
FaZe Clan are now closing on it. Bound! Body shot and a headshot to boot. It wasn't required, but you get style points anyway. Formal answers back. Penguin puts him down. Renegade steps inside. Plasma grenade goes down. FaZe are there to hold the line. And FaZe Clan open up the scoring.
I mean, that's the perfect start for FaZe. They bided their time. They knew full well Optic were going to send themselves over towards the hill, but they prioritized other parts of the map. They made sure they got hold of the sniper rifle. You saw how impactful that sniper was going to be. And it's not only going to be impactful for the first time on this map, it is going to be something we harp on about all throughout live fire. This time, though, it goes into the hands of Penguin. 2 more shots, but 2 headshots could prove to be vital for this second hill.
Body connects.
What do you do?
Penguin lines up formal. It's a swing and a miss this time, though. Grenades are sent down the hallway just to provide cover as Penguin disappears. Bound steps up to get the camouflage. He gets killed, though, and the question is, did he get an opportunity to get the burn? 3 dead, double kill for Penguin, but Renegade was there with the backstab.
More points being scored. FaZe find themselves 1-0 up in the game. 2-1 down in this series. Let's jump into a listening with FaZe Clan and see how they're feeling right now.
enemy about to score.
Well, we are back. It was a little bit quiet, but maybe you heard some of those murmurs. All I can say is FaZe were just focusing off the respawn to try and break this setup because they are so close, but sadly, when you see Legend in a position like this, you know it's going to be a difficult break! It's a double, and it's another head ripped off the shoulders.
Optic Gaming inches away from tying up this game, and they do secure the hill. They gambled on a rotation, and eventually it's paid dividends. Despite all the work and all the resources FaZe Clan put into it, they've got nothing to show for it. And Legend's not done. Another headshot onto Lucid.
Again, it's such fine margin, so close for FaZe Clan to being 2-0 up, just as Optic were close to being a single point up in that first hill. But the sniper rifle making the difference again.
Legend's not feeling too comfortable. Snakebite was hanging around, and he was an unwelcome guest. Killing spree for Legend, continuing to do damage, continuing to have an influence. Penguin was forced to back away, but he did not get far, and Renegade picks up a double.
Well, thanks to, I think, Legend connecting with the foot of the Spartan on the opposition team. Legend's not done yet. He says, you know what, I'll melee the wall and you, and still get the job done. Now Trippy trying to push up, seeing if he can maybe find himself into a position to break this setup, but even with his back to screen, he's still being focused on.
Bound was in a position of power. He turns 1 into 2. What's his next magic trick? He disappears from the server for a moment. Lucid gets the camouflage, gets away. Perhaps FaZe Clan starting to think about giving this one up and prioritizing the rotation.
Yeah, they have to. You can't really get this one now, and especially with camo. Instead, it's about focusing on how you try and secure the 4th hill to tie it up. And it's all about positioning for Lucid. Not only are you going to be relaying a lot of information at this point, but you are going to be the first point of contact. And I tell you what, shots like that certainly help.
The first and the second point of contact, but Renegade responds in kind with a double kill of his own. Lucid fighting off the back foot, trying his best. But the pressure keeps on coming. Steps inside the hill. Optic playing this one patiently, but they're keeping Lucid alive. Most of it from his good work, maybe from some negligence at the same time. And he's continuing to have an influence. He was able to delay just long enough, and now Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead.
Maybe some criticism early stages of this year and last year of Lucid. Did he still have what it takes to play at the very top level of Halo Infinite? I think that is evidently a very firm yes with how he's playing right now. 14-8 One of the key reasons why FaZe Clan find themselves close to getting this fourth hill. They're halfway through those points. But now Optic have regained control, and especially again with the sniper rifle being in the hands of Bound, FaZe have got to find a way to kind of maneuver their way around the map outside of these sniper sightlines. But when Bound is repositioning like this, where do you go? Any corner you turn, there seems to be a sniper in your face. Good grenade.
Grenade clears out some riffraff bottom tower. Formal goes down too. Renegade though, ever a threat. Ever productive on the map. This time he also falls. Now Bound's the last man alive for his team. They don't seem to know where he's positioned. He's over towards where that camouflage will spawn. It looks as though FaZe Clan might be giving Optic Gaming a touch of their medicine. Optic now forced to give this one up, excuse me, whilst they play the rotation game and wait for top middle.
I mean, I'm watching this series and I'm just wishing it was the best of 7, because this is going to be heartbreak if we were to see FaZe lose this one 3-1 with how close every single game is. But 3-1 isn't a guarantee right now, because FaZe Clan still very much in this one. Active camo is going to be very important here, but Renegade tried to steal it. Did he pop it is my question. If he didn't, there's a huge chance for FaZe, especially if Trippy's playing like that. Huge double for it.
Massive trade from Trippy. Call it a trade, almost undersells and undervalues what it was. He managed to pick up a couple of kills before that, even do damage to the player with the camouflage. Snakebite now. Prioritizing staying alive, getting information, doing damage at the same time. He now sees where Formal's positioned. Renegade's not too far behind him, gets one, but gets shot in the back by Bound. But it's FaZe still inside this hill. They're getting a couple of ticks towards their goal.
Good aggression from Lucid as well. You don't allow Formal to stay alive, get his shields back. Instead, you hunt down that kill. There were several down there for Optic, but now you turn around and suddenly there's 2 other members within that hill. FaZe maybe not capitalizing on the damage that they were able to do there. Instead, focusing on positioning, focusing on holding this tower. We know how important tower is for this hill. Lucid, arguably the most important player on the map right now.
He done so much damage as well. Forced Legend out of the hill and then got Bound down to no shields over towards Sandbags with that commando. Just sitting top tower like an automated turret. But Formal gets his toes inside the hill and now he's starting to score and starting to close the distance of the progress the FaZe Clan had already made inside that hill. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. They might get one last try at breaking this setup, breaking this hold.
It was such a good push from Optic Gaming as well. They saw Lucid. Renegade used the QT to go top middle, get shots initially, and then he QTs back and sends Formal in, he sends Bound in, and they take every angle possible at tower to remove Lucid from that position. And now they have map control, now they have hill control, and they should be getting this 3rd point on the board.
FaZe Clan came, and they were handled. They went 4 dead. Optic Gaming take the lead. Snakebite over towards green. Formal doesn't find a home for that first shot. Trippy ventures out, and he pays the price for doing so. Members of Optic Gaming opting to go for a rotate here, perhaps trying to pop up from bottom middle. As Formal heads towards Sandbags, looking for different lines of sight and different angles, but Formal's been caught from the big door. He disappears into the air.
Snakebite doing so well and staying alive there though, and just being a nuisance at back green. Formal desperate to get that headshot, but Snakebite not showing enough. And again, just position themselves out of the common angles that the sniper rivals find themselves in here. And now FaZe Clan find themselves halfway through to their 3rd point on the map, but now Optic Gaming starting to push. Penguin trying to hold hands with Snakebite to stay alive, and it looks like Penguin still is there to maybe keep this one in their favor, but no sir, says Formal.
Lou says camo. He doesn't have a lot of friends on the map right now though. Perhaps they wait for Penguin to spawn back up. Snakebite and Lucid combined, they get 1. Lucid now pushes forward. Couple of ticks of damage into Bound. Formal is there as well. Might have just gotten the sniper rifle off the map, but unofficial 4 dead as Renegade comes back as Legend says goodbye. But FaZe Clan firmly inside this hill. What do Optic Gaming have? Are they likely to give this one up? Are we going to a 3-3 game and a 1-kill game? Or 1-cap game? 3-3 now. Next cap wins.
I mean, I wouldn't have written it any differently if I had a script. Down to the final hill here on Livefire. Lucid gets the early control, but with Trippy going down, he has to reposition. Another early opener, Legend falls. FaZe Clan starting to get aggressive in certain areas, trying to catch up the gaming before they get close to this hill, and I like it. Maybe Bound can do something here on the flank.
Enemy team.
Down, gets taken care of. Legend, looking, surveying the land, trying to capitalize on information, gets the damage on the snake bite, turns it into a kill. Converts, one. Turns towards Penguin, Trippy does some damage. Over towards the dummy side. Renegade is there to provide cover fire, but he falls. Lucid hits 5 fresh shots. Penguin's top middle, trying to give Legend the wiggles. Lucid gets back tower. The FaZe Clan starting to leak through now.
Such a good push from FaZe again. Every button angle is taken. Snakebite shuts down top tower. FaZe have control again. Optic find themselves 2 dead, 4 more removed from the map. And now FaZe Clan, they've got them on staggered spawns here. Snipe's coming up, but I don't even know if it's going to play a part in this one.
FaZe Clan deeply entrenched now. Over towards this hill. Snakebite's top tower. Getting information for his team. Top middle's clear for now. Legend takes some damage before he can get close. FaZe continue to keep them at arm's length. They come over top middle. Snakebite's down to no shields. These next couple kills are going to be massive. Lucid and Penguin combined. FaZe Clan look the strongest. 2v2 on the map. Player down to no shields. Trippy gets one. Bound has to back away and forced to give this one up. And FaZe Clan push us to a game 5.
Everything this series has deserved. It wouldn't have felt right if we weren't going to a game 5. And FaZe Clan holds strong against the green wall here. It was a valiant effort in those final moments from the Optic Gaming roster, but FaZe just found those perfect spots, and they didn't just turtle up. They weren't just hiding and taking loose angles. They were pushing onto Optic Gaming over and over again. If they saw someone at nest, they took the bridge angle. If they saw someone down at dummies, they were sliding down ramp. They weren't just forcing themselves back to tower and allowing Optic to dictate the pace. FaZe were taking the game to the green wall.
It wasn't structured, it wasn't rigid, it was fluid. They moved where they need to. They pushed the pieces to the side of the board, which was looking the strongest. They made the right decisions. They clutched up. And now we're going to a shootout.
Just a quick look at the stats then. Legend did what he could, 23 kills. The only member of the team with a positive KDA, but every member on Optic Gaming tried their hardest to rescue that game when FaZe did have control in the final moments. But it was Lucid who really stepped up for FaZe. In the early stages, with the camo, with the sniper rifle, it was Lucid in the kill feed often, but it was also the positions that Lucid was taking, the info he was giving to the rest of the team so that Optic weren't able to get a jump on the FaZe Clan setups. Such a good game of Halo Infinite from these two. And again, I wouldn't have had it any other way with the fact we go down to the last hill, which takes us then into a game 5.
And sometimes our job, we're tasked with telling the viewers what went wrong, what went right. It's just two teams playing at the very top level, throwing hammer and tongs, blow for blow, two heavyweights standing in the middle of the ring. Both teams have already hit the mat twice. Next one down is out of the competition.
And sometimes it does come down to just a single sniper body shot, or a headshot, a grenade, a sticky, a melee, a camo.
You're just naming everything in the game right now.
But everything is just small, minor decisions that can be made. If you don't pick up that camo, if you don't find yourself in that position, if you don't get that sticky grenade 10 seconds earlier, and the headshots that we saw with a sniper rifle is why we saw that game going back and forth. It was traded off. But now we head into a game 5. Slayer Aquarius for a spot in the grand finals here at the last major of Halo Infinite before we head to the World Championships later this month. And it is Slayer Aquarius. I would argue a better game type for FaZe Clan. They find themselves 4-1 throughout this season on this map and mode, whereas Optic Gaming, they are 3-5. They have not done well when it comes to Slayer Aquarius. That being said, current form is everything. And we've seen FaZe lose now 2 Slayers in a row today here at Championship Sunday.
Taking a look at the records, 3-5, 4-1, like you mentioned. 15th Optic Gaming are ranked versus 4th. What a stat line that is. But this series has had everything. 1 flag capture the difference, 3 kills, 3 strongholds points, and 1 hill. It would not surprise me if this finishes 50-49, Dan, and I'm not calling it.
I'd take a draw, and then we go into another game 5. I said I wanted a best of 7. Maybe we can get that way by a couple of draws going in to this series, but it's hard to pick out a player, a standout player of who's going to be the most important here in this series, because everyone has played their part. But I think, honestly, if I had to pick someone, it's probably Lucid now going into this last game. Not only has he been the standout player for FaZe on this map in particular, but I think coming off of Game 4 and the way that he's just played, the confidence he's going to have going into this Game 5, he's the type of player who can run this show. And that you can say the same thing about everyone else on that main stage, but if Lucid does get going, it starts to pummel them into the ground, it could be difficult to come back from for Optic.
Now you talk about big game moments, big game players. Sometimes it's big game trippies. But is the pressure going to break one of these teams? All 8 players, they know what it takes. They've been here before. They've been past this point before. They've lifted world championships. Incredible what we've seen. And this series not done yet. This series still somehow has more to give.
And that extra bit of pressure onto FaZe Clan, with it being the FaZe Major here in Charlotte. Extra FaZe fans in the crowd. And you're also going up against the biggest fan base that we have in Halo, Optic Gaming. Everything feels like it might be stacked against you, but what a release it will be if you're able to win that Game 5. And you know full well, whichever way this goes, there is going to be a bit of an eruption on that main stage on one of the sides. You already saw it after Game 3. You don't often see Optic Gaming getting up, getting loud. It doesn't always happen. Throughout the elimination bracket, they've been pretty comfortable, gliding through it, beating teams and then just getting up, a quick fist bump, onto the next one. But I think both of these teams know how important this series is, not just for this tournament, but as we move into the World Championship as well at the end of this month. To go in as a grand final team and to get another stab at Shopify Rebellion, because both of these teams will be thinking, you know, I don't feel like we showed our best against Shopify, or we really want a best of 7, or maybe 2 best of 7s against Rebellion as well. There's some of our better game types, but you don't get that chance if you fall here in the elimination final.
And you might ask the question, who does this game mean more to? You look at the players on that stage. What does this series mean? Is it Optic Gaming just to get to a grand finals and keep the pressure on Shopify Rebellion? Or is it FaZe Clan? A lot of those players looking for vindication. They were overlooked. They were cast aside. Players left them. Well, another 2 players were dropped. They've come together now. And they're moments away, kills away from a grand finals. And going toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion. And for Optic Gaming, what way does the narrative shake out if they lose this series heading into the Worlds? Form is everything sometimes. But sometimes series are bigger than form, bigger than moments. And these 8 players, it's all on the line.
Optic Gaming were built to win championships. They weren't built to be knocked out in the elimination final. And whilst still with the World Championship coming up, that's going to be the main focus for everyone. That trophy and the chance at trying to take down Shopify Rebellion is equally as important right now in this current moment. You want to go in with good form. And you can see the fist bumps are out, the players are ready, and it looks like it's that time. For everyone's favorite time when it comes to the HCS, it's a Game 5. It's the elimination finals. It's Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan.
You see Formal doing a little shake-off before the fist bumps. Both these teams heading towards the center of the ring. Aquarius is the stage. Opening breaks can be so important. Optic Gaming 0-1 versus FaZe's 2-0 from Charlotte. These map 5s. In these big series, these moments, they don't come around too often, but when they do, it's what players, what teams have the most composure. The shields are up again, the weapons are hot, and we're rolling.
Optic Gaming haven't needed Game 5s throughout this tournament. The only one they've seen, yes, they did go down, but FaZe Clan, they've been pushed right to the brink in a couple of these series, but when they've got to that moment, they have shown such incredible resilience to be able to sometimes come back in these Slayers. But Renegade, the man on your screen, boy, has he been an X-Factor for this roster today. And I mentioned it earlier, if he plays anything like he did against SSG with the amount of KD we saw, FaZe Clan might struggle to keep him down.
Formal got a little look at Penguin there, but refused to fire his weapon. Didn't want to give away his positioning. Snakebite and Lucid have fallen here. 2-kill game. Penguin's going to drop as well. The slender lead. But it's significant enough. Because now Optic Gaming have map control. And FaZe Clan are between a rock and a hard place. All 4 players over towards this fridge. And if some grenades start flying out of pockets, they could be in some massive trouble here. Penguin's down to no shields. Formal can just bide his time while his teammates do damage elsewhere. Snakebite has his head and his tail tucked up in the corner. And he's hoping and praying that his teammates can do something. Snakebite and Penguin combined. Formal closes the distance. Snakebite gets another kill. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. A good hold from FaZe Clan.
Better than a good hold, an unbelievable hold from FaZe. We would have seen teams fall, all 4 of them in that scenario, especially against this Optic roster. But to hold, not just backs to a wall, backs to each other, hand in hand to make sure that you can actually get at least 1, but they turned it into 3. Now we're at 9-8. It could have quite easily been like 12-4 had FaZe Clan not had that success.
Snakebite remains inside the fridge. But he's not looking for a sweet treat or a snack. He's looking for some kills. And they can be best served cold, room temp, or hot. He doesn't care, he'll take them any which way they come. Drippy steps forward, gets taken care of though. Playing a little bit loose, playing a little bit away from his team. He gets picked, he pays the price, he gets punished. Lucid in the base. Penguin does a tick of damage. Bound is aware of the positioning of exactly where Lucid is expected to be.
Is he?
He cleared his corner, it's like he heard a footstep.
Well, he knows now, 100%. And I do wonder, was Trippy trying to be a little bit of a distraction for Lucid? Because it did seem uncharacteristic for where he found himself over towards that connector. Camouflage now going to be the focus point for both teams. Optic Gaming have that little bit of extra control, especially with that trade now going their way, but everyone's down low on the map. No one really with any height at the moment until now. Can FaZe Clan just steal this one away from Optic?
Nervy moments. Legend's down to no shields, but he's able to just about get away. That one's gonna sting if he can survive. Trippy gets it though. The 4-kill game. Optic just pushing another kill away from them. Taking all the chips that they can get. Snakebite's front base. Trippy provides fire. Camouflage into his chest. This could be something to build on.
Finally, took so long for the camo to be grabbed. Both teams reluctant to expose themselves in top middle. But it is Trippy who's eventually brave enough after the damage he was able to lay down, and now it's very important what he's able to do here. But he spots Optic trying to creep their way out of the base. They get 1, and now FaZe can start to surround them.
Here comes the collapse then. Snakebite gets 1, make it 2. Formal still back base. And Lucid gets another. What was a 2-kill game has now completely flipped the other way. FaZe Clan holding advantage. Trippy's camouflage should be about to dissipate. He's going to pick up a thruster pack to help him in any 1v1 engagements. Help him just around the corner. Help him to maneuver his hitbox just a touch. The grenade lands at the feet. It gets the kill. It's good for 1.
Good timing to get 1. Because it just allowed them to maybe get that little bit of extra pressure just before the camo disappeared. Bounce down to no shield. Renegade also pretty weak. Optic doing something similar to what FaZe did earlier and just holding together, not allowing the push to happen, but FaZe back off. But Snakebite backs off, chased by Legend. It still wins the fight. Penguin engages onto Renegade. Bounds got down as well. And FaZe find themselves on top by 3.
Formal tries to get away. He was down to no shield. Trippy was there though. Standing in the way, being that roadblock. Bound down to no shield. Snakebite has got no grenades to clear him out. Try and smoke the Fox out of the hole. Camouflage up in 8 seconds, but again, players find themselves very far down on the map. 2 kills, it's all that separates us in the mid-game. Trippy settles for a trade. His next camouflage could swing the game, and it's in the chest of Legend.
And I'm sure in the chest of Legend, the heart beating quite fast now at this point. These are the moments that you live for, though. Being on that main stage with the responsibility in your hands, but he's reluctant to do anything right now. Instead, he's just feeding information from that position because you can stand there for free, but now they know FaZe Clan are all tucked into blue base.
And they surround them. FaZe Clan perhaps waiting to save their nades till they get close. Trippy takes 1 tick of damage. The fight is coming, 2 players down to no shields, but the backstab is there. Lucid goes down. It was 3 for 1. Snakebite tries to sneak out. He gets taken care of as well. Optic Gaming into the lead.
Excellent push from Optic Gaming. Methodical, well calculated. FaZe Clan could do little about it because they were so concerned about that camo. Big nade though, should take him down, doesn't quite, but Lucid manages to find the headshot into Renegade. Legend hoping he can survive. And it looks like he's just about going to do so. No, he gets spotted out!
He goes down, formal response in kind though at 1. Bound gets shut down. Penguin and Snakebite get another. 2 kill lead again for FaZe. This one well and truly on a knife's edge. It's teetering ever so slightly towards FaZe, but it's not comfortable. Lucid does a little bit of damage, backs away. Has the cover of a teammate in Trippy, who's firing, whilst also backing up. Nade's heading towards the closet. No damage being done. Lucid drops down, that audio cue should be there. Bound throws down a grenade to try and stop the push, but Lucid doesn't give a damn. Snakebite gets one elsewhere. It's a 4-kill lead.
Excellent timing there from Lucid, showing aggression at the right time. It's an attempt to be sneaky, but that's why you have teammates. Lucid protects him. And they find themselves 5 ahead now through FaZe Clan. Snakebite with 15 kills, and how many times have we seen the General dragging his team through victory, getting those kills when he needs to. And it's happened a couple of times already this tournament in terms of Slayers. But they don't want to get ahead of themselves. They know there is still a big job to do here at Optic Gaming. They get a couple back in their favor, but FaZe will trade them out.
Sometimes the term IGL is thrown around, and it can mean many things. It means you're making in-game plays, but sometimes you can lead by example by just being the one to get the kills. Having that level head, camouflage is up. It still remains a 5-kill advantage. Penguin backs away, and he waits. Lucid now slams it into his chest. And the kills are starting to fall for FaZe Clan. And Lucid with plenty of camo now to play with. A 9-kill lead.
Penguin taking full advantage of eyes being trained over towards that camo. Sneaks in, grabs 2. Penguin's got a perfect onto Bound. Lucid's trying to find another. It's 42-31, and FaZe can maybe taste the grand final at this point.
Formal desperately trying to get away. Lucid still with a bit of camo to play with. The plasma pistol good enough for some damage. Penguin is there to repay the death in kind. Renegade scurries away bottom middle. But as long as they play this one patiently, as long as they settle for trades, FaZe Clan are going to the grand finals.
That being said, we have seen this position time and time again in Halo Infinite. A lead that looks comfortable, a lead that almost looks guaranteed. But how many times has it slipped through the fingers of teams who maybe fall victim of playing a little bit too patient, a little bit too slow, as one more kill goes in favor of Optic Gaming here. Make it another. And now it's suddenly a 9-kill game here as FaZe do get 1 on the board, and that's what's important. Every time that Optic get 1 or 2, you need to find one of your own.
FaZe Clan just chipping away at it. Snakebite gets taken down by a long-range grenade. Heat-seeking at times. When they spot a player as weak, Formal's going to clear his corners. Penguin's not going to live long. They're far too experienced to let this player live, but Lucid dives in. Lucid tries to help. Lucid is successful.
Lucid backing up his teammate, and now Trippy gets 1 as well. 4 more kills. 1 more squad wipe for FaZe Clan, and they will be in that grand final. They will finally take down the green wall, and revenge will taste oh so sweet for some of these players.
Not many would have predicted this result. Maybe the expectation was we would see Optic Gaming and FaZe Clan here. But you would not have seen it, you would not have envisioned it going this way. They failed so many times. But knocking on the door now of success. And it feels like they almost can't lose it now. Optic Gaming on the back foot, all turtled up, all putting it in reverse. And the damage is following it. 2 kills, make it 1 more kill. They slide in, and Trippy secures it for his team. It's a grand finals appearance for FaZe Clan. Optic Gaming dumped on their heads.
And FaZe Clan stand tall, and they yell right back over their monitors. Was the biggest mistake Optic made getting loud after game 3 because FaZe had even more of a point to prove? And the fingers suddenly started to get pointed at the opposite direction. And for Optic Gaming, they won't get another stab at Shopify Rebellion. They will have to deal with the taste of 3rd place. It'll be FaZe Clan, who maybe, just maybe, after that initial winners final where they were beaten down a little bit by Shopify Rebellion, will have learnt enough to take a stab at the in-form team. But what will matter for FaZe is they have done it. They have taken down their rivals in Optic Gaming. You think of the players on that team, the players that were ousted by their opposition. They weren't considered good enough. They weren't considered part of that God Squad. Well, they get the last laugh here in Charlotte.
Optic Gaming's God Squad, but also houses a demon. They come unstuck, they come undone, they fall short in the elimination finals. The Slayer locked in 50-40. We spoke about FaZe Clan's kills, we talked about their margins that they won Slayers by, winning by 1s and 2s and 3s. This one was by 10. This one was with a punctuation point.
This was the best Slayer that FaZe could have asked for. Any other Slayer, and I might have been saying, I don't know how this one's gonna go, maybe I'm favoring Optic, but the fact it was Aquarius, not only is it the best for FaZe, but it was one of the worst for Optic. And I think when you kind of take away all the pieces, when you rip away the sniper rifles, when you rip away some of those power weapons that Optic are so good with, and you take it down to a little bit more raw gameplay, there's something that FaZe just tap into. That killer instinct that some of these players have. And the clutch aspect that we've seen time and time again this tournament, it came out yet again for FaZe Clan.
Well, when we boiled down Aquarius, FaZe Clan didn't need the weapons. They did need a camouflage or two, let me tell you. That's how you find some success. But now, Dan, the question is, because immediately those players will turn their attentions. They won't be too happy with what they've done because they know Shopify Rebellion are now on the horizon. That's going to be another monkey they have to get off their back.
I think for FaZe Clan, 3rd place would have been a minimum that they would have wanted coming to this tournament. 2nd place would have been, all right, we've stepped up from the previous event. 1st place, well, that would be the dream come true. But Shopify Rebellion, they just look a different class, as FaZe Clan already found out in that winners final. But at the same time, now we go into a best of 7. Everything changes here, and there is still hope for FaZe Clan, but Shopify Rebellion definitely the favorite team.
I think there's something to be said about, like you said, FaZe Clan have finished 3rd here. It's like, okay, we're exactly where we were last event, but now they've made progression. Some of those mistakes that they were making, some of those errors that were leading to series losses and map losses, they've started to tinker them now. They've started to make those changes. They're starting to evolve, and right in time for championship and world championship season.
I mean, the hard work all pays off. The late night VOD review, the scrims, the tireless effort that we've seen from this team that have just been grinding to try and find their way back at the forefront of Halo Infinite. Because you know it's always going to be difficult when you're watching Optic and Shopify Rebellion in that grand final and you are not there. FaZe Clan now, they get the chance, but you don't want to go into this grand final and not give it your all here. So I hope that we see a solid best of 7 from them.
Well, Lottie in the desk, we have done what we were required of and what we were contracted to do. This one's done. Over to you to break it down.
Very much, lads. I am honestly over the moon for FaZe and of course their fans in the audience. What a series. And I think if you are a fan of Halo Infinite and you're a fan of competitive, this was a series to really remember. Everything was close. Down to the wire, down to decisions, inches, moments, seconds away from either or. Unbelievable. So Dan, I'm just literally going to hand it to you and just ask your initial thoughts because there is so much to really pinpoint here, but overall, what do you look at when you think back on it?
I mean, that was the best series of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
I love how we kind of hit on all the talking points before. We said how we think it needs to go to game 5. They needed to win one of the first 2 because the games 3 and 4 were tough. They squeaked by. Honestly, it was just very well-rounded, amazing gameplay out of them. Talked about how FaZe matches up against Optic a lot better than Shopify.
Yeah.
And this could be the moment where they win this, get the confidence, realize how they need to play against these teams where they finally get over the hump, and they take that knowledge into the next series against Shopify.
Slime Dan, while I have you, let's talk about that map 3 because that was something we actually mentioned on the desk, and you actually had a massive talking point on that with FaZe. It really was something that they struggled with, and you could see it statistically. You could see them kind of break down online as well through it, especially when it came to Shopify and Optic as well. This map 3, though, looked completely different. It looked like they were comfortable. It didn't matter that, honestly, it wasn't even their strongest mode. In fact, I don't think they've won one stronghold so far in Charlotte either, despite even also then going up against the map 3 curse that they seemingly have been in. I mean, it was fierce. However, they still didn't get the job done on that map 3. It looked like they had it, and it was a struggle to watch because a trip cap all the way to the end, it looked perfect. What happened?
Yeah, so when I was watching that game, you saw Trippy holding the A stronghold, and he was watching the cross to top gold, and Legend was there, and he was trying to put damage on them, but they had no one top gold to get his cross, so the damage he took from Legend was able to then be pushed across the catwalk. They had the 3 cap, and you could tell, I'm pretty sure, it seemed like a call was made to try and hold the 2 cap. The angles weren't there, and it was like the last second where we saw this again. It was kind of like falling into old habits where they take their foot off the gas for one couple seconds where they need to just, in my opinion, they should have kept pressuring a little bit instead of turtling, hoping that you know, the game was just going to come to them and they were going to get the 2 cap. And it bit them again, and I'm glad that that wasn't something that affected them going into King of the Hill on live fire, because that is one of Optic's best game types. And to see them, I mean, look at the scores of this series. Like, it was so fun to watch.
Yeah, that game number 3 was crazy. What really surprised me, though, is that game number 4.
Yeah.
Optic are the 2nd best King of the Hill team in the league, and I'm talking all year long, consistently. So for FaZe to go into that game number 4 and squeak out that win, we kept talking about the win condition being get to a game 5. We talked about strongholds and King of the Hill being tough. You just beat the 2nd best King of the Hill team in their home on live fire. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, snap. FaZe winning the series. I didn't have to see game 5. I already knew.
I wasn't sure about that one. I'm not going to lie to you. I wasn't sure about that one going into game 5 just because of how icy Optic Gaming can be, and also the fact of the matter that they really have done it through the Elim bracket every single time so far and lifted that trophy, but it ends here for them. I actually wanted to ask you, Snipedown, of course, and just using your expertise while I have you here. When does a bad map and mode start to become your best map and mode? Listening to the stats that Tony mentioned there for Optic being, you know, one of the better teams that we have there, when you are struggling on that in particular and you finally beat somebody at their best and at potentially almost average, does that start to become like, oh, we figured this out. This might actually be our best here?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like, I don't know how many times I went into a tournament with a game type being one of my worst game types, coming out first time I play it and dominating that, and then all of a sudden I remember just looking at my teammate to be like, this, before we play, regardless of anything that's happened, this is our best game type. And when you get on LAN, sometimes things just click. And for them, I mean, that live fire King of the Hill game was such a back and forth, and the way that FaZe was able to hold the setups that they were holding as well, and keeping Optic off was incredibly impressive.
I think when you're looking across the stats here, especially for FaZe, you have to mention Snakebite. Snakebite is unlocked at the moment. He has been so consistent. Even when he was back on SSG for a brief moment, he was incredibly consistent in those games. But I feel like coming onto FaZe, it really has just given them another whole room of comfort to play with here, because I think he's with like-minded individuals. He's with guys who play the game in a similar sense. They're just getting used to one another. They're trying to find that flow. And we saw that multiple times actually in this series. And I also have to shout out Penguin Tony. Penguin has been stepping up. Listen, all right, he ends with a 0.8, right? Fine, no worries. Look at the damage columns. He's right there with Lucid, right? At sitting at a 1.18 in terms of KD. The damage is everything, but Penguin's, the way his brain works, oh my goodness. In these high pressure situations, Tony, talk to me about how imperative that is to actually win a series.
Yeah, I hate to look at these stats and like kind of take it away from it a little bit. You know, shout out to Snakebite, shout out to Trippy and Lucid for the KD. But for me, what was the standout was the teamwork from FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
When you think of Optic Game, you think about them being the ultimate front runners. They're able to find ways to isolate you in 1v1s and 2v1s that always favored them. FaZe combated them by just playing their lives so well and waiting for the team to come through. You mentioned Penguin. How many times was he in a back base in a terrible situation, one shot where he's gonna go down and he buys 2 or 3 seconds worth of time for Lucid to get activated in that play, for Trippy to get activated in that play. It's the teamwork and the no man left behind strategy from FaZe Clan that won them that. That was beautifully played, and again, against an Optic Gaming that are so good at isolation. Great job by FaZe Clan.
I now just realized where he gets his game tag from, Penguin, because he thrives in his icy situations, of course, because that was just unbelievable. Some of the decisions I was seeing from him, but also the rest of the team. I mean, Trippy as well. Just so many moments from every single one of them. That's exactly what you want to see, right? From FaZe leveling up. You could name hundreds on the side of each one of those on the roster. FaZe, GG's, you will continue on into that grand final position. Let's take a look at the bracket right now. We say goodbye to Optic Gaming. They will go out. They were very, very close, but no cigar on that lower bracket run once again. It will be just the two for them, and then they'll head into Worlds, so don't worry, Green Wall. We have another opportunity, and this time will be bigger and better because it's the Worlds trophy. It's the Worlds rings. This is where it counts for the entire season. FaZe 3-2, they finally get over one of their guys that they just couldn't put their finger down on. It was awfully close-minded, but I think this confidence boost is going to be everything that they need to get into this grand final position, and really put on a show for us, because that first map against Shopify, it was great. Don't get me wrong, it was great. The next two wasn't so great. It really was uncomfortable to watch, to be perfectly honest with you. If we could have the same type of confidence and power in map number 1 for the rest of the series, I think we're going to have a really good game on our hands. Snipedown, do you feel like we might see a bracket reset here? Do you think FaZe are capable?
I need to see a couple of these games first, because Shopify just seriously really does look like they're a tier above everybody else right now. Even in that series they played against Fan, or FaZe, they 3-0'd them. And besides the first game, it wasn't oddball, it was close, but the other two weren't. And honestly, with this going into a 7-game series, we talk about how deep Shopify's map pool is, that they don't have weak game types.
No,
and we have talked about a couple of FaZe that, but they have bounced back. They have won a couple of their weak game types. So regardless, I think we're going to see a much better series in this grand finals than we did in the winners bracket finals.
You could tell during that matchup, especially when we went to camera afterwards, how much that meant to the FaZe boys. Like, let's be honest, we know some of the drama that went down, some of the words that were said between the former Optic players, and you saw that on the cameras. But I want to see that same level of emotion in the Shopify Rebellion series. If they could go and dig deep and pull that level of gameplay out, I think maybe they contend a little bit better with Shopify Rebellion. Grand finals, it'd be hitting different.
Well, it's getting awfully dramatic in here, and the room right now is spinning in red, and that's because your hometown heroes, they're still alive, they're still ready to take on their next foe, and that comes in the form of Shopify Rebellion. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we will have your grand finals set in stone for you on that main stage. 2 best-of-7s to get it done for FaZe, only 1 for Shopify Rebellion. Shopify have done it before. FaZe have never done it yet. But can they? Can they in this big moment? Those are the questions that are asked. Those are the questions that are answered on Championship Sunday. Lifting that trophy at the end of the day means everything to these two teams. Who will come out on top? We'll find out right after this.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Invasion. Objective incoming. Zone contested. Zone capture. New sites incoming. Objective nearly complete. Capture the flag. Flag capture.
The HCS Charlotte Major, hosted by FaZe Clan, is brought to you by Steel Series, Displate, and Corduroys.
Well, this is the moment we all wait for. When we hear on a weekend at a major, we're here in Charlotte with FaZe. We wait for this trophy to be absolutely taken by the absolute middle of it and thrown into the air with fireworks, you name it, confetti on that main stage, celebrating the 4 very best players that were here this weekend. It means so much to every single one of these teams who are competing, especially the final 2 heading into this massive matchup. My name is Lottie. I'll be with you all grand finals and for the rest of the night, joined by Snipedown and Why Not Be Casting. I'm very flustered right now, folks. I think what we just saw on the main stage in terms of competition between both teams against Optic and FaZe was huge, and it's everything to this FaZe roster to get over things. We also have Shopify Rebellion, who've been waiting, watching very patiently, and have been picture perfect all weekend long, and not to mention really all season long, except a couple of hiccups along the way. Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe is going to be huge. Snipedown, how are you feeling about another matchup with these two, but maybe with a slightly different, more confident and feeling themselves FaZe?
I'm feeling really good about this. I think this, like I said, this matchup is going to be a lot different than the last one, hopefully. And this FaZe roster just gained so much confidence, finally getting over that hump of winning a Game 5 against these top teams. You know, their records and Slayers have been phenomenal, but against the best, they haven't been able to get over that hump. So for them, they just need to carry that confidence over, come out strong in this Game 1, just like they did in the last series, and carry that momentum through. Because Shopify, I mean, I'm sure they're perfectly fine with whoever they're going up against.
Tony, it's a best of 7 to start out. It could be 2 best of 7s. How are you feeling about the fact that the series is kind of pushed a little bit further when it comes down to maps and modes, favorites, dislikes, etc.? It always bodes well to see players playing a little bit more because something better might come up for them, and there could be crucial swing moments to a series, especially in a best of 7. How do you find FaZe's chances now this time around against Shopify? Because clearly the best of 5 didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy for FaZe making it up until this point. I will say all of that preparation, all that time, all of the scrims and the hours that you put in was to get to this moment here in the grand finals. And luckily for them, it is a best of 7. So it really becomes a bit of a battle of attrition. You've been trying to increase your map pool, your game mode, and your specialties. So hopefully that comes out. You mentioned game number 1. I'm gonna be honest with you, I took a peek at the layout. I don't know game number 1 is going to be where they get that momentum, but we know how they are in Slayers.
Well, we mentioned best of 7s, and often we do have 2 in the grand finals, but I always love best of 7s, and we want more, and I've actually been given some inside information that at Worlds, on Championship Sunday, every single match is going to be a best of 7. We are going to see our teams really go toe-to-toe. They're going to find out how they fare against one another, going the very, very furthest distance to see how they play out on that main stage. Really exciting bit of news there. I think best of 7s is so important, especially with how many maps and modes combinations we have here. Snipedown, do you feel like that is a really nice kind of format and structure change here, bringing into Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, going into the Worlds event, the final event of the year, there's no better way to determine who the best team is by giving them 2 more potential games to battle it out. And those best of 7s really do help you see who. It doesn't just come down to those Slayer. You get so much more to focus on and really see who's the most well-rounded team with so many game types in play. We don't get a lucky series of these are our best and we just get fortunate. You really have to be the best overall team at the event.
You certainly do indeed. Well, I'm really glad that we actually get to kick things off now in this grand final with a best of 7. And I think it's going to mean everything to FaZe. I think they're going to need those extra couple of games potentially to really push through. The other thing I will note as well is, Tony, something that happens to players when they are feeling really good, especially after getting over something or accomplishing something that they've wanted for so long, which was to beat the likes of Optic Gaming. There's a flow state potential that could be hit here. And if you're feeling yourself, it's so difficult to slow that down. We've seen it time and time again, and I truly believe that's actually what Optic have done multiple times to Shopify Rebellion in situations kind of like this. Tony, how are you feeling about maybe these players catching fire? Do you see a potential flow state? Did you see anything from that series that might indicate it could happen here today?
Yeah, I talked a little bit about it during the post-match. I saw a level of an emotion that I love to see out of the FaZe boys. And I think it'd be really important for them to keep that same level of intensity when going up against Shopify Rebellion. When Trippy won, he stood up and he pointed. He let them know. You saw that emotion, and keep that same energy against Shopify Rebellion. You worked so hard to get up to this point. Now it's time to take home a trophy.
Slimedown, you know better than anybody about Flow State. I mean, it's
Snipe
something
down mode. That's what they call it.
Literally, snipe down mode. There you go. It's something that you literally just can't even put into words properly, but something that I have recognized from it and seeing it, especially across grand finals, is that you almost don't even need comms. When I was listening back to, by the way, subscribe to the HCS YouTube channel. When I listen back to those comms videos from grand finals, it's so interesting that it's just really quite unrecognizable comms, and you just know where everyone is, you know what's happening, and it's like it's this crazy kind of mental attitude you hit. Talk to me a little bit about your experience with having that, considering it's basically named after you.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know what Flow State looked like, watch Optics Reversal, the comeback at the very first event of the year, because when you were watching them, don't know if I've seen much better teamwork than maybe some of the CLG days from Halo 5. Overall, I mean, any of these teams can beat any of these teams. We just saw a battle. I think the biggest thing for me is Shopify has had a lot more dominant experiences or showcases in these matches where, they blow out these teams, where FaZe, every one of their wins have been kind of a battle. But that game 5 where they put it all together, they're bait and switching, and that looked like the Flow State where their teamwork was finally meshing. You could tell they were living, waiting for attention, and it was drawing Optic out. And we saw a couple of the players on Optic actually end up trying to overcompensate for these kills, and it worked so well for FaZe. So it doesn't matter how you get the win, they're getting the wins, and they're finally over that hump of letting other teams come through. Saw a little bit of that in the game 3, but overall, I think they could be getting to that motion.
They could be. They definitely could be. That game 3, oof, that was gut-wrenching one for the FaZe fans in here, because my goodness, it was incredibly close. And of course, we do have an epic series ahead of us. I want to see the series layout, and Tony, you know I'm coming to you, my man. You know exactly what's going on. Looking upon this, right, we're starting off with Lattice Strongholds. Okay, this might not be the one that FaZe wants to see, to be perfectly honest with you. Not super strong on Lattice as of late, and Strongholds, again, yes, have been fighting back and biting back against Optic especially, but again, just not the most, I would say, the hottest start for them, unfortunately. How do we look as we get through the rest of the series? How does Shopify Rebellion also handle this series too?
Yeah, well, I mean, on the other side of things, as far as FaZe Clan, you talked about it, Strongholds is not their best game type here. In fact, they haven't gotten a single win on the game type so far in this whole weekend. Now, the good thing for FaZe is that you have championship experience, championship DNA within them, so they know, even if they fall in that game number 1, they know how to click that mental reset button and bounce back. It's a battle of attrition, it's a best of 7, and apparently we're going to see more best of 7s at Worlds.
Well, these best of 7s produce champions. We know that. There is one series left, maybe a reset if we're lucky. We'll have to find out what happens. But it's Sunday. It is time to crown a champion, and the grand finals starts right now.
Championships, has won world championships. The push, Snakebite gets it. It's a frenzy for Snakebite, but is it going to be enough? Here it comes. They get now. The frenzy and the 2 kills in the end for Snakebite. Edward spawn. You're knocking out. Oh! Trippy suffers the same fate as Strong, but that's nice. Snakebite with the triple. Snakebite with the over. Does it himself. Last shot, not going down without a fight. Triple kill. Black's going in. It's going to be a 1-minute 30 game.
What a weekend it has been with all the Halo action here in Charlotte. Our squad's coming out here, the best teams on the planet, looking to hoist this trophy and qualify for Worlds. But now only 2 teams remaining here on this epic Sunday to be able to hoist this trophy. But Charlotte, I need to ask y'all, because y'all been amazing all weekend, and everyone at home as well. Are you all ready to get this grand finals going? The first squad coming to the stage. Get ready for them. Here comes the defending champions.
The body, snipe shot connects with Laurie's body as well, and he hunts down the kill. Double kill, making it triple for last shot, taking over the round.
Get up and show some love to Shopify Rebellion. We got Frosty, Cycle, Last Shot, Royal 2, and Coach Best Man. Shopify Rebellion looking to go back-to-back here in our last major of the season. One more time, Charlotte, show them some love. All right. Now, for their opponents, this squad has been catching fire all weekend long. Here to play for the hometown crowd. Get ready, everybody, because here comes FaZe.
Silo just gonna jump out, no scope for the triple kill. Wait, can he do it all? Wait, listen, you madman! An overkill!
Get ready, the hometown team coming out is FaZe Clan. Give it up for Penguin, Snakebite, Lucid. It's Trippy, and now it's Lucid. And last but not least, give it up for Coach Fierce. The hometown team ready to do it and get their first win of the season. Show some love and FaZe up for FaZe Clan. All right, our players are ready to go. They're warmed up, they've been locked in and ready for this moment all weekend long. But I need to ask you guys at home, are y'all ready for this moment? Charlotte, are y'all ready for this moment? Without further ado, let's get this grand finals going. On set, Rob, let's get it.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Here we go then, everyone, and a new contender rises to the challenge in our grand finals for the first time this season. FaZe Clan make it through to a grand final in front of their home crowd, and standing across from them, a team that wants to go back-to-back. That's going to be Shopify Rebellion.
That's right. It might not be the exact grand final that you were expecting, and a lot of people saying online, was there anyone that had this exact bracket? If anyone did, it was very few people. I tell you what, this matchup is going to be special. And FaZe Clan, they made a mid-season team change for one single reason. It was to threaten the throne, and it was to become a world championship contending team. And now, in an epic 5-game set, they have taken down Optic Gaming and earned their spot in the grand finals at their hometown major.
A huge opportunity ahead of them, but a long road to travel. Just remember, if FaZe want to do this in front of their home crowd, they will have to beat Shopify Rebellion in not just one best of 7, but they have to reset the bracket and do it twice. And with how the 4 gentlemen across from them have been playing so far this event, most players, most teams, haven't even been able to steal a game off of them as yet.
That's right. We already have one result from these two. Let's not forget, this was your winners bracket final only earlier today. And if you didn't catch that one, it was a 3-0 in favor of Shopify with some pretty heavy-handed scorelines. Now, of course, we're going to have different game types in this series. It will be a best-of-7, and FaZe will be riding high off of the momentum of that Game 5 win. The question is, can they make sure that this series is different?
Man on the right-hand side of your screen has had a phenomenal tournament. Snakebite, some of the numbers, some of the clutch moments, some of the iciest moments in those close games, in those final moments to push FaZe over the line when they've really needed the general most. He has stepped up, and then all of a sudden it felt in that last series that everyone else just started to rise to the occasion as well. FaZe looking like a unit, and FaZe looking so dangerous as they come into this grand final.
Snakebite for me really has been the story of this FaZe roster for the weekend, because I think a lot of people that were watching that Game 5 maybe had a little bit of deja vu for his prior matches. The fact that he went so positive in that Game 5, yet again, putting the team on his back.
And this is an indication of where they've come from and where they are looking to get to, right? This is a step forward for FaZe Clan. You're looking at the finals, you're looking at where they're placed, all of this kind of thing, and just coming up a little bit short a lot of the time, but now they are looking to go for gold, to get that first trophy on board, and there's no better time to do it in front of your home crowd at your own event with just the Halo World Championships waiting before we close out Halo Infinite.
So much riding on this series, it feels like. It really will be the determining factor. It's only going to go one of two ways, right? We're going to have Shopify being your defending champion yet again going into the World Championship. And we might not have the argument that FaZe Clan is a contender to that throne. However, that could be a very different tale if we see big games on the board here for FaZe. And they've already made it this far, as we said. Their best performance to date in quite some time, and especially since the team change. And now you're starting to see, Mark, what you and I talked about as the long-term storyline for this FaZe roster, right? Everyone knew at the time of the team change that you could not base what will happen this year off of Salt Lake City alone. It was always an investment in the World Championship story. And now FaZe, through a hard-fought bracket, is going to look to start to even further change that story. But as you say, it will take 2 best-of-7s to do so, and they will need to take this one game at a time.
Something we just saw announced on Twitter as well, X, whatever you want to call it, depending on age bracket, I imagine at this point.
Yeah.
All the games on Sunday, the Halo World Championships, has just been announced will be played as best-of-7s.
Amazing.
So not just the grand final, every game on the Sunday will be an extended series, making sure that we have the best Halo to send the game off. And boy, is that going to be a grueling Sunday.
Take a look at this as well, just to show you, just in case you haven't caught this entire year. 2025 so far, the 3rd appearance for Rebellion in a grand final. FaZe's 2nd, and of course both teams finishing within the top 4, part of that big 4. But as we mentioned, 2 very different storylines here. Rebellion, your defending champion from Salt Lake City. That was their first win all year long, and it was over Optic Gaming. FaZe on the other side, falling earlier in a grand final and yet to put their first major win on the board. And what a story it would be, especially in front of a hometown crowd. You've already seen just how many FaZe jerseys there are in the crowd, unsurprisingly. And they would love nothing more than to see a long night of Halo Infinite here in Charlotte.
And just a little reminder, I'm sure that everybody who's sat here in the arena right now is more than aware. This is going to be one of the only opportunities you're going to have to watch a grand final on Halo Infinite. This is the last HCS major before we head to Worlds. So if you're here and you're part of this incredible event that's been put on by FaZe Clan, you've got the opportunity to make it special by making a little bit of extra noise, knowing this is going to be one of your last opportunities to do so. But this is a tough
graphic
stat to read, and a stats graphic to read if you're hoping for FaZe Clan to pull this off.
This is black and white in more ways than one. This is quite a clear story being told here. 6-0 here in Charlotte. 18-2, only dropping 2 maps the entire weekend. Undefeated in map 1s, as well as Strongholds, King, and CTF. A 1.21 aggregate team KD. 16 LAN series win streak, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, I was about to say, that's CTF 4-0. That's not just a 4-0. That is Shopify Rebellion feeling like they are redefining what it means to be deadly, clinical, and just not even concede flags. It has been insane to watch them capture the flag performance throughout this weekend, and I tell you what, their CTFs in this series, their eyes are going to be lighting up.
And by the way, we have to talk about this entire day, it has been the Renegade story. Let's not kid ourselves, right? It's been all about what Renegade and Optic Gaming were doing through the elimination bracket. But it's FaZe Clan that stops that story in its tracks.
Excellent vibes. That's the energy I want to see.
Very good vibes in the room here in Charlotte, indeed. And you got to think Shopify likely expecting to see Optic Gaming across the stage yet again, but instead, Optic Gaming going to have a lot of time here to think about what they want to do in just a few weeks at Worlds, and instead, it's a Shopify versus FaZe rematch from your winners bracket final. And what was developing into another epic run from Optic Gaming, as we said, comes to a halt. They will exit in third. And instead, it's all about your two teams on the stage. It's Shopify versus FaZe Clan.
And with, I think, understandably so, a lot of people, with the fact that Shopify Rebellion came from that winners bracket final, having this series advantage, will be thinking that the favorites probably are the team who sat on the left-hand side of the stage. But just a reminder how crazy that is to say. Last Shot on Cycle, remember last event was their first ever event win. So they really have just ascended to a new level. And to win one is tough. To go back-to-back, even tougher. Very few select teams and players can say that they've done that over the years. Let's take a look at our series layout there on the first best of 7. Start off with a bit of pace, Andy. We've got a bit of strongholds lattice.
Yeah, pace indeed, and I tell you what, it's quite a way to start off the series in terms of game ones. It's not every day that you get a game type this fast in your first game. It's going to be such a good tone setter for the series where you're just going to have to be absolute blistering pace to get ready into this series. And it's going to tell us a lot about these teams. Let's not forget, FaZe Clan, they're going to be warm, they're going to be hot from that series. But as you've seen from Shopify's records, they seem to be ready for anything.
Well, no more time to hold this energy in for the teams on the stage. They've got to lay it all out there. No more time for everyone who's sat in this crowd to hold that energy in. You've got to let it out. As we're heading in towards our grand final, Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan, and we are underway for the POV of Frosty.
Underway with a brand new matchup here. As we said, it might not be the exact teams that you expected to be here, but this is what you came for. This is your grand final. A first best of 7. FaZe Clan will need to take if they want to send us to a second best of 7. However, Shopify Rebellion with a chance to win it from the winners bracket in your first best of 7.
Early scoring in this game is going to be belonging to Shopify Rebellion here, an AB hold for them, but you can see the Fate's already putting some pressure on. That's going to be 2 dead. It was momentarily 3 dead on the side of Shopify, and it might be 4 dead in a few seconds' time. Frosty is the last alive, and FaZe have managed to flip B, so A is their next point of contact. And it's looking like, if they're not careful here, there could be an early triple cap.
Just narrowly avoid the trip cap as Frosty, now snipe in hand, knows he needs to connect to open up the map for them a little bit, as they will have to pause progress on B. Frosty will jump back in.
Like this from Frosty, even though he's got that sniper in his hands. Saw these teammates have picked up a couple of kills themselves, so it allowed him just to look towards objective instead of just the kills, but FaZe gonna have to pressure B again. A couple of kills on either side. Last Shot's found the last remaining bullets in that sniper rifle, and he's already put one to work.
Shopify Rebellion now takes the lead here on the AB hold. And what looked like, as you said, was about to be maybe just moments away from a trip cap. Of course, Last Shot hits that body shot, by the way, casually. Whips it and rips it. Will connect there. That'll buy them once again a little bit of extra space. They will continue scoring on AB.
Did a really good job controlling this. This was one of the more comfortable setups to hold that we do have on Lattice. Just casually. Doesn't even bother to scope in. No need. If you've got the talent that this man has to hit that body shot.
Of course,
and then he turns
sticks.
the corner and just dismisses Lucid with that stick. That was almost disrespectful.
I'll tell you what, thank goodness he's doing what he's doing, because the enemy team was scoring during the entirety. They will eventually flip C, but lays down a lot of damage as well as kills to make sure that they can now be scoring yet again. A starts to flip though, Snakebite versus Last Shot here.
Snakebite just going to dip out of that, just try and wait the nades out. Lucid's going to fly bottom middle, wants that 1v1, but Lucid is going to lose it to Last Shot, who now finds himself on a killing spree. 5 without response for the youngster.
Also, we've seen this before. Last shot with the QT on this map is dangerous. You can play so many different angles simultaneously with the nooks and the crannies and the small spaces on this map. Let's see what he can do.
FaZe are holding on to A at the moment. Slender, they get the little reset there. You can see that Trippy is going to have to try and locate where last shot went, and he has no idea! That QT is a problem, especially in the hands of last shot.
You and I were talking about the QT on this map, like we said, in the hands of Shopify and last shot especially. It feels different on this map, the things you can get away with, and that was a perfect example. Kills being traded out, 2v2 on the map, tied 60-60 off the opening moments.
Shopify are going to be able to flip A over. It looks like Snakebite wants to play for this sniper rifle that's just popped, but last shot's going to be challenging him. Probably not a player that you want to be challenging you. A little bit of teamwork, though, is going to take him down. Snakebite's still alive here. Shopify still in control of the scoring, though. 74 points and rising. If they're not careful here, FaZe, the time they're spending obsessing around this power weapon might allow the scoring to get a bit out of hand. 86 points and rising, and scoring is continuing here for Shopify.
Lucid, very good shots, but Royal 2 doubles back out, wins that, and that was 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Will be Shopify continuing to score. They will also cross the 100-point mark. Don't give last shot a second opportunity, as 3 will fall for FaZe. He's going to hit that shot, as you've seen every time, and it is now a trip cap for Shopify Rebellion.
3 dead, trip cap. All the 3s are not the ones you want to see if you're a FaZe fan right now. Last shot still has ammo in this sniper rifle. Look at the cover fire. Now he's got the confidence to move in based off of the damage his teammates were outputting. Last shot and the rest of Shopify playing so beautifully at the moment. Anything that looks close to his reticle he's hitting.
It's amazing to watch last shot, an entire Shopify Rebellion roster play this game type. Because if you were watching scrims and all the events leading up to this tournament, you've seen what this man can do. He's doing the same exact thing here. The trip cap continues for Shopify.
It was about tied up at 60 a few moments ago. It's now 156 and rising. That is thanks to this man, Trippy last alive. Last shot, leading him a merry dance there and still connects with a beatdown, but the score, look at that score, 178 and rising now. FaZe cannot get in those strongholds.
Trippy was the last player alive there. He's going to be a staggered spawner. Staggered spawns again. It will still be 2 dead, 3 dead for FaZe yet again. This is devastating.
It's starting to get a bit ugly here for FaZe. A really ropey few minutes, and it's been the brilliance of Shopify Rebellion they really haven't had an answer to.
By the way, last shot is 15 and 5. I was talking to Best Man and he agrees. I was like, I'm pretty sure you guys might be the best of this game type, and he thinks as well. Any map on Lattice, they seem to be playing at a different clip. They understand the ways that you can get across this map and support one another, and it helps when you have last shot, as we saw, just hitting every single body shot, if not a headshot around the map, and they're already at 222 points on the board.
Enemy team nearing victory.
2 dead for Shopify, but 2 dead for FaZe on the other side. So numbers are equal, scoring still in the hands of Shopify Rebellion. AB is their hold, 133 and rising. FaZe needs to step inside a couple of strongholds very soon, or this game is going to be over. It looks like FaZe are actually going to make a play for both. They flip A, Trippy does a good job to stay alive. Snakebite's going to be alongside him to help support and keep his teammate there. The reset on B has come in from Shopify. And now with Royal 2 stepping back into A, he wants to take this back off FaZe, having seen them work so hard to get it back in their control.
Royal 2 does so well there. The angle selection, the avoiding of the nades, finally he's taken down, but they will put even more on the board. Still scoring an A, and last shot gets the reshot. 4 dead on FaZe Clan.
We're into the home straight here. Shopify Rebellion still in control of the stronghold, still in control of scoring. Even though there's desperate plays from FaZe to just jump in any stronghold that they can to try and slow this scoring down, you feel like it really is a matter of time here before we're calling the end of game 1. However, FaZe got a triple cap for now.
Penguin, unable to stay alive there, might have been an even different story, but as you say, they have left what is presumably too little, too late, as they trail by an enormous margin, and C will flip as well.
The one thing that they forgot about. Killed 3, had a triple cap, did not see Frosty get away with that snipe. What happens? Trippy has to call it out to his teammates as he's hitting the back of the skull. Trippy will find 2 though, and FaZe are making a fist of this. Even though it's only 4 points for Shopify to win this triple cap is starting to hurt.
Back-to-back 3 deads.
And even though you can see from the POV of Frosty, he's been alive for quite some time with this sniper rifle. Hasn't really been able to do too much with it.
All right, and hey, not over just yet. This would be something, folks. We're not going to start to get too excited. We'll see if they can continue slaying for what will need to be at least 2 to 3 more slays to tie this game. And right now, C's starting to be flipped as well. There's no room for error for FaZe Clan, but they've just put about 80 points on the board.
Yeah, they've three, 4 deads in a row. Only Frosty the sole survivor in a lot of those. A killing spree here for Snakebite. Surprise, surprise. YFA is trying to get back into this, and how? Because this man's starting to heat up. A is being flipped, though, by Shopify Rebellion, but Snakebite now has a 1v1 with an ex-teammate, a long-time friend, to see if C will be flipped, and FaZe will continue to score. I felt like the appropriate result to that 1v1.
Of course they traded. Still B and C for FaZe Clan. B now being flipped. Shopify going for it. They need to be careful here, FaZe.
Big shot, though, from Frosty. But Trippy and Penguin win their fights.
Oh, my word.
Lucy wants to keep this triple cap going. I tell you what, FaZe will not say die. They are back into this game, and even though they've only got 1 mistake in them, they are giving it everything here.
It was 3 dead for FaZe, though. It was 3 dead and a staggered 4 dead. This likely will be an A-B grab for Shopify.
A gets flipped. B gets converted as well. The points will tick up. Penguin will slide in. He gets taken down. And 250 points finally is on the board for Shopify Rebellion. Lattice belongs to them, and they will go 1-0 up in the series.
Once again, it feels like a story of too little too late for FaZe Clan, because they were able to put together a fantastic 150-point run there on the trip cap. Not easy to do against anyone, let alone Shopify Rebellion. But Shopify to be comfortably sat at 246 and only need what felt like the 4th or 5th push to close out the game. They really played the early game so strong. They'll win with a final score of 250 to 184.
Last shot, most kills in the game, least deaths in the game, most assists in the game. He is a machine.
I would say the best Lattice player in the league, and Shopify also the best Lattice team in the league. And don't you worry if you're a Shopify fan, because these guys can do it across every single map. But it does feel like ever since the map released, they have been devastating in the fashion that you just saw. The ability to get those top mid angles, to be able to fly across, to pinch the spawns. Making Rebellion fans in the audience very, very happy about what they've seen. And now, just like that, Shopify Rebellion find themselves only 3 games away from closing out the tournament.
And they will be ticking it off game by game. Game 1, tick, done, 1 in the bank. 3 more to go, like you quite rightly say, to call themselves champions here. For FaZe, though, it's interesting because they have been through the wars today, right? They have had to fight and scrap and claw for every single series victory that they've had. And I think it's not going to faze them too much here. Excuse the pun.
I was going to say, it's excused. Look at this, though. I mean, also, I think you brought it up, Mark, and it's such a great point. Cycle and Last Shot only won their last major, last event. But it doesn't feel like that whatsoever, because how long these guys have been dominated and playing so well. It almost feels like it landed not as hard as other first tournament wins, because we know what they're capable of. So then that has even extended into the latter parts of the season. So when you see things like this, where, like we said, Last Shot is 18-10 in this stage of the game, you're just like, yeah, that's normal. That's what he does. That's what this team does. And they've made it feel regular. Like every single day, they just put up numbers and performances like this, and that's what makes them so special.
I think it's a fascinating point that you raised there about Last Shot and Cycle, right? It's not many players throughout Halo history that you're just expecting to win an event at some point. You're just waiting for the moment. It's not if, it's like when, and then how many.
Absolutely.
That's the kind of talent that they do have, and they're showing it on the main stage here, especially in that game number 1. But game number 2 is going to be Slayer live fire here. We do have a sniper rifle in play top middle again, so if you enjoy a little bit of sniper rifle action, well, you could be in for a good time. Camo, of course, going to be a huge influence on which way this game swings, and for FaZe, it's going to have to be them relying on Slayers again if they want to get back into this series.
And look at this. If you're a FaZe fan, which there are many in the room, and of course watching from all around the world, live fire Slayer 8-0 record on LAN in 2025, undefeated in this game 2 game type, with a over 10.3 average margin, the first in the Halo Championship Series, certainly poised to put up a fight here in this game number 2 and the entire series for that matter.
As we saw in the team intros as well, Lucid knows the top of that snipe tower extremely well, and he might have to pull off something similar, maybe even better, if he wants to get FaZe back into this series and tie things up. Frosty with the POV to start this game off, and the first 2 kills are going to go the way of Shopify Rebellion.
Poetic that if Shopify wants to take down FaZe in this game number 2, they have to deal FaZe their first loss of the season in this game type. Sets us up perfectly for this series, and Frosty just walks in and blows the door down with the sidekick. He says, actually, I'm going to take that snipe. but he's pinched and taken down, but he brings it back far enough. Maybe this is even worse, a bigger threat. He was probably
100% worse.
He was probably about to drop it anyway.
Goodness me! I mean, it falls out of Frosty's hands and into the hands of this man. Double, pancake, triple for last shot, and a couple of extra love bullets at the end of it.
Little bit of extra love taps indeed after taking down that triple and making it look way too easy. They now lead 9-2 off the opening break. And FaZe Clan, despite their 10.3 average margin, finds themselves down by nearly 10.3.
Trippy should be traded out here. Camo has dissipated, so at least there's something for FaZe to stop worrying about. But even if you can see him, it might actually be more scary to look at last shot and see that game attack above his name as his Spartan charges towards you with the way that he's playing at the moment. Starting this game 6-0. No deaths for last shot.
More kills than all of FaZe at the moment. They finally will tie last shot in terms of total kills. Here he comes now as well. Repulse jumps up and looks to deal even more damage. Jesus.
Just so calm, so confident, doesn't miss. 16-7. 16-7, excuse me, between the two. Well, you've been maybe remiss to think that with the point of view that we're watching right now, that the 16 kills do belong to this man.
And right now, only a few kills away from another medal on his screen. We'll see if he's able to rack that up, but right now they continue controlling and patrolling. That kills will be traded out, and it's 19-9.
Snakebite with it yet to register a kill to his name. Penguin is going to find last shot and deal him his first death of the game, however. So, just a moment here for FaZe to get numbers on the map. Royal 2 is looking to flank, though. Up on the A plat, he'll find Penguin, who's weak. Camo's going to be contested by all players at the moment. A big, big push on that Camo side from FaZe Clan. Trippy turns around at just the right time to stop this flank from Royal 2, and will be FaZe dropping a couple of numbers. There'll be a carbine tickling away at Snakebite, who's just trying to survive long enough to get back into the action here. Royal 2 should fall and will fall.
2v2 on the map here. And with Frosty sneaking away with the camo, and it was 3 dead. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify, see what Frosty can do with the camo play.
Another one white. Keep going. Push this. Bottom mid. Pushing this. We got bottom mid now. Nice. Gotcha. Yo, look at me. I'm fighting it. Yo, we keep it. Bottom mid snipe. Dummy door sniping. Dummy door. He's walking bottom mid snipe. On camera, check it out. Nice. Yo, dummy door sniping. Harry Potter.
Yo, Matt, they're gonna be an A from B. They're gonna be an A from B.
You can go big. I've looked at some. Yo, some red weak. Go top and weak. Yo, White has a couple. I see pillar. I'm going. Press the pillar. I see the pillar. We didn't kill him. One back B. PJ missing PJ.
One shot. Safe. Other one back B, Matt. Back B.
Still back B.
Yo, training.
Training.
Back B.
I see training. One back B. Wing. Do it swing, absolutely. Holy shit, bro. 2 dead.
I'm looking at you.
Yo, A plat on the pistol.
Yo, big door hitting. Item once.
Camus on. Yeah. They might collapse on the tower.
Last two B. Try to Go on. Nest.
On me.
Tower. Going up.
I'm training. Yo, camo 30. Yes.
I'm looking at right now.
Hold on. That's a red bar. Nice, get up. Hey, big army.
Well, you can feel the intensity. You can feel how much the Shopify Rebellion want this win on the board. And a 42-27. Can anyone stop them?
Amazing listening there. And even with a lead like this, now 43-28, as you say, the intensity, the comms, it's unbelievable. Cyclone last shot, not only the young guns being loud, you heard Royal 2, the speed of the communication and the precision that they're using to call out. Also, B-Man in the back just holding it down, paving the way for moments like this. Another camo, 47 on the board, 3 kills to go for Shopify to deal not just FaZe's first loss of this game type of the year, but a devastating blow in game number 2.
16-5 last shot in this game number 2 in a grand finals. And he's got the camo, and you can only imagine he's going to turn 16 into 17 pretty quickly. Couple of shots onto Trippy here. He's going to back FaZe up. Penguin's already had his shields broken, and that is going to be the signal now for the rest of the troops to arrive. Everybody is stuck in jail in more than one way here for FaZe Clan. 2 to go for Shopify.
Look at the patience here. Here they come now, 49-50 on the board. And Shopify Rebellion with a beautiful, convincing performance on this game. And man, how about FaZe? 8-0? Excuse me, 8-0 in this game type. And all of a sudden, you wouldn't have guessed it based on what we just saw. Shopify Rebellion picking up the momentum off that game number 1, to say the very least.
Every single time we're on a POV at the moment from Shopify Rebellion, it feels like decision-making almost perfect. The shots, incredible. The communication, unbelievable. And I think the trust as well is something to highlight. Just everyone is playing for each other. The great indication of that as we take a look at some of these stats. That play bottom middle, I think it was Royal 2, who has no shields, uses as a repulse just to stay alive if you extract, and you just hear in the comms, I got you, I got you, I got you.
It was amazing.
Everyone survives, they get the kills.
I agree.
Incredible.
By the way, last shot, 18-5. Already a household name, of course, in this scene, but reminding everyone the type of trajectory that he's on. About 24 months ago, a player who many had not even heard of. And now a name that you will be unable to ignore, because in a grand final, in the last major of the year, going over triple positive in a game number 2. And I couldn't agree more. I think what you talked about, we had just gotten into the listen-in. As we'll take a look at some highlights in just a second. It was amazing to listen to. You heard B-Man calling snipe down bottom mid. Everyone going, yeah, drop down. And not only did Royal 2 drop down to get the snipe, he had help from Dummy Door, he had help from Key Door, so that when he gets down there and there's a rat tunnel push, he has so much help. He repulses, they're able to nade a rat tunnel, they kill the last player as well, and they keep Snipe alive. And what a start it was as well from Shopify Rebellion.
This triple kill after the performance in game number 1. When you're shooting bodies in game 2, normally we would both be like, oh, just be a little bit careful here, there's a long series to go. But with the way that game 1 and 2 have gone so far, and the dominance been shown by Shopify Rebellion, you're kind of like, I'm not even going to question it.
It's probably the first time that you and I have seen someone shooting bodies in a grand final and not been like, ooh. I think instead it's like, well, if you're going 18-5, you probably are allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you've got every right to do it. So Shopify Rebellion, 50-32 in game number 2. The intensity on your screen right now kind of matched the comms of
really
Shopify when we went to the listening. And like we said, the checkbox of games to call yourself champions, 2 now. Check. Done.
The wall so far painted black by Shopify Rebellion with 2 large margin victories in games 1 and 2. And how about, does that tell you a lot about this team or what? That FaZe Clan comes into that game type undefeated, but it feels like Shopify Rebellion playing a little bit of final boss here with saying, well, you haven't played us in that game type too recently, so let's go ahead and run this one back. Dominates them 50-32. Speaking of final boss, I want to give a huge shout out. Sayen of STK 3D Final Boss fame in the building with his 2 boys playing this weekend. Amazing to have Halo royalty with us this weekend. It's been a special weekend in Charlotte in many, many ways. And Shopify looking to make it a special one for them with what would be their second. A lot of young fans of us in the room. Amazing to have you all with us, whether you're with us in Charlotte or joining from around the world. But Shopify looking to make this a special one for their org, as it would be their second win back-to-back this year.
So what for FaZe Clan now? That's the big question. How do you find something, some resilience, and just a game on the board? Because it has looked like both the teams in that game number 1 and game number 2 have just been a gulf apart. I mean, I can sit here and say it's been closer and try and tell you it has, but I think everybody's got their own eyes and can see how those first 2 games have gone. As we see a little bit of friendly rivalry.
I was going to say, yeah.
It did look friendly, to be fair.
It looked friendly.
It looked friendly.
I think they'll be okay after this, regardless of which way it goes. Can't say that about every set. We've seen a few people in FaZe and Shopify jerseys, and they kind of look like they might not be on speaking terms depending on how this series goes. Reach Charge, King of the Hill. 5-0 for Shopify Rebellion on LAN in 2025 with an average margin of nearly 2.
That's crazy.
Of course, first in the league in that category as well. But we've seen records broken just last game. We'll have to see if FaZe can find some ice. We know they are an icy set of players with some wild performances, national championships as well on that team. Can they dig deep and get back in this series? So far they have been deflated, but there's a lot more Halo yet to play in your grand finals. We're underway in game number 3. Shopify Rebellion leading 2-0.
Camo bot middle, that's where everyone's going to be fighting off the start here. You can already see, though, Frosty's POV, the players he's fighting are damaged, have taken damage, and FaZe are 3 dead. It's the one thing you don't want at the start of a game where you've just been beaten. so heavily in the first two is to lose that opening rush again. 3 fell. And it actually looks like Shopify Rebellion might have conceded or been a little bit too quick here and conceded the spawn over at Pipes to FaZe. So FaZe have actually got a little bit better map conditioning and positioning, considering that they really didn't win that opening rush.
Cycle last player alive on gold stairs. Trades there with Snakebite. In the end, it will be 4 dead though, so 2 players up on FaZe should give them an opportunity here to get a little bit of progress, but they know that the spawners will be coming quick.
Nice little peek shots coming in from Trippy there. Unfortunately, it was a nade from Royal 2 that flushed him out. 2 dead now. For FaZe means that Snakebite should be under a little bit of pressure. Cycle already sliding in to try and deal with him. Great shots though from Snakebite. Tries to bank the nade to hurt Royal 2 as well to slow down the push, but it looks like Shopify flipped the map. And now, last shot, setting up on top of the catwalk, is just trying to finish off Penguin, and if he does so, Shopify might be thinking about stepping in that hill again.
That's the second time back-to-back that Last Shot was able to take a top tower or a top catwalk angle, and it feels like that is representative of what we need to see here. If Last Shot is continually able to take those angles, the key to victory, it goes without saying, based on the statistics, as 3 fall, will be for FaZe to shut down Last Shot, because as they now do, 4 dead, that will be the key. He has been dominating games 1 and 2, and we need to see FaZe keeping him at bay.
Yeah, shut down Last Shot or have someone try and match him on your side. Someone needs to heat up here for FaZe. If it's big game Trip, if it's going to be Lucid, or maybe it's going to be Penguin or Snakebite, who just takes the game and the series by the scruff of the neck and says, hey, when you're not going to have it all your own way. Almost 3/4 of their first hill has gone to the side of FaZe now. Shopify have managed to break with 2 dead here for FaZe, so they'll be able to gather a little bit of time. But FaZe, you feel like this first hill needs to go their way here, having done so much of the work.
You really do, and man, do they ever have a down-to-the-wire king of the hill against Optic. If you missed it, you're gonna want to go back and watch the VOD, because it was quite something, down to the wire. They did close that out, by the way, so we know that they have the late game kind of pushes here.
Frosty might be one of the last hopes here for Shopify Rebellion. He's trying to push through onto Snakebite. He'll find one. That's 2 dead now for FaZe. Camo, that's bottom middle. That's Penguin. He gets taken down as well by Royal 2. And as one of the last players alive, all of a sudden, the output of damage means FaZe have fallen apart. 4 of them have fallen, and Shopify are back inside the objective.
How about Frosty's timing there, huh? He knew exactly what he had to do on glass, then challenge Camo at Orange Door, then stay alive. It's a big set of plays, and they might steal this one out from FaZe Clan.
Frosty's still inside of this hill. Finally, Trippy will just push him out. Managed to take him down to the grave. Snakebite steps back inside of that hill, and FaZe now seconds away from just getting themselves into the series. It's 1-0, FaZe strike first.
Who else but Snakebite? He's 8-5. He leads the entire game in kills, and he also makes the plays there to step in the hill and pick up some extras as well. It has been all about Snakebite's clutch moments for FaZe all weekend long, and he's going to need to put those together continually to get FaZe back in this series. Currently, they lead 1-0.
Just a little bit of a difference in the slays you can see between the two teams. FaZe have managed to match Shopify Rebellion in the opening gambits of this game. Royal 2's going to find himself a shock rifle though, and will have the ability to click on some heads and make FaZe suffer should they fall into his reticle. Just going to shade the shoulders there, but all the cranium is still intact.
Rare miss there. Here comes the pressure. Lucid trying to stay alive bottom middle, but it will be difficult from this angle. And that's going to be 3 dead. Penguin, your last player alive here at blue.
He's playing his life pretty well though, Penguin, just waiting for the rest of FaZe to try and join him off the respawn. Actually, perfect last shot as well, which is always a good thing to do. Royal 2 now stepping inside of that hill with a shock. Anyone who's going to peek down on stacks is going to more than likely be singed by one of the best players to ever do it.
As you say, stepping back in, 4v4 on the map. Here comes the push, simultaneous, very nice team shot and timing coming in from FaZe.
Yeah, really, really good there. Just making sure they were synchronized in pushing, making sure that there wasn't an easy shot for Royal 2 to hit. 2v2 on the map right now. Penguin versus last shot. A beautiful grenade is going to take him down. And Snakebite steps inside of the hill once more. FaZe are leading this hill. As Cycle looks for the Insta. Gets the good damage and follows up with a frag.
Man, really nicely done from Cycle. Oh, and of course he gets the double as well. So well done, just the discipline and the management there of his shield to use the Insta to not engage too heavily. Bottom blue, but he gets absolutely nuked in the end. Trippy will fly in and waste no time to make sure he gets that kill. It's a 3v3 for a moment.
Just checking out the stats as we see a little bit of a rumble outside of the hill. Shopify Rebellion look like they're winning this team fight, and Camo will go into the hands of Frosty. Snakebite 9 and 8 in the game. Trippy 10 and 7 leading the way for FaZe in slays. On the other side of things, it's kind of even across the board. Nobody having outstanding games for Shopify Rebellion, but everybody solid.
This is a big moment here with this Camo. It's a 3v3, and take a look. Shopify about to take this hill. Let's see if they can close it out. The Camo should really help them do it, but Frosty's going to slow play it.
2v2. Snakebite's going to peek in front of Hill. Cycle is there. Try and help him out. Shroud going down as well, helping Frosty just to survive a few seconds longer, and by surviving a few seconds longer, it will now be a tied game. Shopify get the second hill on the board as we move towards the turbine.
How about the timing there once again from Frosty? To know not to step in right away. Instead, use the chaos on stacks as well as the Shroud to ensure that he had the right angles and the cover to close that out. We're now tied 1-1.
And yeah, the Frosty's feeling it when the eyebrows start moving in the player cam. It means he's locked in. He is trying everything he can to drag Shopify Rebellion back into this game number 3. 1 minute 51 still left on the game clock. Plenty of time for these teams to establish a lead. Nobody needs to force anything as yet. It's Frosty. He's going to have to hold off the advances of Lucid. Managed to pick him off. Another player, Snakebite, going to be down on the bottom elevator, taking a little bit of damage. But Trippy picking up a kill elsewhere means that Frosty's just trying to survive.
Really nicely done here from Frosty. Dealing so much damage and staying alive. The priority, as you see, is just holding down top elevator.
God.
And might
no,
do this as well.
No!
Penguin!
Oh, that cannot happen if you're Penguin. In that situation, Frosty takes him for a walk. And moments like that hurt, especially when you're down 2-0 in the series. Frosty has no right to be alive.
There's also has no right to be dealing also 50% damage on Penguin, who has already spawned yet again. Has his number at the moment, and they have 50% progress on hill number 3.
Confidence in the POV you're watching right now is quite astounding. Frosty now going to find a shock rifle, completely full of ammo as well. Penguin does get an element of revenge. But Royal 2 is going to make sure that that is short-lived. All tied up almost on this hill, though Shopify are starting just to advance halfway past the capture point. FaZe are 4 dead though, and this might be a chance for last shot on the rest of Shopify Rebellion to really put the squeeze on a FaZe on the Swarm.
Last shot knows he needs to stay alive, or at least deal as much damage as he can for these spawners. Here comes the pinch.
Good damage from last shot again. Snakebite, equal good damage. Peak shots won by Snakebite. And now we have peak shot battle Mark 2. The only problem is Cycle's got a camo. And FaZe Clan find themselves 3, make that 4 dead. Cycle says, I'll stand in the hill.
And this now, as you say, with the timing, it's essentially going to be 2 staggered spawns followed by the final staggered spawn from Lucid, and they might even just close it out right here on this hole.
Desperate grenades coming in, looking for instant splash damage from FaZe. But with Cycle inside of the hill and that camo, making it so difficult to flush him out. It's going to be 2-1. Shopify Rebellion have turned this game on its head.
They really have. 3 dead yet again. Lucid is your last player alive yet again. And off the cap, they also are continuing control. Most importantly, it's 27 seconds left on the game clock. Of course, Shopify will play time here.
Time just slipping through the fingers for FaZe to make something happen here. I think of all hills, you look at the bottom mid being the most difficult to capture, but this one you've got to step into the open. There's so many lines of sight, so that time is going to tick down, and even if FaZe get close to it, you would expect Shopify to be able to get those lines of sight, and the battle rifle in the hands of Frosty should be able to deal enough damage from range to keep FaZe away.
The way that they're cleaning up these kills is remarkable. The assists have been fantastic. The team fire has been so good. 6 seconds left.
A little bit of a Geronimo into the tower from Frosty with this grapple, and that will close it out here. Shopify Rebellion win game number 3 and are 1 game away from being your champions.
And it feels like even though in-game they're dominant, every time we cut to that post-match player cam, cool, calm, and collected. As we said, it's another day at the office for Shopify Rebellion. And making it just feels like every time they're pressed, and even if they find themselves 3 or 4 dead, they don't make a mistake. They get the opening damage, they convert, they get the power-ups, the power weapons, and it has just been dominant, even though we saw FaZe take the first hill. Take a look at some of these stats yet again. This time it's Frosty and Cycle as well as Royal 2, 18, 18, 17 apiece. And big, as I said, look at the assists.
Yeah,
the assist column, you could tell watching the gameplay alone. I think everyone who's watched enough Halo, played enough Halo, you could feel it. Every time someone was dealt damage on glass, guess what? Someone was coming up gold stairs. They were there for each other.
It's fascinating to highlight that as well. Like you say there, one thing I love about Rebellion is if you're first into the fight, it looks like there's a clear rule sometimes. Two shots, turn and fight someone else. Try and help a teammate. If you get the information that you're with someone, they've done some damage, there is no second guessing. Yep. That player will immediately fly in to counteract that damage and turn damage into kills. They are so trusting in each other, not just in the comms, but the ability to finish off some of those kills that are being started. It's honestly, it's poetry to watch them play at their best.
It is, and it's also remarkable to watch. We just saw it actually several times here from Frosty's POV. What they're able to do is they're not only dealing damage when the opportunity presents itself, they're hitting drop slides across Whirlpool and just ding-ding a player long haul, and then only if the opportunity is there, a player will go finish. They're getting what feels like 3 extra bits of damage, maybe 50 extra damage here, 50 extra damage there, and it paints this canvas on the map of available opportunities. And guess what? With the way that they can move around the map, on a high percentage kind of basis, those kills are cleaned up. And they're always converting on percentage plays, right? They're only going if the right amount of damage was done, and it won't be a trade, or if they need to trade, they will. But it just feels like they're dealing extra damage around the map that paves the way for them to win games in the fashion that they are winning. For me, one of the big indicators that I was worried about here was last shot gets away, as I said, twice in a row with the same angle on batteries without pressure. And right away, you get this feeling that there was going to be a lot of success for Shopify Rebellion on this game type.
I think Shopify Rebellion, a great encapsulation of the classic Halo quote, right? Which is, you know, good players take 1v1, win 1v1s, great players don't take them.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You're seeing it from the POV. It's just they don't want to take a straight 1v1 because there's too much risk that someone else might have an angle, will create an opportunity, and the 1v1 turns into a 2v1. They're so selective on the damage that they are outputting and then taking advantage of. And then you sprinkle on the fact that none of them are missing. It's pretty difficult to come up with a recipe to match what we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion right now.
It really is, and you can tell. We're seeing it on the scoreboard, and it's another game win for Shopify Rebellion, and it will only be Neutral Bomb Aquarius up next for FaZe Clan to try to stay alive in the series. And not just that, but FaZe Clan will now need to reverse a sweep 4 games straight to stay alive in this tournament and force a second best of 7. That sounds impossible with what we've seen so far, but hey, Halo Infinite has undoubtedly delivered the most surprises out of any Halo title in over 20 years of history here, and we'll see what happens in game number 4.
I thought you were just going to say, but hey, Halo Infinite.
Yeah,
that would have said everything you needed to know.
Right. Why use a lot word when few word do trick?
Do good. Well, let's see if FaZe Clan can start that road back. If they can claw their way back into this series, there's a long way to go, of course. It was always going to be a long road for them. But now we're in the stage where it's sudden death for FaZe if they want to keep this grand final going. For Shopify, it's one game to call themselves champions of the last HCS major before Worlds and call themselves back-to-back champions. Aquarius Bomb is going to be the game type. I think it's only right that we start with this, man.
And as we said, I mean, there's been few players that have had kind of rises this way in terms of the fashion that he's done it. Surprisingly, he's the last player alive, and that means they will forfeit a camo and maybe even a 4 dead here. What an opening from FaZe. Very nice opening rush.
Cycle's going to get picked off as well. Lucy's starting to get a little bit aggressive. Royal 2 with those ridiculous camo eyes is somehow still able to spot him out for a second. Bomb should be being progressed towards the base, you would imagine at this point, but FaZe are getting kill after kill. 2 dead still. Last shot should go down inside of the base as well. Spawner in the back of the base is going to be Cycle. He's dead as well. That bomb needs to be moving.
Still wasn't moved there. You have to wonder what the play call might have been to get this to here faster. Let's see if they can still cap.
Pressure is still in the base, but with the bomb in, they need to be a bit more efficient here. 2 dead still for Shopify Rebellion. Camo in the hands of Lucid. Finally going to go for this arm, but has to deal with the push now from Shopify after respawn.
Yeah, had to wait and bait. He had to drop and shoot, and he knew it, and now it's 2 dead for the side of FaZe. And Royal 2 and team take the bomb out. I agree, there was a little bit, it felt like overslaying, and you got to wonder where the comms were in terms of that bomb sitting util for such a long time. They do not convert despite what is, you know, very clear slaying advantage and opportunity.
I think one of the most frustrating things when you're trying to get back into a series, trying to find your footing in a series like this one, is you can accept brilliance from the other team, but when you're making a clear mistake, that really, really hurts, especially when you create an opportunity to score in a game type like Aquarius Assault. FaZe really only have themselves to blame there, I feel.
Luckily for them, a lot of time on the clock and opportunities to make good on that inability to arm there. And now continuing to slay and dealing down some good damage as Trippy wins another one. Momentary 2v1, however, Lucid last player alive.
Royal2 is going to find Lucid as well. Backs down again, 2 shots, backs down, allows Lucid to survive for now, knowing that the teammate is going to be in a position to help him stay alive and create a 2v1 scenario. Last shot of Frosty will find some kills of their own. FaZe on the back foot here. Bomb is starting to move towards the jet.
Already taken down Penguin. They've got the numbers. They're going to continue applying the pressure, and they take down Trippy as well. They've got staggered spawns.
Lucid just got spotted out as well. Royal2 won't get the trade in that situation, but by pushing up and creating a little bit of space here, what it has allowed is Cycle to move in position to get this next camo. Snakebite does spot him out, but again, just extra damage coming in from a teammate.
Yep.
Means that FaZe are 2 dead.
Saves him. You have to think if Snakebite stays alive there with no pressure from the back-end connector, he probably wins that 1v1. And as you said, it's all about the team shots and the assists for Shopify. That's been the story of not just the series, but their entire tournament.
Still trying to progress this bomb on the car side. And we'll be able to do so. Cycle being a menace with this camo at the moment. Finds another kill. Snakebite takes damage. Bomb is on the bridge. And if Royal2 can take down Snakebite and pick up a couple of kills on these respawners, we might see Shopify with their first chance to score here.
Ooh, goes for the fake, tries to bring Trippy around the corner. That works, but gonna have to wait for help here before they arm.
I like the pressure he's keeping on though, but at the same time, Trippy and Penguin do well to double up there. Bomb is still inside of the base momentarily. Trippy's just throwing that out to create a little bit of parity on the map. And now FaZe can finally start thinking offense instead of defense.
Good damage as well. They are able to get 3 dead. Now here they come. Just trying to bring the bomb back. Royal2 kind of saves the day for just a second, buys them some time.
Penguin going to be last alive here momentarily. And he will fall. So Shopify have cleared their side of the base. Now they will move that bomb once again towards the car side. They'll love to run it in through the gen side, spawn them in and around the fridge and back base, where they know those grenades are going to be able to choke them into the death screen.
Straight 4v4 here. Frosty and Cycle trying to challenge Shroom Stairs, and you can just tell there's a little bit of trepidation, a little bit of patience. Whoever can get this opening damage will certainly have the opportunity to either clear out their base on the side of FaZe, or maybe if Shopify start another arm. That's a big win cross map from Penguin.
This flank
dead though.
I was about to say, this flank from Royal2 could have been perfect, the timing of it. But
look at the reset. Right? They do get a touch. They do get a touch with 7 seconds left, so the bomb will stay alive at util.
I was going to say, Royal2 had that flank, and the timing felt like he was about to walk in and get the comfortable double kill, but teammates had already done the work. It probably was one of those players who was closest to the bomb went down, so Royal2 had to reroute to think about moving that objective before looking to pick up the slays on the respawners. Just over 7 minutes left in this game. Bomb is in a neutral position. This has been a little bit touchy, this game. Best opportunity to plant still belongs to FaZe, though.
Does indeed. Now at the 7-minute mark, 5 minutes gone, as you said, still so neck and neck here. FaZe fighting for everything in this tournament. Let's get into a listen to with FaZe Clan.
Last shot really coming, and their window shooting me.
Yeah, no idea.
guys.
Yeah, they're fire also, guys. They're fire.
Their window still, Cycle, on Jumper. Their Jumper is really
Two guys, P2, I think. P2, look at P2. P2, one shot, P2, guys.
Nice,
two. P2 still, kill him.
We kill P2?
I think we did. Yo, car on me somewhere, car jump. Our car jump and their window or something.
Our car jump one hit, Cycle, one car one really weak.
I'll die. I'm dead. I'm going to gen, guys. Bomb, guys. Their window.
Car 3, roll 2.
Window weak.
Yeah, those guys? Nice.
Their window is weak.
Yeah, go jump me.
Watch the flag.
Hear that. 3 dead. I got bomb moving up.
In the flag.
I'm getting an
Peter in the flag. 2 in the flag.
I'm in the base, guys.
Peter in the flag weak. I'm one shot here. Back Peter weak. I'm looking at P2. I gotta go out. P2 now, time in as well. Time
dead or now, guys.
Time in weak. And then their car glass, car jump maybe?
Car one.
2 dead or now, guys. One just spawned.
Maybe play for bomb?
Yeah.
There's one car too.
Yo, Argen got through. He's our Shroom Bridge right now. They're on top flag.
They're heady really insane. And
he's going on Eli jump. Looking for you, Joey. He's just standing our P2 side now. P2 flag.
Back to Shroom Bridge.
One shot their car glass, one shot Argen. Yeah, they're moving bomb. 2 guys out of car. 2 guys out of car.
Take your time, Joey.
So they're both Shrooms. And then one guy out of car somewhere.
Yeah, there's one guy Argen. They're for base. Car one.
Car one.
Car one's weak. Car one really weak. He's our front car one.
They're now.
I'm in their fire. I'm in their first, guys.
Gen weak. Gen 2 shot.
Low Gen. Heady side. You know me there. Peter. Peter and one guy out.
Well, the FaZe comms are clear and concise. Maybe not the energy you would expect, but you can probably understand why. But they're forcing this bomb into the Shopify Rebellion base once more, and another chance to potentially get the first score on the board.
Look at last shot all the way across. See if they can get this touch here. They will continue to arm. Has to drop though. Both of them stacked.
Lucid's gonna get it. Lucid's gonna get it in the last second. And FaZe will strike and show signs of life. It cost them 3 deaths here. But they get that first bomb on the board, and how big could that be for the confidence?
Wow, like you said, just FaZe had the best chance all game long, and amazing to hear the entire build-up. That was about a 90-second listen in the entire build-up and how hard they had to work to get the pieces together. And Last Shot goes with a big, bold play. When you go for the base trade and you're only cross-mapping, there's only so much you can do if you don't have teammates spawning in the right place. And even though it took 3 players, they finally get the final touch there. And with 4:40 left, it feels like even that arm could be the difference maker. What can Cycle do about that, of course? They want to steal out that Thunder and that momentum. 3 dead for FaZe, make it 4.
Cycle now can just be aggressive, can take all kinds of angles. First thing he's got to do is find info. Nobody's spawning on the fridge. Bad timing on that grenade. And Cycle now has to stay alive. Gets the head down. Shout out Michael Kavanagh. You might know him better as Strong Side. I'm sure you've got a couple of other names for him, Anthony.
Oh gosh, do I ever, but as you say, Strong Side still influencing gameplay today. Many comparisons also, as we heard all year long, of Cycle to Ola. This man gets away with murder, and you would say Pistola and Strong Side, 2 players that also did the same. He's only got 4 minutes, though, to try to do the same in this game type if he wants to close out this series in 4 games.
Snakebite takes some damage. Now they're going to start forcing this bomb in. Lucid does challenge. Good little bank grenade, though, is going to slow the push down once more. One thing Shopify have just struggled to do, it feels like it's getting complete control of that gem bridge. They've got in there a couple of times. They forced that bomb in there. But FaZe have done a really good job of flushing them out with some good bank nades, good defensive work to make sure that bomb really doesn't progress without the players taking damage.
2 dead here. Trippy, a big responsibility, wants to make sure he does not go down 3. Very good to at least take down 1 before falling himself. 2v2 on the map. Minor man advantage for just a second for Shopify, but that clock continues to tick down. 3:15 left.
Couple of grenades is going to slow down the shields. Regen in here for Cycle. It's frustrating sometimes when you're expecting those shields to pop. Just get chipped by a frag grenade.
Objective ready.
As Lucid finds a kill, the bomb is something to keep your eye on. It's in a neutral position right now. Penguin's trying to take a little bit of space, work alongside Lucid to trap them in the back of this base once more. Shopify Rebellion on the back foot. Not the first time we've seen them in this position.
Good damage, good patience coming in from Penguin. Needs to stay alive, of course, in the util. By the way, how about Trippy? Already on 20 kills in the game. Cycle gets away without trading. Feels like quite a win. Trippy makes sure to punish that, but 2 dead for both sides yet again. Trippy records his 21st kill, leading the game.
You're looking at the Shopify side and you're thinking, well, where did the domination go? What happened in this game? Why does it feel a lot tighter, and why are FaZe able to eke out this win? You're looking at the slays. You look at Last Shot, 14 and 17, not great. 19 and 19 for Frosty. Even Royal 2 is negative, which, trust me, he doesn't do that very often. And Cycle, even though he's got a great amount of assists as well, also in the negative. So the slaying battle in this game being won by FaZe.
They really have kept every single player at bay. It's been amazing to watch now with the 157 and now also a camo. They know, though, that you do not want to give a team like Shopify any opportunity. Even with just 150 left, they could play an enormous spoiler to this entire story of this game. And FaZe knows that that is a huge risk even at this late stage in the game. They need to continue controlling for the next and the last minute and a half.
And this camo is going to give them a lot of help in doing so. Penguin's just playing top middle at the moment. And now he's going to grab that bomb and say,
don't hate this.
Hey, Shopify, come and get it, buddy. You need to plant. We just need to hold on.
This is going to buy them a lot of time. Now, they can't risk everything here. They cannot drop 4 dead off of this play as they wait bait. They finally will drop. But now they need to make sure they're slaying as well. 75 seconds left.
Camo is going to expire.
Lashshot wins that? Somehow, Lashshot able to isolate.
I'm a little bit worried about this from FaZe. I've got to be honest
This was a choice. This was a choice.
They're trapping themselves down on pink. The bomb is still halfway up the map. It's not like they've got it in a position where it's going to have to be run a long way. And now, having lost those kills, having lost map control, Frosty
big for Trippy.
Gets some damage, but like you say, good damage coming in from Trippy. Responds. And it looks like FaZe will get away with this. Defensively, again, really good from FaZe.
Yeah, the bait works. I was a little nervous too. I think a lot of people on the Shopify side of the stage might have been getting a little bit, on the FaZe side of the stage might have been getting nervous as well. But now with 33 seconds left and continued numbers and perfect kills from Trippy, who is, by the way, 27 and 19, far and away your outperformer in this game now. 21 seconds left.
Just trying to keep an eye on where this bomb is. It's going to be bottom middle at the moment, and FaZe are 16, 15, 14 seconds away from getting that first game on the board.
10 seconds.
They're trying to hold forward, but it's not going to be easy now. 2 dead. This should be it.
Yeah, Penguin just got 2. Snakebite just found another one as well. Frosty is the last player alive, and FaZe show life. It's a 1-0 victory on Assault. It's a slender lead. It's a slender win. But it's one game that they could call their own. The grand finals will continue here. Shopify will have to wait.
Just when you thought it might be over, and quite an early night, FaZe Clan shows up in a big way. And what did we say? These are going to be a night of records being broken. We already just saw FaZe Clan was undefeated in that game type. You just saw Shopify Rebellion undefeated in this game type. And they are shut down, as we said, mostly based off of a well-rounded performance and a fantastic game from Trippy at 27 kills and 19 deaths, +8 in that game. And look at the assists.
I was going to say, Penguin stats, put a smile on my face. 19, 18, 17. If you compare that to the next amount of assists, highest amount of assists in the game, that's going to be Cycle with 14. And he's slipping into the negative a little bit too heavily for that. And I mean, that's a perfect game of Halo, right? If you're going positive and you're outputting that many assists that your teammates are taking care of, Penguin's doing everything he can to get FaZe back into this. And now all of a sudden it just feels a little bit different this series, right? It's a slender lead, it's a win, there's just one bomb, but it gives FaZe a bit of belief that they can beat Shopify in some of these game types, that they can really push them back against the wall and show a little bit more than what we saw in those first 3.
Yeah, in the end, FaZe unable to arm on both of those first 2 opportunities, which I think rightfully so, a lot of people, certainly ourselves included, critical of. However, look at this 3-man stack. Lucid avoids the last nades and the front jump, by the way, for the very last second to make sure that that bomb goes in. And like we said, that bomb went in around the 5-minute remaining mark, so 7 minutes into the gameplay. And it felt like that one could be the difference maker and the decider. And of course it was. Trippy with huge damage to allow spawners, Lucid specifically, to get that kill on Frosty bottom middle with the bomb. And in the end, it's very nice teamwork and, as you say, resilience from FaZe Clan to get a game on the board in front of their hometown crowd and hope to build some momentum in this series. It will not be a clean sweep. It felt like we might have seen one, but that has been shut down. Instead now, it's FaZe Clan looking to put one game on the board at a time. Next up, they'll need to do it on Slayer Solitude.
And how different does the series feel from 3-1 to 3-2 if FaZe can get this game on the board? And it's a Slayer game type, don't get it twisted. Shopify Rebellion absolutely mopped the floor with FaZe in that Slayer in game 2. But, and it's a huge but, if they can do this, 3-2 gives you hope. 3-2 makes you believe. And 3-2 feels like the series is close and that FaZe can find a way back into it. For Shopify Rebellion, though, the story still remains. One game. Yep. That's all they need here to call themselves champions.
I think we also have to highlight, look at the players on FaZe. This is not a matter of an underdog getting into the grand finals. This is not a matter of an expected result. But it's FaZe Clan. They know what it takes to take it one game at a time, but let's take a look at the Slayer results for Shopify so far.
I wonder if that's, someone will have to confirm this for me, that Akabe result, 50-2. I wonder if that's meant to be 50-20 something. That can't be. I almost don't want to watch. If it's 52, I almost don't want to watch the VOD.
I'm gonna go with you and say it might not have been 50-2, but I bet the other results.
Yeah, the other ones are pretty good.
Are looking good indeed.
But the one thing to highlight here is the loss against Optic on Solitude.
Indeed, and a 50-40 win, like we talked about. Solitude Slayer, granted, a good Optic Slayer. It's one of the few Optic Slayers that is quite a good record for them, but still, a 10-kill margin on that map certainly could provide us with an interesting result in this series as well.
I mean, look at the margin of wins, though. 27. Excellent work. I was going to say, okay, maybe I'll watch the VOD on that one. But look at the margin of victory. The one loss is kind of a footnote, right? It's 50-32. It's almost 20
everywhere.
kills. 50-30, almost 20 kills. It's 20 kills. It feels like 15, 20 kills every single game. Yeah. That is not a close game. That is nowhere near close. That is absolute domination.
And what I love about that, the way that Shopify does that was actually shown to us, I think, in the live fire listening. a lot of teams, when you're leading by 15 plus, you are content to, okay, we got 3 dead, we'll trade the 4th, right? Okay, next up, we are playing essentially the percentage game. As you could tell by the listen-in from Shopify, that is not the game they are playing. They are looking for perfectly executed Halo each time. They are min-maxing, they are keeping their teammates alive, and they want to play not only the most technical, but the most obnoxious Halo to win Slayers, as you saw. 50-36, 50-34, just absolutely dominating their opponents. And when you practice excellence like that, right, it becomes a habit, and you can see it in the score lines. That's what Shopify is doing.
Yeah, just striving for perfection. I mean, again, you look at the Slayer results, and quite rightly how you're indicating they're putting together those kind of margins. Same could be said with CTF. It's not just about winning them anymore. It's about not conceding flags.
Yeah.
It's about winning them by huge margins in record times. They are pushing the boundaries even this far into Halo Infinite of what they expect themselves to be able to do, crazily, against some of the best in the world as well. This isn't, you know, an online tournament against, you know, Steve and 3 mates. This is, this is, you know, some of the best teams in the world that they expect these kind of results from.
As we said, Rebellion fans in the room as well.
Shout out Steve and his 3 mates, by the way. Hope you're doing well.
Shout out to our young guns in the front row. Great to have you with us, rooting for the Shopify Rebellion players. And as we said, one thing that we cannot forget, on the other side of the stage is FaZe Clan, a team of veteran talent, that if there's 4 players that you know can take it one game at a time, these 4 are certainly on that list. You can tell Lucid and Squad going through a little bit of what they need to do on this next map and game type. And maybe just the spark, the momentum that FaZe Clan needed. Because these 4 players, they've been here before, and they know what it takes. And maybe now they have a little bit of belief. Avoided the sweep. Gained a little bit of momentum on their side. And can maybe take that ride even into further games into the series.
Yeah, I think important for FaZe as well. We just saw Penguin put in a really strong performance in that previous game as well. So we've been talking about, you know, Trippy's had some good games. Lucid obviously has his flashy moments. Snakebite's been probably the standout. But I feel like a bit of a quiet event by his own standards for Penguin, and that's not putting any spotlight on him. I feel like that kind of game, when he's playing at that level, everyone else on FaZe looks even better. He's one of those type of players where sometimes you can get bogged down in statistics on what he's actually adding to the team, and you kind of go, oh, he's got neg 2, neg 3, whatever it might be, but he's providing so much value, and if you can do that and go +1, +2 with those assists, all of a sudden FaZe look like a much more well-oiled machine. By the way, a beautiful
helmet.
Beautiful helmet.
Also signed
Sorry that I signed it.
You did ruin it because Snipedown signed it. So we got to be careful with that. By the way, great to have Eric Rona snipe down, another Halo legend in the building with us. He's been amazing to have him breaking down the play on the desk and even chatting with him backstage as these games have unfolded. To have his brain in the room as well has been special for us, and able to look at the gameplay even more in depth. Now, back to the main stage here as fist pounds are exchanged. That means we're loading in. And Shopify Rebellion will have another chance to end the tournament here, or FaZe Clan might claw another game back to send us the distance. About to jump into Slayer Solitude.
Here we go then, everyone. We're back into the games. We're back into our grand final. Solitude Slayer. One loss that has been inflicted. Remember, 2 Shopify Rebellion was by Optic Gaming in this game type. Everything else, Slayer-wise for Shopify, been pretty damn good.
Look at FaZe, 7-1 on land on this map in game type. We've learned not to trust the stats. But if you're hoping for a FaZe win here, you might be happy with what you see because it's Shopify also with a losing record. FaZe certainly going to show up on this game in a big way. The question is, can they stay alive in this tournament?
Will it be the championship deciding game for Shopify, or will FaZe make this interesting? Last shot POV up on S3 to start this off.
And where does this go? We already saw how dominating Shopify was on the opening rush on live fire. It was punishing. It was a 10-1 lead. And Last Shot is just moving across the map at his own pace. Here he comes, Shock Rifle in hand, up 4-1, make it 5-1 off the opening.
Not a great start here for FaZe. They've lost Shock Rifle. They've got Last Shot running at him with a Shock Rifle, and then they've got Cycle with the camo as well, just to output damage and be the pivot point for everyone else to try and collapse in on. No kills for 3 players on FaZe. 7 of them for Shopify Rebellion.
It is an unfortunate moment of deja vu for FaZe Clan and FaZe fans. The same exact score line nearly as you saw in that game 2 Slayer. and they are pinched and they are trapped.
Damage, again, not over-challenging, because last shot is pushing in with that shock rifle, finds 2. Snakebite will be taken down as well, and it's 3 dead for FaZe. This is not looking good. This is bad news bears here for FaZe.
10-3, make it 12-4, and cycle. His camo dissipates, because he hasn't even been taken down. Finally, he's taken down, but it's a huge lead early on for the side of Shopify.
Tell you what, it was lucky he didn't get stuck there in that situation, because he was flying in and probably would have taken out 2 FaZe members. Trippy now on the 1v1 versus Frosty. Frosty does have that repulse. The frag grenade going to be dropped down as well, but again, the teamwork across map will finish him off. 13-8, FaZe have just managed to stabilize a little bit here.
Yeah, I was going to say, based on what we've seen on screen, it almost feels surprising that this is a 4-kill game. I think FaZe should be pretty happy with the way that they've managed to resist the pressure. Similar to what we saw them doing against Optic as well. Stay engaged, Royal 2 wins the battle in loop. An important 1v1 that became a 1v2. And just like that, instead of a 4-kill game, it goes back to a 7-kill game.
Yeah, that back nade from Royal 2, so good. He was no shields when that fight started. Lucid was full shields. The back nade completely ripped the shields off, and then he was able to convert as his shields came back on the headshot before Lucid was able to connect. And now you see him FaZe trapped again inside of blue. Just not able to get out at the moment, even though they're flying all over the place. The damage is being done. Shopify Rebellion, though, with only Cycle alive.
Cycle alive, only a last player, excuse me. And now take a look as Camo's popping. Go ahead and see what they can do. Waiting for teammates. I think it's burned right away. I think it is. Let's go into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Yo, I'm pushing driveway. Another loop. Yo, I'm hitting driveway right now. One snipe, I think. You're gonna be. There's a spot behind me. Let me loop 2 of them. Yard. Let me loop 2 of them. Man. Just 3. They spawned there. Okay. Going top goal. One. That's all you. 1v1 forever. Going flutter. One's loop, pressing go. Back in the back. Yo, I'm going driveway. Hold on. Watch our loop, Chris. Yo, LR. 2 LR. One's out mid. 2 weak. That one's soda person. Watch out, soda. Don't die. I'm out blue. Okay, yeah. Soda, 2 man, dropping on you weak. I see you turn, Brad. I see you turn, Snake Bite. You're good. I see you turn still. And snipe ramp and you turn. Yo, mark it. Yo, one shot, mark it. Blue, watch out. Nice. Yo, dip. Penguin's bottom. We can blue, guys. I got him. Let's get blue. Wait, yeah, let's go. Behind you. Repulse is down behind you on the pillar. Yeah, shock and blue, guys. Shock and blue. This one, you're Small blue. Yeah, shock and blue, man. I'm getting out bottom mid. Blur. Blue shocking, going flower. Or he's going flowers, I think. One's hotel? Yeah. Hotel. Flowers in yard. Nice. Lucid's blue. Blue flowers. Yeah. Lucid's in blue sniping. I'm running up blue, Brad. I'm just running up. Yeah, Lucid's in there. I think one's flowers. Blue. Here, I'm looking flowers. Yeah, I'm looking blue. I don't see him. Flowers. Watch out. Yo, I'm running LR, guys. I'm going LR. I'm going LR. Yes, Rose.
And from the sound of the comms, it feels like Shopify Rebellion did not take that loss in the last game well. They are fired up, all kinds of intensity, and they're starting to extend that lead again. 33-26 now.
Really has become a signature of their gameplay, that intensity, as you said. Some of the best in-game communication we've heard in quite some time. As Royal 2 picks up another hotel kill, he will be pinned down. But most importantly, even though the game came within 3 kills, it is now once again a 5-kill lead. Have to give a shout out on the other side. Snakebite once again 13-9, the most positive on the team for not the first time this weekend, to say the least. But last shot getting away with big, perfect kills like that keeps them in the lead by 4.
Snakebite taking all sorts of damage here. Frag grenades falling at his feet, but the shields will be coming back in around a second's time. But not going to be able to get them back because Royal 2 comes in with a double kill. By the way, Royal 2 11-5 in this game, as the camo will be popping up top middle. Royal 2 gets another kill, and it allows Frosty to get away with the camo.
Amazingly done here, Frosty, with a big opportunity. Already a 7-kill lead, and this really could secure the tournament for them if he plays this correctly.
Snakebite taken down before even Frosty can pull the trigger to get involved in that fight. And we're back to everybody being trapped in blue for FaZe. 2 alive for them. With Frosty sneaking around this corner. Whoa. He is going to get spotted out.
Okay.
Penguin finds 2. It's 2 dead for Shopify, and the camo will be taken out.
A massive pre-nade and camo denial. Beautiful comms coming in from the side of FaZe Clan to keep themselves in this game. that could have been devastating. Instead, it's just 41-36.
Shopify trying to push the pace, maybe a little bit too quick here. Royal 2's last alive. Trying to sneak in to see if he can pick up a kill, but that was 3 dead for Shopify. Does find the 1 kill onto Lucid. The respawners do good damage. And he might be able to turn 2 here on Trippy. Really important fight. Trippy trying to escape, just about manages to do so, and we have a 4-kill game.
Wow, you thought he might be able to get away with that one. In the end, he gets doubled as well. Frosty gets doubled just like that. It's a 3-kill game.
Cycle last alive here for Shopify Rebellion, trying to clean up some of this damage. The trade will come in though from Snakebite. 3 kills the difference between the 2 teams, but Shopify only need 5 to become your champs.
Down to the wire here, and what felt like it might have been an opportunity for Shopify to blow this game wide open and run away with it.
My.
Has been come down to a much closer game, but 47 on the board, only 3 to go for Shopify Rebellion.
And last shot is running at you on loop again with his shock rifle in his hands. But Snakebite stands tall. 4 kills still the difference between the 2 teams, but just 2 deaths left for FaZe, and Snakebite is down to no shields.
They need to be so careful here with 48 in the board. It's so different from even 47. No room for error. 49!
Cycle will get the final kill, and Shopify Rebellion will become your champions here at the final major of the year. And looking back on that performance, one of the most dominant we have had in this final year of Halo Infinite.
And Shopify Rebellion will back-to-back in 2025 firmly. Not only your defending champions, but your defending champions heading into what will be the final Halo World Championship for Halo Infinite.
Charlotte, put your hands together for your champions here at the FaZe HCS Major. It's Shopify Rebellion.
And what a story we have here. Optic Gaming takes the first 2 lands of the year. And it was always a battle between Shopify. It was always talked about as the 2-team story. And Shopify now with their turn in the spotlight for a second time. They tie up the year at 2-2, heading into the Halo World Championship. And it will be only 1 LAN event to decide which team might take it in the end. Frosty hoisting yet another trophy to add to his collection, which you have to think between him and Royal 2 has grown quite extensive by this time.
And the great thing about it being tied up at 2-2, you're not going to wait too long for the Halo World Championship to decide who is going to be the overall winner of this last year when it comes to trophy collections. Halo World Championship's just a couple of weeks away in Seattle, but the moment belongs to Shopify. And I've got to say, Royal 2, for me personally, I think it's just put in another masterful performance from the first game that they played.
Exactly, and how about the way they did it? And what's scary is with a team like this, because they're able to 4-1 here and have such a dominant winners bracket run, this will actually make them work even harder, right? To make the gameplay even more perfect heading into the Halo World Championship. And you can't say that about necessarily every team and every set of players, but with these 4, and of course Bestman as well, the entire roster, they only look for excellence. It showed off here in Charlotte as well.
Well, incredible from start to finish, really, for Shopify Rebellion, and the event overall, incredible as well.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Mindfreak, the greatest ever placing that ANZ have ever had. Congratulations to FaZe making it back to the final, even though the final doesn't go their way. It gives us another contender for the Halo World Championships. It's been a great event for stories.
Also, Akave Esports, highest placing performance for a Latin American team ever in history as well. I mean, an amazing, historic event for international Halo. And as you said, for even more storylines leading into the Halo World Championship. The Big 3 is firmly the Big 3, but it's Shopify Rebellion, the clear favorite and defending champion now heading into the final event of the year. As you say, in just a few weeks' time, we have never had a shorter wait between a final LAN and a World Championship.
I feel spoiled, gotta be honest with you. Feel very spoiled that we'll be doing this all again very soon at a sold-out Seattle Halo World Championship. Sold out 3 times.
Yeah.
They're trying to find ways to cram more people into the building. And they managed to do so. And we'll have to wonder if that is going to be the picture come the end of Sunday at the Halo World Championships. Will it be Shopify Rebellion holding the Halo World Championship trophy above their head?
It looks like Blaze is ready with the guys on the stage. Blaze, heading down to you to talk to Shopify Rebellion.
One more time, Charlotte. Give it up for your champions. Back to back, Shopify Rebellion. Boy, best man, I know this one probably feels a lot better than the last one, right?
No, they both have a special place. You know, we expected to win this tournament. We had a lot of good scrims. I mean, even leading up to Salt Lake City, carried on momentum, and yeah, got the job done.
You got the job done indeed. How proud are you of these boys for everything that they've overcame in the beginning of the season to reach this point going into the World Championship?
I'm super proud, you know, like having Royal 2 and Frosty kind of lead Last Shot and Cycle to the promised land a little bit, get them over the hump. You know, just feels like kind of the sky's the limit for these next couple of weeks leading into Worlds.
It does feel like the sky's the limit as we go to the World Championship. Now, I need to come on over here because, you know, I rarely get a chance to talk to him, but with all this potential on the stage, Cycle comes out on top with him and his squad yet again. Cycle, I know this one feels amazing.
Definitely feels great because, you know, after you want to win the first time, you definitely want to keep on winning. So, you know, first victory tastes great, but second one tastes better. So
it does taste good, man. You know, give it up for Cycle, everybody. Now, you know, how does it feel, you know, to play with these boys, to go back-to-back for the first time? You know you used to dream for times like this, going into the World Championship. You're a back-to-back champion right now.
no, it feels great, and I couldn't ask to do it with like any other people. You know what I'm saying? So it's the best team in the world, honestly. I guess we're.
You guys are the best team in the world right now, aren't they? Let me move on over to Royal 2. Make some noise for Royal 2, everybody. An incredible tournament out of you, as always. Talk to me about how does this one feel?
I don't know. I think it just feels different. Different faces. You know, I actually had to play against Snakebite on the other side of the stage, which is it's very different. My first back-to-back was with him, so now it's with different people, and yeah, it just means a lot.
It does mean a lot indeed, man. You guys overcame so much, worked so hard, and as you said, man, you got your first one, you know, with him over there. Now you got one, another one, you know, on your own here with Frosty too as well. But, you know, when it comes down to it, you know, going into the World Championship, you know, do you feel like you guys got what it takes to go three-peat?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've shown throughout the season how good we are, and going back-to-back and maybe even back-to-back-to-back, if you count the other one. But, yeah, I just think if we just keep practicing how we are and just keep evolving as a team still, we'll be good. Yeah.
You guys would be great, man. If you could evolve past what you are right now, that's going to be scary going into the World Championship, man. Let me move on over and talk to your team. Get loud for Last Shot, everybody. They love you out there, man, all right? How does this one feel to go back-to-back on the main stage, man?
It feels great. Obviously, you know, chasing that three-peat, first time back-to-back feels great, but I know we have a lot more potential and a lot of gas left in the tank, so gonna push that momentum into Worlds.
You got to, man, okay? Staying focused on the prize, the big tournament at the end of the year, man. What would it mean to be a world champion?
I mean, to end the HCS era, I mean, it would mean the absolute world to me, and I know it would mean the world to my teammates. We just gotta strive to keep getting better and put in the work.
Strive to get better, put in the work, man. You guys have done a lot of that, but you still got one more event left, and someone who knows all about world championships is Frosty, everybody. Get loud for Frosty. Brad, you guys got it done yet again. You know, we watch you guys be in so many difficult situations this weekend and fight your way out of it. Some games were the fastest we've ever seen. What was it like to play with this squad here this weekend?
I mean, it feels amazing. I feel like we're just having fun out there. Like, there's a lot of close matches, but I feel like I'm not really thinking about it. We're just, like, in the moment trying to have fun, and, like, win or lose, like, we're just doing it, like, with each other, like, playing the game with each other. So, yeah, that's how we're able to close out a lot of these games, honestly.
You guys like you were having a blast up here on the main stage. Did we have a good time watching them play? We definitely did, man. So many awesome fans out here supporting the Rebellion, who was behind y'all all weekend. Close it out for us, man. What do you want to say to everyone who was supporting you at home, who's been supporting you in this venue, cheering over everybody?
Yeah, of course. I mean, shout out everybody supporting us. As always, we hear you guys in the crowd. Shout out everyone here in Charlotte. And yeah, hopefully we put on a show for you guys, and we got the dub. Shout out Shopify Rebellion.
Shout out Shopify Rebellion. Everybody in this venue, one more time, get loud for your champions, Shopify Rebellion, back to back.
Shopify Rebellion are your Charlotte champions, and they will lift that trophy awfully high. And I've got to say, they are the cleanest team that I have seen in the longest time, and probably since really Halo 5 era, where two of these guys here, Royal 2 and Frosty, were on a different team, but they were performing in a very, very similar, clean manner, getting the job done time and time again with dubs. This dub is massive. We now have a completely different half of our season. We've had one half, being Optics. The second half is Shopify. And then, of course, we have that World Championship right at the end of things to see who is going to be taking it. But Shopify Rebellion right now, I feel like it's really difficult to even go against what their performance is saying, because it's unreal. It's like that. We're seeing some of the most categorically disgusting plays from every single player on a map, and it's really difficult for competition to get anywhere near it. How are you feeling about the roster, lifting the trophy, and of course what they performed and how they did in Charlotte here?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about what flow state was like for some of these teams and when they hit it, and it felt like to me watching them, they were in it the whole weekend, and if they weren't, then I don't think any of these teams want to go against them if they do hit that, because this team is by far the most well-rounded. Really didn't see any team give them a threat on this main stage, and there's not enough time left in between now and the next event for a lot of these teams to catch up. We've seen some people, blacklist people in scrims before. They're going to try and prevent them from getting practice because they're putting in the work, they're doing everything they can, and right now the gap is large. And all they have to do is just keep doing exactly what they've been doing. I think the confidence is through the roof in this team. Like they said, the sky is the ceiling. It's just full of a bunch of young guns with more room to grow.
It really is. Simon, while I have you, and before we kind of take a little look back at that series, it was cool to actually see Frosty on the main stage. And of course, he is, an incredible Halo player from many different versions of the game as well. He's got a ton of accolades under his belt. What is it like seeing him no longer be that young gun that everybody kind of knew and loved about him back in the day, to now see him basically be like, the IGL, the kind of old head of his team, and bring two new, young guns on, and kind of form them into the players that he wants, winning championships.
Yeah, so from going against him when he was a new player in the league and just being annoyed with what he was doing on the map to see, and he was like a little shyer back then too, and now he's just got the reins on a team with pulling a bunch of these young guns, last shot and cycle onto the team, kind of like when he was pulled onto the CLG roster and really flourished. So to see him evolve that much as a player, to become a leader, a vocal leader, his comms, his everything is just so phenomenal. I guarantee the growth with the players on his team. Royal 2 as well. I mean, he's also someone that they can just model their gameplay after. This team has every single thing they need, the young guns, the talent, the skill, and honestly, it's impressive to see what they've put together from the start of the year when they had a couple hiccups to now where they're winning back-to-back. It's all about how you close. I think they knew that. They were in it for the long haul. They didn't overthink when, some of those times you get reversed like that, and it's really tough to battle back. And all they knew of was, we are the best, we believe we're the best, and they are showing it to everybody in the world.
They certainly are indeed. Tony, looking back at the highlights from this series, the grand finals, it really wasn't very close. Certain moments, I think, were magical for FaZe, where we saw a little bit of life from them. We can talk about that in a moment, but Shopify Rebellion, they really had control almost every single map, and it was really tough for FaZe to battle back. Battle back they did, but it just wasn't good enough. What did you love out of Shopify Rebellion watching this series? What is so good about this team, especially in a high-pressure grand finals?
I think a lot of people have a misconception on what makes Shopify Rebellion so successful in this game. Like, a lot of people see some of the most individually talented players that we have in our league, and yes, that's true, but they don't over-rely on that. What makes Shopify Rebellion so special is their willingness to put down damage, stay alive, catch new angles, and with that, picking up off of their teammates' damage. Oftentimes, you'll see that damage go down. You'll see the enemy team get stuck in one spot, and there'll be a flanker coming from one side. There'll be that same player to put down that damage, catch an entirely new angle, and before you know it, you're surrounded. It's amazing to me to be that individually talented, but not just push forward and over-challenge every gunfight. They play what I feel is a perfect brand of Halo, and one that I think everybody should be modeling their gameplay off of.
I couldn't agree more, Tony. I actually do think we're looking at perfection in some way, shape, or form. I completely agree with that. I think they are a well-oiled machine, and it's going to be tough to take them down. Looking across the series layout right now, it really is a little bit of a storytelling moment here. And I think there are signs of life from FaZe, especially as we get into Worlds. Only a couple of weeks separate us from that one. And Snipedown, I just have to ask you about the time in this series that FaZe started waking up, and it really was on that map 3, funny enough. We saw them start to compete. We saw them start to wake up and start proving that they could really bounce back here potentially. And of course, with Aquarius Bomb, they did just that. Again in the Slayer, getting awfully close, but their starts are so bad. They are not having any weapons. They're not having any power-ups. What do you want to see out of FaZe here, based on what you've seen in this Grand Finals, in order to really improve by the time we get to Worlds?
I think the biggest thing for me, for FaZe, just watching this event, is the fact that they're able to keep the games, like, if they go down 0-2 early in a lot of these series, it's been felt like they get deflated and the series kind of ends. But for this, even going down in the first 2 games against Shopify, that game 3 was close. That game 4, they held them off the entire time after they got that arm. So for them, they have built and are going to continue to keep building. I feel like they are honestly putting in probably the most work compared to all these teams just based off of everything I've seen. And so for them to get over that hump, to see where they're at, to still put up a fight in a lot of these games, they're close. The Slayers were something they dropped on, but they know they're good at those. And the objectives are where they really needed to step up, and they did. They kept a lot of these close. A couple of them did get out of hand, but overall, very successful weekend for them.
I also like how FaZe are kind of pushing the boundaries here as well. You can see them really trying to stick to their guns, despite everything that they're kind of being thrown here with Shopify Rebellion. Looking at the stats, Tony, obviously not the best statistics for FaZe Clan, but actually what I want to move you guys to is the damage column. You can actually see the damage from Shopify Rebellion and FaZe isn't that dissimilar, and that actually bodes really well. That shows me that they are engaging, they're in gunfights, they are trying their best to push themselves out of uncomfortable situations. They need to obviously convert those into control situations for themselves, but I will say Shopify Rebellion, last shot for me. The fact it's not even just about the KD, but look at the damage, 27. That is unbelievable. He was so difficult to move around. He is everywhere, and his IQ for this game is massive. Tony, I hate to just keep harping on these young guns, but last shot and cycle, maybe they are the truth.
And this is kind of what I was talking about before. Like, what really stands out to me is the death column, and how he's able to keep his deaths so low. Last shot plays a very simple gameplay. Put down those shots, stay alive, hit those shots while he always has a very high accuracy, and continuously put down that damage. Most of the kills that he converted, those 85 kills, are not even his own in the 1v1s. Those are the ones that he's cleaning up for his teammates. Lots of times, he's also setting up his teammates. So that's why I think stats don't tell the full story sometimes, because whether he has high kills or high assists, I don't think he gives a damn. It's about them getting the kills and getting the advantage. He doesn't care if he gets the kills or his teammates does.
And that's exactly how it should be, especially when you are a machine. I will say the positioning from Shopify Rebellion makes it so hard to move on a map. They really know the angles they need to take a team down, and taking teams down is what they are best at. Look at their journey. This upper bracket has been nothing short of perfection from them. They've literally dropped barely a map here. It's been 2 in however many series. It's been so consistent for Shopify Rebellion. That Grand Finals was perfect. You see a blank box there at the reset, and that's because it just quite frankly didn't happen. And our lower finals, of course, FaZe, I think they need to take that confidence and drive on through with Worlds. They need to take the map win that they had against Shopify, the first one they've had all season long on LAN against them. It's massive. So I think there are things to take away here. I think one, Shopify Rebellion for me, they are miles above the rest of the competition. I really do think they are going to be the team to watch out for, the team to take down. They are the hardest ones here in Halo currently. Can we play catch up for the next 2 weeks? Tony, do you think we have teams that are capable of it? When you're looking at Optic Gaming, you're looking at FaZe, who are right there with them. Is it enough time to convert wins here against a team that really are perfect?
Yes, I mean, in my opinion, Shopify Rebellion are the best team in the league, and I say it often, but I will say, I said it before, Optic Gaming, they are extremely dangerous. When they're playing in their flow state, when they're playing their best brand of Halo, it's very tough to beat them, and they can beat a Shopify Rebellion. FaZe Clan are right there as well. You know, they have to find a way to start taking more space like they do as a team, and we can see them even take that next step. But right now, Shopify Rebellion are the team to beat, and good luck to everybody else catching up.
While you're talking about next steps, let's talk about big steps. And there was quite a few actually this weekend. Akave Esports here, 7-8. Mind Freak, by the way. This is the best they have ever done at a LAN event. This is absolutely massive, and the job's not done for, of course, our global teams as well, because they will be coming to Worlds, so which is absolutely incredible. And I can't wait to see actually what they bring to the table and see if they can also push the boundaries a bit further. We also have a couple of storylines emerging here from SSG, TSM, Envy. We talked about them knocking on the door. Well, yeah, they're right underneath it, aren't they? I don't know in what order we'll see them in Worlds. I don't know how things will play out. I'm looking for Envy to really start to push things a little bit further against the likes of TSM, Space Station Gaming. They can't convert against that kind of secondary tier that we are seeing here in the HCS. When will you be able to step up to the plate? Because the talent is there, Snipedown. It really is there for Envy, but I don't know, have you seen enough from teamwork and cohesion from them that makes you think Worlds will be slightly different?
I've seen enough to know what they're capable of, but I haven't seen enough to see the ice in the big moments out of them yet, which I think is the biggest hump for them as players, because they have shown it online. It's a lot different when you're in your own house, but when they're here at these tournaments, I think they lost 2 Game 5s, and that's just been a consistent thing for a lot of these teams that have been trying to get over the TSMs, and that's why we keep seeing the Space Stations make it. We keep seeing the FaZe and the Optics in the top. It's not like they aren't getting challenged, but they are just icier than a lot of these other teams. And I think another one of those that was a little bit disappointing that I'm hoping for a better performance is the Luminon team.
100%. I couldn't agree more with you. And I think hopefully Worlds will bring that. I've heard boot camps being flown about as well. So I think everybody is going into this as prepared as they possibly can be, all guns blazing and giving it their very all, because of course it'll be the last one of our season as well. Let's take a look at the KD leaderboard though, because I want to know where we are at. Where do we stand on this Sunday? Well, here you go. Renegade. He is the top of the chart right now, which I am actually not really surprised. Even though he did have to bow out early and far earlier than he would have liked without a trophy, he was unbelievable all weekend. The slays from this guy, I truly believe we're keeping Optic Gaming in situations where I really could have counted them out. I mean, some of the things he was doing were just unbelievable. Cycle, again, to note, doing everything. I mean, doing absolutely everything. He was picking up support player, you know, on the main stage earlier on before today, and he is just up there with the KD too. He can do absolutely everything. Good to see Sab again, once again on here as well. Royal 2, last shot. We're just missing a Frosty, but I'll tell you something, I'm sure he's not far behind. Sometimes, guys, you got to put your life on the line, don't you? It's important to actually make sure you actually die in certain situations because you're giving your very best, whether it be objective work or what, but sometimes a death isn't a bad thing, hey?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest things I noticed here is the one series that Renegade didn't have this insane KD was the series versus FaZe. I talked about it, how what's going to happen when he gets shut down, and they got beat. That is slightly concerning going forward because he specifically had to carry the stats factor going into a lot of their series for them to dominate, and the one time he doesn't, they seem to put up a little more fight. So it's kind of shut down Renegade, shut down Optic is what I saw this weekend. Truly.
I think, unfortunately, it has kind of laid that way in terms of the cards with Optic, but I do truly believe that, Tony, when we have seen Optic looking really good, it has been because, of course, every single player is performing the way that we expect them to. Renegade was just stepping it up. It looks a bit strange in terms of the distance between the two, but Renegade's been doing that all season long. When the others can meet that standard and that expectation, it's a whole different story. Do you believe Optic Gaming are missing that? Is it something a little bit more concerning other than just maybe some teamwork going awry? Should we be worried here?
I don't think I'm worried whatsoever, you know, and we kind of talked about this early on in the weekend. You know, Optic are very much a momentum-driven team. When things don't go good, they go great. But oftentimes, when things are going bad, they end up going terrible. And I think when Optic end up consistently playing within flow state, playing their best brand of Halo, they are the most dangerous team in the league, and they can even win a world championship. So I'm not worried about Optic Gaming. Maybe this wasn't their weekend here in Charlotte, but this also could have been a wake-up call to get ready for Worlds.
I'll tell you what, there's a ton of incredible players that deserve all of the praise, but there is one in particular after today, after this weekend, that really has to take home MVP, and it's going to be Cycle. And he really is that guy, and there is no denying it. I mean, he really has just done unbelievable things for this team. They're all incredible, do not get me wrong, but the Cycle nades that were coming through, the uncomfortability he puts people in, it's unreal. And it's funny because I also do feel like Shopify Rebellion take turns in certain situations to be that guy, to be that star. But Cycle has been incredibly consistent. Snipedown, looking at the young gun, we've talked about him. I mean, gosh, I can't even count anymore how many times we've really gave him the ultimate gas. MVP might be the biggest, but how impressed are you of somebody of his skill level, the fact that it's early doors for his career in an FPS game, and he's producing not only results and wins and trophies, but just the gameplay of this standard.
Yeah, consistently putting teams in a spawn cycle, right?
Yeah.
So I just want to hear him start yelling that up there. Put him in a cycle!
Oh my god, that would be incredible.
Yeah, that'd be great. No, but I mean, it's just incredibly impressive all around, and it's amazing. One of the craziest things, not even just this, is the fact that Royalty has always been such a standout on every single team in the stats category, and it was like kind of flying under the radar how much he still does on the map because he doesn't have to do that. And then you see these stats at a cycle, and I mean, look at it. KD, second, first, kills per minute, it doesn't even matter. Anything that he needs to do, objective, he could have won the KD and the support player at this tournament. I mean, when you talk about MVP, it's pretty clear who was doing that, but I mean, we saw 3 of the 5 of that roster on the KD leaderboard, so it really isn't just one person. He just fits super, super well in this team, and I mean, it's pretty clear.
3 words when I think about this young man are dominant, deadly, and undeniable. And I'm so happy that people are starting to put some respect on his name right now, because he's been doing this for quite some time, and maybe because he has maybe a little bit more of a quieter personality, he's been flying under a lot of people's radar. Well, Cycle, you can't hide anymore. Everybody now knows that you're the real deal. You are now a household name, and I really am proud of the kid.
Oh, without a question, without a shadow of a doubt. You know what I think it is, Tony? I think it's really important for players sometimes to be given challenges. I think the world's biggest stage in a grand final is trying to pick up a trophy, trying to pick up another chip on your way to a world championship, is how you shine the brightest. And hey, if anyone was doubting their abilities or even Cycle's abilities, until you get to that moment where you can show what you are made of against the very best who have also produced the goods to be there with you, that's really where we see our superstars shine. So there's no denying it that Cycle is that guy, and so are his teammates too. Unbelievable things. I want to also talk about where we're at next, because of course we're going to the Halo World Championship. This is in Seattle, the home of Halo, happening October 24th through 26th. It is the final one of Halo Infinite. And folks, this really is a call to action to make sure you're tuning in all weekend. It's going to be special because Charlotte was just a taster of what is going to be on the menu. It's going to be epic. So I please do encourage you to come and watch it. Whether you are there, it's sold out. I hope you guys have the best time at Worlds. I know I certainly will. So make sure you're tuning in, supporting your favorite teams, and having the best time on the final one as well. We also do have seeding in place because thanks to this final major, we've also worked out where our teams are going to be sitting pretty. Some of them pretty. I mean, some of them may be in unfortunate positions. That's okay, because we've seen crazier things happen, right, folks? We've seen some insane things happen in pool play. But as you can see, of course, Shopify take that #1 seed spot. FaZe will bump up. They are #2 seed. Optic Gaming, Light 3, and Space Station Gaming take that 4th, which I think, honestly, from SSG, that might have been the best thing to come out of this tournament for them, because there was a lot of question marks coming into this on how they were going to do and how they were going to perform. So they're sitting pretty happy right now, considering they're heading into Worlds with a really good seed, and we'll see exactly what they're capable of here. But I also want to give a massive shout out to Mindfreak, Akave Esports coming in here, and of course Luminon Gaming there as well. And I don't know if I'm going to really just mess this up for the last time, but Marjin.
Yeah.
Oh, did I nail it? Oh my goodness. A big shout out to Marjin for, of course, also qualifying for Worlds. Our incredible teams coming over from ANZ, LATAM region, and of course EU as well. Well, folks, it's that time. It's time to wrap it up. I'm going to close my laptop. I don't need to see anything else. I don't need to see any more stats. I'm pretty happy that Shopify Rebellion are definitely that team to beat. I know that much for sure. It's been an absolute pleasure. Snipedown, thank you so much for joining us this weekend in Charlotte. It was an absolute treat. So thank you so much for bringing all your expertise to the desk, and to everyone at home. Why not be casting? You know how I feel about you. You're an absolute legend. Thank you for being here with me and analyzing absolutely everything thrown your way. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much, Halo. Thank you, FaZe, for putting on a show. And congratulations once again to Shopify Rebellion, your Charlotte champions. And we'll see you guys at the Halo World Championship, the final one of our season. It's going to be an absolute banger, and every single team will be bringing their A game, no doubt about it. We've had tears, we've had bloodshed, we've had all sorts of things, but at the end of the day, the Rebels, they go home smiling. Who will lift that final trophy? That's the biggest question of them all, and it's the one to tie a really nice bow on the end of what has been the most wonderful Halo Infinite era. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you have the wonderfulest night, and I will see you guys at the next Halo Championship Series.